The origins of this story lead to a luxurious place lost among glitter and splendor. Here the crowd gathered in expensive robes, exploded each time with laughter and clapped in the palm of his hand, watching the sight. In the blue cloak, Mage bowed to the monarch, which was majestically sitting on the throne. The ruler looked towards his descendant Kakilla, the 17th heir. He remembered with respect in his voice that 15 years since his son's birth. The monarch announced that the young man finally reached the age of majority, and in honor of this important event he decided to give him his own possessions. The order sounded solemn: to go to this land and heal it on its own. Thus, a difficult and continued journey of a young adventurer began. Gathering his simple rings, he boldly stepped on the deck of the ship, which had to deliver it to new, still unknown lands. In his eyes he was surprised. It seemed that someone was trying to joke with him treacherously. But the true horror of Gil was when it turned out. Before him, Reef Sheol. Getting to the capital by a boat is not easy, because the journey takes 10 days, with pirates and pirates. There was no language about the merchants. This island for them seemed too distant. In fact, the island was more like a giant deserted stone in the middle of the sea. Suddenly the gaze rushed to the side. There was a head there. He was surprised to look at his silhouette, trying to understand whether they will not even take care of him to get to the island safely. From now on, this became his duty. The territory that belonged to the 17th prince of the kingdom of Sanfalis waited for him. With every swing of the swimmers, the water squeezed around, and the coastline did not appear before their eyes. Any hint of the beach is just an unknown, and it is unclear in which place you can stick to land. Meanwhile, the 11th Prince Valpus smiled, and then said that this reef was simply created for Hill. The 9th princess hid a smile behind a lace fan, and said with a slight intrigue that the title of Senior Reef sounds surprisingly interesting. You will not find any outstanding abilities, in vain or even bad ones can be called. But the real reason for mockery is not at all. All through his coat of arms, each person has been given their own coat of arms from birth. The brothers of the hero have powerful and majestic symbols, say, the god of the sword or the sword king, and at the same time, the power worthy of their banners. Their image was now reminiscent of the coat of arms, which adorned the heels of an unknown origin, the meaning of which remains a mystery to them. No matter how much the fence does not make the effort to improve, he could not find any way to awaken his coat of arms. This incomprehensible inability was the reason for the indignation of his father and brothers. The fall of their honor overshadowed the entire royal family. Lifting his head with a clear embarrassment, the young man eventually spoke to his father, carefully asking whether it is allowed to send his commissioner to the reef. The king listened to his son, and then briefly noted that the task was not easy. The man raised his hand with a sharp movement and solemnly declared, "It is the will of the oracle." From that moment, the gel could be considered expelled from the kingdom. The exile is unknown where to some stone mountain has become an unbearable reality for them. The temptations of despair had already sneaked. It seemed to mentally, death for the betrayal of the kingdom would be an easier choice. However, the quiet sigh of his fierce thoughts, too early to give up, the thirst for life has not left the heart. Suddenly, the eye grabbed a comfortable area. It seems here that it was possible to rush. I had to slow down the boat because the dangerous rocks were chatting very close. The verse escaped a lightweight breath. Raising his hands up, the young man called in his palms of wind. In the air between his fingers suddenly shone a tiny magical circle. Although the power of his efforts would be enough for many feats, no special magic has been done. Everything he has managed is to move a tiny feathers that suddenly fell from a bird that flew over his head. This is what the true power of his magic is hidden. It was only necessary to apply witchcraft wind. It would seem that a crazy vortex should break around. But the miracle did not happen. No breath moved the air. Hardly stepping into place and making sure that things were going well, the young man decided to immediately ensure more safety of his things. Suddenly noticing the cave nearby, I thought to move everything important there. But he just crossed the threshold of the mysterious grotto. From the surprise and fright of his face, his instantly faded. In the darkness of the caves, his gaze came across many human bones and residues scattered among junk and broken boxes at the very bottom. Horror caught the boy's breath when the cold sweat of the jets on his face. The gaze ran over the creepy shadows of the cave. What opened him inside forced his heart to squeeze from fear. Later, making sure that there was nothing dangerous inside, the guy quickly turned, deciding it was this place that would become his hiding place for stocks. Without spending time, he took up the case. Once on the wooden box, he looked lonely into the space of the cave, watching how calmly waves roll one after another on the harsh rocks. This picture was fascinated by its beauty. Birds' twitter filled the space, and thought suggested that it is a real oasis far from the fuss of the world. If the circumstances were different, everything could be even more beautiful here. Unexpectedly, he hit himself on the cheek, forcing him to finally believe that it will be possible to survive here at any price. Later, you focused on the fact that you should first think of something. Just as a vessel will appear on the horizon, there will be a hope to ask for help. However, no country belongs among these ships. It remains to hope for foreigners or pirates. In this case, in the best case, the fate of the slave or servant will be waiting for him. The trade routes do not lead here, and the reef is so distant from the capital that even the fishermen pass it. There could be no support from magic, so he had to stock up on rainwater and fill the barrels with fish. Its reserves of water and food are unlikely to be enough for more than a month. The drawer was without much resistance. With chaos in this improvised cave, had long had to be understood. Thoughts circled around the need to put everything in order and finally compress the remains of those who died here. The baby got a small pick, thoughtfully deciding, "It is worth trying to break the path with this tool." It was at this moment that a notification of a miner's instrument appeared. Looking back, he tried to understand what he got. Hill was amazed at the surprise, because this voice was heard in his head. Barely mastering himself, he asked the mysterious interlocutor to repeat what he said. In the imagination, a mysterious voice announced the receipt of a mining instrument, and then suggested that the production immediately start. For a moment the guy froze with surprise, because everything happened without any doubt or hesitation. In confusion, he tried to find out. Who does it turn to him? The voice was presented with the coat of arms of the cave master, who acts as an advisor. He explained that he has nothing to do with living beings. The coat of arms in the form of a lord of the cave is a generic distinction with which the fence came into this world, but it remained a mystery for him why she appeared right now. Immediately the thought broke out in the head. All this is somehow related to that cave. The surprise was engulfed from head to heels, because all his life passed among the luxury of the royal palace, and he did not even take a mysterious cave. Herb assured that not only gives advice, but also improves mining skills and reinforces the overall level of support. Inside the cave, different ways to raise his own rank are available. The branch, impressed with the herd, excitedly asked Herb to stop. Life seemed to him a solid mystery, and yet in the soul, there was an immodest question. What happens if you unexpectedly announce the desire to become a miner? Immediately after that, Gerber agreed, assuring that he was already taking out of production optimization. Hill did not expect to hear such, so he wondered somewhat in a little concern what the interlocutor meant. At the same moment, the steps led it to a wall, on which bright light suddenly flashed. Such a surprise, the fence met with a sincere surprise. His gaze attracted a bright, almost dazzling shine on the wall. So the question of the origin of this glow came from itself. The coat of arms, without spending time, explained, "It is where white light breaks, hidden the most valuable deposits for extraction." The coat of arms assured that it would be easy to dig fossils, and the danger of collapse is completely excluded. Having considered everything, Gil determined the place from which the excavation began. Following himself, he strongly rolled his pick on the ground. At the same moment, a large cliff poured out of the wall. Incredibly, one and only blow was enough for it to happen, just as the advisor warned. Heel did not hide his surprise. Incredibly bright light poured the space, although the cold walls of the cave rising around. Interested in whether this brightness is the result of the auxiliary effect, he asked the advisor. He nodded and explained. It was the effect of a night vision. Having rolled up his sleeves, he assured that now everything is fine. The first thing I decided to free up a little room for sleep. With a frantic speed, the Croatan broke the walls of the cave with a pick. The smile blossomed on her lips. This activity has brought an unexpected pleasure. A little time passed, and the thick wall of the cave was perseverance. The guy punched her through. The huge break, formed after hard work, opened a spacious passage deep into the rock, and he was not going to stop there. During the conversation, the URB wondered the advisor whether the volume of the stone, which he could raise at a time, grows. Remembering how many boulders he had already pulled into light, he shared his observation. With the development of mineral skills, the power also increases, and each time the load is getting bigger. Saying this, he felt surprised that his ability continued to grow. Unexpectedly, legs were smoky and almost fell. The advisor immediately turned and wondered if Jill wanted to get all 168 stones. The young man asked what exactly had to be extracted. The advisor only answered, "The quantity does not matter, because the coat of arms of the Lord of the Cave is able to accommodate countless wealth." To clarify, where all this disappears, the coat of arms was silent, noting that it could not reveal it. That is why the young man further clears the space in his cave. The repository in no way affects his body, and everything is extracted from there at any moment. The guy nodded as a sign of consent, and then unexpectedly he took up to 168 stones from his arsenal. He did not expect so much. The impression was tangible. Stunned by the incredible amount of stones, the guy involuntarily kept his breath. The advisor wondered if he wanted to turn on the automatic search. Without any hesitation, a quick consent came. Having a frantic pace, he expected to be on the back soon, so he decided to dig even deeper. The advisor explained, "To the hill from here is exactly 10 meters. Hearing the strange word, the guy confessed in surprise that he was hearing about some meters for the first time, and probably would not hurt to find out what it is. 1 meter. Raising, the guy wiped a sweaty brow. As soon as he tried to look around, his inventory has already raged new things. Not only copper and bronze ores occurred among the wealth of fossils. Even the golden living was surprising. That's only on a desert island. Its value was doubtful. He confessed that he had no idea of magic, neither what it is or how it works. But as soon as these words broke from his mouth, the advisor immediately turned on the mining navigator. The records argued that the magic stone significantly enhances the magical power of the one who owns it. There was another interesting detail. The larger the size of the stone, the more the user's strength increases. He wondered if this stone was really able to enhance magical abilities. In the imagination, hope broke out. It seems that even his worthless magic can become stronger. Suddenly, his gaze slid on the turtle stone in the inventory. During this time, the guy has already faced considerable difficulties. The instruction stated that it is enough to use a turtle stone, and life expectancy will increase all day. The admiration of the Gila impressed him himself, because it seemed like a real miracle. The boy had no idea about the mysterious owner of the cave, but the new coat of arms was a real treasure, and the shield has become surprisingly valuable for him. With a wide smile, he tightly squeezed in his hand. Having plunged into new excavations, he was in a hurry to extract resources again and again. Thoughts about ships capable of saving it were weathered away from memory. There is only a crazy desire to dig and get. A moment, and already sinks to a depth of 30 meters, having a considerable supply of supplies behind the shoulders. The most hobbies were caused by an incredible number of things. 90 magic stones and 6 turtle stones. However, the true interest was awakened by the magical stone. The dream to learn to own even more powerful magic did not rest. With a smile, the consultant wondered if the guy wanted to use a magic stone. Jill agreed without any hesitation. So all its reserves of these valuable stones disappeared instantly. Once alone in a deserted cave, the branch looked around and then turned his gaze to his own reflection, trying to feel the changes that had happened to him. The clumsy laughter broke out of his mouth, and then the young man asked the advisor whether he had already dealt with magical stones. The coat of arms has confirmed all suspicions. The guy did not give up the thought. Do magical stones affect the human body? The gaze, determined, rose up. So much to check their own strength and at the same time clear the path, recently pierced through obstacles. The palm of the hand reached forward, and the team sounded loudly. Let the victory come. At the same moment, a powerful whirlwind with a frantic force rose through the entire cave, rising to the heights. It seemed that the powerful flow of wind exceeded all ideas about power. Powerful airflows completely destroyed not only human remains, but also many funeral stones. All this, sweeping on their way, pulled out and threw it on the surface. When he was stuck, the guy froze, stunning his gaze in the void. The incredibility that it just happened was so stunned that he remained as a petrified one, unable to realize what he saw. A frantic cry escaped, as a desperately asking whether his business is really. The realization that 90 stones were so strikingly raising the level of magic was not invested in the head of the XIA. Suddenly, an assistant with a funny appearance confidently moved towards a surprised guy. Turning, the branches noticed as something instantly jumped out, and with all his strength, slammed him just into his face. The little slim stuck to his body, leaving the Gila with confused. He tried in vain to understand that it appeared before him, significantly exacerbating the pickup to the deadly sharpness, carefully streamlined all the equipment, so that immersion in the mysterious cave became lighter and more comfortable. 3 days have passed since the 17th Prince of the Kingdom of Sanfolis was not just appointed, but in fact sent to the harsh, rocky mountains, the moldy ridges of Sheol. After completing his preparation, the young man gently grabbed the backpack, making sure that all the tools were collected and the provisions were securely hidden nearby. A wide smile illuminated his face when the gaze slid down someone's small figure. Returning to Shell, the man charily announced the beginning of a new miner. The little mucus has caught several times, fascinated by staring at the prince. Immediately later, the slippery cleverly jumps off his shell, and they go on a journey together. Shell's little mucus membrane, and it was he who became the first friend of Gila on this mysterious island. 3 days ago, just after the guy first came across Shell, with delight asked what it was. Meanwhile, the little mucus jumped around him without hiding his admiration. Looking at him, he mastered himself and confessed that he read about it earlier. He said it was a mucus, and then asked if he had jumped out of the fright because of someone's wind. It was at this moment that the advisor told Gila that it was possible to find the first tamed monster. He wondered if the branch wanted to connect with her. Such a proposal caused the boy to be genuinely surprised. The domestication allows to make the monster with his loyal companion. I have not yet seen this item, in fact. He has never served hostile monsters, and in the kingdom of this guy, all monsters treat all monsters. Still, he hid in the soul more deeply. Squeezing his palm and pressing her to the chest, the hero whispered, confessed to himself. Here, in this bizarre place, hardly anyone will dare to condemn him. The advisor explained that to complete the taming, the healer should be named after the creation. Thinking, the guy remembered. The monster appeared from the reef Sheol. After a short pause, he began to whisper this name, as if trying to make it in the mind of the monster. Opening something really interesting for himself, the guy happily announced, "Now the monster will be called Shell." With a radiant smile, he admitted that he was extremely pleased with such acquaintance. The advisor solemnly confirmed, "The name process is completed. The shell is tamed." It became clear without any doubt. The monster did not understand the word from human language, but even the simple presence of a living creature nearby strengthened the soul. The guy waved his hands slightly, making it clear that the moment came to move on. This is the idea of the first to sleep. Turning, he gave Shell a friendly smile and called a monster to himself. The next moment, a terrifying monster instantly fossilized, forming a space under a hill and a cozy platform. Such an unexpected act was embarrassed by the prince. Confusion for a moment mastered him. The unexpected wit of Shell surprised everyone. After agreeing with the monster, he expressed confidence that he could now reach new heights. I did not forget to thank the Slim for their support. With the help of a variety of gestures, it became possible to convey their wishes. It is thanks to this ingenuity that the mining thing began to move much faster than ever before. In the last 3 days of excavations, it has become 3 times more than before. During this period, about 500 magical stones took place. Due to the strength of enhanced magic, the question with the provision no longer worried. The day came to an end, and the guy settled on the mucous membrane, feeling the fascinating softness under himself. Smiling, he helped Shell find a more convenient pose so that he could also relax and enjoy the comfort. At the same time, as the search continued, it was possible to dig out of another dozen mucus. Frankly speaking, I did not even hope that they would be able to understand them at all. So, he was more convinced. His shell is not really simple. Lifting his gaze to heaven, the young man noted that it was still that no one interferes with him. So tomorrow, he will definitely go to dig. The morning of the boy began unexpectedly. Shell shook him vigorously without poking in his face. Waking up, his friend greeted a friend on dawn and asked why he was so worried. In response, Shell was silently pointed away. Suddenly returning, the guy froze with surprise. A figure appeared on the shore. Without spending a minute, he jumped on the back of Shell and rushed forward, loudly asking if everything was fine with those strangers. At the scene of the adventure, a horrific picture appeared. Strangers were blood-flowing. The green-skinned goblins seemed to be evil. Their boat crashed against the rock. Suddenly, one of them gave signs of life, moved, and confused the boy. the creatures were still alive. Formally, people and goblins were considered to be sworn enemies. For the majority, the first thought when mentioning goblins is to destroy them, as well as goblins seek to lose people. His gaze became cold. He will turn icy shadow, ready to act. However, the fence was distinguished between others. Slima assured that everything was under control, and confessed he would not be able to easily look at how these goblins were killed in hopelessness. Raising his hand in a casual gesture, the fence imposes a healing spell on the creatures. After completing all the urgent cases, the guy carefully lifted the bodies of goblin. Having enlisted Shell, they moved them together to the cave. There, after covering the blankets, they allowed the wounded to rest. Now that the threat of their lives retreated, treatment could be continued alone. Without turning completely, the guy cast his gaze towards Shell and hurried to reassure her. They say, as soon as these goblins would happen at least the slightest change, the monster would certainly let you know. Thoughts are anxiously swarming. Does he behave too lightly? If the enemies wake up and rush on it, the situation will become truly threatening. However, having mastered medium-sized magic, he now hopes to keep from unexpected danger, although the excitement did not leave the heart. Squeezing in his hands, the young man decided to dig just in his hands. This decisive work had to calm the nerves. With each stroke, his instrument smashed the stone walls of the cave, releasing the tension with the wreckage of the rock. Kirka crashed into the stone cliffs with new force, and the sparks poured out of the metal. The deep exhalation of the mouth, thought inadvertently appeared. Mineral work is truly captivating because it makes you forget about all the worries. The inventory check gave special pleasure. The mood rose instantly. The guy wondered if there were new stones here. His gaze stopped on a moose, stones capable of removing the curse, and on a radiant stone that never faded, radiating light. Both treasures were of interest, and he recorded them about themselves, although due to night vision there was no need. It turned out that there was no soul nearby, capable of throwing a curse on it. Drawn deeply, he wondered, apparently this is not so significant, because it is always a pleasure to discover something new. He was already going to move back to the company, as Shell came to him unexpectedly. Surprised, the guy cast his look at his pet, and then lifted his eyes and asked if Goblin had already come to mind. Conveniently settled on the shell, they rose up together. The screams flew to the gill instantly. From somewhere they were pleased with the princess. Someone demanded freedom. The courageous girl ordered the general to stop, indignantly reproached that someone else's food could not be taken away. The third goblin, supporting the princess, rationally proposed to discuss the situation together. The largest of the three goblins suddenly turned to Jill and strictly asked who appeared here. The princess ordered the general to lower the weapon, explaining that their rescuer was standing in front of them. In response, Goblin exploded with indignation, insisting that he could not execute the order, because this man is too dangerous. In one of the panels, the hill realized, strangers speak the same language as he. This is a simple conclusion, apparently, and they arrived from Bailey to the mainland. But this thought does not give rest. Something does not allow the soul to find peace. The hero's voice came over the crowd, calling Goblin to stop, a young man, and did not think to hurt them. But the general immediately ordered the order to stay away, because he did not trust the stranger. A strange anticipation swept the boy. Despite everything, these people did not look hostile. Rather, it seemed that they were afraid of him. The general immediately suspected it. In his opinion, this man thought something. Otherwise, why was it so negligent to joke with them? The young man tried to understand what it could mean. Turning, he looked at Shell, but immediately hid his feet. In the reflection of the mucus, his own figure appeared, and at this moment he was keen in the eye how dangerous this creature seems. Panic engulfed Gila. It seemed like a digestion turned him into something not human. Paying out, he hurriedly offered the guests his food, hoping to make guilty. Having made the decision, he confidently turned to the water. Lightning in his hands instantly impressed the fish, after which the skilled wind would pick up the catch. With a smile, he lifted her in his arms, suggested that he savor the fresh fish he had just hung himself. The unexpected opportunities of magic stunned the general, and he asked why not understand the enemies immediately if such a powerful force is at hand. Without unnecessary thought, he ordered to finish with them immediately. At this point, the little princess called the general, trying to find out why he made the decision so quickly. But she did not have time to finish the phrase as suddenly fell to Goblin's feet, barely grabbing her breath. Both goblins rushed to the princess, screamed loudly, hoping to wake up the girl and bring her back to her senses. The healer looked around confusedly, not drowsing what was happening. The guy could not believe his eyes, looking at how goblins lowered his heads. Looking at them, he wondered if the girl had unlawful wounds. The old man thought for a moment, after which he calmly denied, "It is not at all." Goblin revealed a secret. The princess is doomed to slowly fade away from the terrible curse. Hearing this, the fence of the horror, the hair became stubborn. The old man, not to hold back emotions, tears, and apologized to the general, recognizing that their decisive time had come. Even the man near the impotence. There was a conversation that leaving the princess alone with death was impossible, so everyone decided to follow her. They solemnly proclaimed that they would take the punishment of ancestors in the other world. What Hill saw was astonishing to the heart. The very fact of their plan seemed incredible. Without restraining, he shouted in a full voice, trying to force them to stop. The guy gave up that he may be able to remove the poison from her body. The general turned sharply, confidently stating that it is not necessary to lie. All the ways have already tested. But the guy insisted he has never used this method yet, but it is worth trying. Already in the next moment the guy got one of the stones of the missing and put it to the princess. The bright glow instantly shone it, striking the goblins to the depths of the soul. After a short reflection, he concluded that her life expectancy has also decreased. Without delay, he spent 79 gems, leaving himself only 10, just in case. Surprised, the general stared at the boy and found out what he was like this. The fence immediately reported that it was the stone of Mushoki that healed the girl from the curse. Goblin was suspicious of Whistle, asked where this amazing artifact came from. But suddenly an unexpected voice sounded in the air. General, Heel and Old Man were surprised to watch a girl who got up and, not believing her eyes, tried to understand what happened. The princess confessed that she was convinced of her death. A moment in the room, a loud cry, which quickly changed with surprised apologies. The general bowed so low that his forehead touched the floor, and bitterly said the words of apology for his actions. Sincerely, he called Gil the true savior of their princess. Goblin was confused. In his head it did not fit in what words you could redeem your own guilt. With a slight smile on his mouth, Hill ignited a campfire and urged everyone to get closer, rest, and reinforce. He noted that they had not even had the opportunity to get acquainted. At the same time, a fainted surprise was caused by the trick of the general, who managed to drill the floor with his own forehead. The idea of goblins has always caused anxiety in it. The general only repeated that he did not find words to earn forgiveness of Gil. After presenting, he added, "His name is Elgiebel, a general from a clan of unbreakable blades." The prince announced that the name of Ree, the daughter of Rodan, the owner of blood and tribe. The old man introduced himself as Valley, a shaman of the same clan. With a soft smile on his mouth, the Hill called himself a prince of the kingdom of Sanfalis, or who he was once. Hearing that a real prince in front of him, the general did not resist the exclamation of astonishment. Finally, he became clear where the young man had such unusual magical abilities. The guy denied modestly and a little awkward. Everything was not true, and his path here became possible only thanks to a wonderful stone. After that, he waved, they say, nothing special. Instead of answering, he asked why they were here. He was barely heard as everyone was frozen in place. With a heavy heart, the general reported that their hometown was burned to the background of Orca. Almost all the royal family was cruelly exterminated, and only princesses were fortunate to stay alive. During the year, they wandered in search of shelter, but none of the clans wanted to accept them, and the common people were expelled without regret. Along with the few surviving, they moved into an unknown world, even not having the certainty that others remained alive. Various bitterly mentioned this abandoned ship. Turning, the girl appealed to the old man not to translate the blame to Allah. She confidently stated that even if they remained on land, their fate would remain unchanged. He joined the conversation, recognizing the girl's rightness and sincerely apologizing to her. A smiling girl turned to Jill and sincerely thanked for the rescue of monsters such as they. Surprisingly, the guy stopped when he heard her words about himself. Jill only calmly replied that everything was fine. Rich confessed that her life is short, and it's no secret for a long time. But it became amazing how the bitter weight in the chest disappeared, as if the stone was asleep. The joy has swept the soul. You can finally get away from this world, without pain and anxiety. The owl just smiled mysteriously. Feeling determination in her look, the guy immediately agreed, and then firmly stated that it is too early. The counter. Young man shared the interesting news. Stone's turtles are still stored here, and hold treasures underground. To find such stones. Therefore to continue Rifer's life for as long as he pleases. Everything you need is only to have these amazing gems. The general, full of surprise, wondered if it was true. The explanation was simple. If he was digging with such perseverance throughout the week, he may have won as much as stones in the form of stones during this time. The warriors immediately exchanged rapid views. The general, realizing that his request may seem excessive, he did not resist, and asked if Gil would not allow them to join the excavations. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, but without any hesitation gave agreement. With surprise and admiration, the Alpalanders instantly fell to their knees, sincerely expressing their deep gratitude to the boy. The princess, without hiding the surprise, carefully wondered, why does he give them such a valuable thing? She will assure her that there is no cause for excitement. She is fond of digging solely for his own pleasure, and he is still keenly loneliness, being alone. Hearing this, Ri could not restrain her tears. Emotions overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears. The princess bowed her head and sincerely thanked the young man for everything. It seemed quite petty, but just what to do next, no understanding came. Ice axe is ready, but it is dangerous to dig in an unfamiliar place randomly. Something can collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the advisor noted that the guy has the ability to give tames to the bribes received from his own skills. This list includes improved mineral extraction, an accelerated set of experience, and more efficient digestion. The news of the idea of taming led them into a real surprise. The man explained that it will be easier and faster to work together. He sincerely emphasized, no one makes anything free to refuse. It will dig on their own if they have enough stones. Albico immediately stated that everything was going wrong, and assured he would be in the service with Vamina. But the princess did not want to participate. But the words did not have time to fly from his mouth. As she rushed forward, demanding permission to serve the boy, the goblins even spread their mouths. The girl assured that she was unable to see how others work for her. She sincerely sought to thank at least somehow. Turning to the young man, the girl suddenly asked, "Let her give her a new name." The smile slipped on his face. A little confused, barely ironic. In his opinion, she should not worry so much because, if desired, it is possible to stop everything. Since then, El has become known as Alvina. Goblin promised to keep his protection over him on the coming days. Vari, having received the name of Varus, with dignity declared his dedication, wants to serve Gil as many years. The new name, Rihanna, immediately changed the mood of Rio. The guy turned to the girl, interested in her thoughts about this change. Joy radiated from the girl's face, and she promised to sincerely, Rihanna will have everything. She is rich. After a hearty breakfast, the company descended underground. In his thoughts, Hell was already in a hurry to return to his favorite business, the extraction of minerals. Surprisingly, and surprise flashed in the eyes of the guys when a torch suddenly appeared from the inventory. The new moon explained, while everyone will dig, in parallel we'll teach them useful things. Due to the lack of vision in Goblin, he made a simple stone torch that dispersed the darkness. The surprise engulfed Varus, when a soft glow in some places suddenly broke out in the darkness of the caves. The surrounding space has gained fabulous beauty. Rihanna even enthusiastically exclaimed, "What an unusual beauty is." Varus calmly explained that the glow indicates safe areas for digging, and promised to show everything in his own experience. Without wasting time, he vigorously hit Kale on the rock. Meanwhile, a huge part of the mountain suddenly split and literally moved down, absorbing everything around, as if taking it to an invisible storage. The hole in the wall remained after the whole action is completed. Goblins watched this with genuine enthusiasm. Gil immediately explained that he usually does not take such a pace from the beginning, but if you get used to, and they will be able to dig as well. Note that the stones were not automatically going. The guy turned to Shell with an interesting question, whether he could teach other mucus to act on his own. In response, I heard the advice, "It is worth trying, because the skill comes with experience." The boys instantly came to agreement and immediately set up. Since then, Bakayev has been filled with life, has become a new energy, and has become much more lively. The Zeal crowd gathered in one place. In an instant, all the fourth was a weak guy to the ground. He fainted with pain. The aristocrats exploded with a roar, and swaying with their superiority, began to threaten the disadvantaged. The fence was sore that this loser would be removed faster from the road. After pointing to it, the man remembered. A lot of such as he was met. The cunning smiles did not go out of their faces. Magic painfully struck its victim every now and then. Silent to horror, the victim only wiped blood out of the face, and the tiny creature, trembling, sought protection behind his back. A small bottle of transparent fluid was stuck in its palms, and the mind plunged into a whirlwind of obsessive reflections. Self-felt concentration was so absorbed by the boy that he did not hear how long and persistently someone called him by name. Hill's gaze climbed Rihanna, who was calling him named. Anxiously looking into his eyes, the girl wondered if everything was fine. Alvin, not hiding anxiety, suggested that he may have been tired of Hill, because today he had to dig a lot. The guy squeezed firmly in his hand with addiction, whispered softly that everything was going out, and plunged into deep reflections. He later confessed that his king of the cave gives the strength to dig at least all day without any fatigue. Rian cast her gaze on the boy, sighed and commented that she should not be so exhausted with work. The young man agreed, but suddenly he was in amazement of where such an appetizing aroma came from. The seductive apple pie in Rihanna's hands instantly faced the eyes of everyone. The girl announced that today, these delicacies will become a central meal of the evening. Hill, Alvin, and Varys did not hold back the passionate sighs without hiding their delight. It has been 3 days since the meeting took place. During this time, the company managed a lot. Its own bath, a small water tank, and also a simple but extremely convenient kitchen. Armed with a small fork, the guy broke a piece of cake and sent him to his mouth. The realization that, thanks to this kitchen, it can taste the dishes that Rihanna prepares herself, has filled his thoughts. As soon as the cake touched the tongue, the passionate guy exhaled with surprise so loudly that the girl shuddered with surprise. Already in the next moment, the fingers grabbed the fork even stronger, and the cheeks of the treacherous broke out. The deliciousness moved to the depths of the soul. The barely pervasive breath quenched the peace of the Rhina. With a smile, she confessed that she was genuinely rejoiced when her dishes were given such emotions. Only through the unsurpassed culinary abilities of Rina, all the products he brought with him turned not just into ordinary dishes, but into real culinary masterpieces. Smiling, Alvin lifted a fork and confessed that he could never imagine how much pleasure could bring this game. After the consent of Vericide, he noted that all these efforts were not in vain, because it was because they give a little time to the princess. Having gained a gentle smile, Rihanna turned to Elvin, Varys, and Mr. Gila. In her voice was a sincere gratitude for the support and help they provided in a difficult hour. Over time, things gradually became better. Nevertheless, the boy was still in front of the guy, a whole enemy of urgent worries and tasks. Not having the necessary stalks, the branch remained with nothing. When the firewood was finally ended, I had to be satisfied only with what managed to take with him from the kingdom. The food on the island did not happen, and their clothes were slowly losing their appearance, barely holding the heap. Reflecting on the unlikely the case, he continued to dig further. The ship suddenly appears, and then the chance to change the emeralds for the necessary equipment will open. However, the unexpected idea that everything is wrong has dramatically changed his mood. It is unlikely that the guy expected to ever worry about the same anxiety as the real landlord. Alvin was going to hand over to the Seki of Recovery with great reluctance, but the guy persistently convinced that they need a rest. The stones fell one by one under his hands. Stubborn blows cleared the way further and further, because only dig. That's what was the main one now. Thoughts were spinning around Rihanna's gifts. She wanted to get even more turtle stones for her, and if she was lucky, to come across new, unknown fragments. After another painful collision with the rocks, one of the walls suddenly collapsed, forcing the boy to exhale openly. An unexpected void stretched before his eyes, and without believing his eyes, he asked himself if it was a cave. The space was surprised, everything around the unfamiliar stones that first came to his eyes. The breath caught the surprise, and immediately broke from the mouth of the word. What is the amazing stones? The admiration was engulfed by Gila when he saw they really shone orange, like the sunset. The shade was different from the usual shiny stones. A few steps forward, and there was already a soft ground under your feet. The gaze slid to the stranger. The question was torn in the air. Why is she here? Suddenly the quiet silence broke the unexpected sound, and the head involuntarily rose up. Just before the eyes, a huge creature similar to a giant spider. The monster hissed, and at the same moment the fear was shuddering. He was covered with ice captivity. Before 11, a giant spiderweb suddenly emerged, and with it a spider of incredible size. The thought flashed in his head. This monster is somehow going to eat it, and he will certainly die. The fingers were already drawn to magic, preparing to repel, but the miracle happened. The monster broke from the place and faded out of the eyes, leaving surprise and relief in Hill. Looking inside, the guy noticed many tiny spiders. The heart in the chest froze, and the apostatic whisper broke out of his mouth. Before him was a real spider shelter. Finally, everything came into place. This creature defended its kids. A notification came suddenly. A new tame monster was found. Meanwhile, Alvin knew when the voice of Sheila heard. The joy that a friend still decided to join work refreshed the mood. They did not have time to look around as everyone froze, staring at the boy. When Hill looked at them, just behind his back, a giant spider was unsafe. Loud exclamations of friends were heard. A ghost moon. Something ominous was hiding just behind Hill. With a slight smile, the young man apologized for an unexpected fright. He further explained that Taryn had just joined with him. Surprised exclamations were a cave spider. It was unlikely that anyone could imagine that the monster grew to the size of a real ram. The question is about whether they were less than the mainland. Varys assured that it is mostly a creature of the same size as himself. Their web is stronger than iron, and the poison can affect even the strongest. The true danger is hidden in their appetite. These spiders hunt not only monsters, but also do not shy away from human meat. Hill heard a lot. According to Hill, it was possible to find out that he was once warned. Caution is needed if the cave happens in the cave. Varys added that this place belongs to cave spiders, which indicates food residues. The sudden illumination took over it, and he finally understood everything. In addition, he told, the floor of the cave in which they found them was covered with this amazing material. Varys lifted his eyebrows with surprise, but quickly realized that it was an extraordinary luck. Varys explained that a arachnid creature is much better adapted to growing the crop than the land itself. Hearing this, Hill was surprised and excitedly exclaimed that she was just created for farming. Owning the island completely covered with rocks, Varys reflected where to take the crop here. However, this time he decided to take his comrades, promising to show something interesting. In inviting the companions, a short step took them to the tunnel, so that the opening would not go unnoticed. Inside, a long staircase opened, which led down into an unseen darkness. Rihanna wondered where she came from here. Hell, meanwhile, shared, they say, recently tested new opportunities for his coat of arms. After lifting to the second level, he had the ability to change the environment simply during production. Laying the path with this road, he stepped much more confident than making his way through an uneven tunnel. Among his new opportunities has been controlling the inventory, and the trained monsters were now effortlessly oriented even in darkness, thanks to night vision. Alvin sounded that from tomorrow, worries will only be added. Others agreed on this. Many things really accumulated. In addition, he remembered the need to find out their boys about tomorrow in honor of Taryn. Rihanna agreed with a smile, saying she was dreaming of fried fish, so the plan of restructuring the island was green light. Alvin and Varys began to cush the pics, but the old lacked experiences to recreate them in their original form. According to Gil, even the ability to create tools is a great achievement. Rihanna began to weave spiders from the web, and later her skill allowed to create wonderful towels. It also appeared to do even futons, using the same unusual thread. The appointment of a Ter, the main responsible for agriculture from Hill, suddenly opened in it a new, previously unknown gift. She surprised the incredible speed at which she dug with the tunnel. Even the owner of this cave no longer risked to underestimate her. But suddenly happened something unusual. On their earth, a little paginette suddenly woke up, instantly stretching up, and in seconds he grew into a gorgeous apple tree. It was difficult to believe how powerful the influence of the stones found was. The orange glow from the cave came from solar stones capable of accelerating the development of all living things. Varys noted that this was the cause of the giant size of the ram. In vain, I was looking for branches these stones in other places. It was necessary to focus on their safety from the beginning. Meanwhile, the young man asked Rihanna whether she was busy. The power of planning of plantation and solar stones of Rien was stunned. At heart, uncertainty about doubts. Is it really counting on her? But loudly, with a spark in her eyes, the girl assured that she did not intend to raise it. The anxiety that swept it caused anxiety in it. It is because of this care that confidence appeared in the soul. It is possible to trust it without doubt. Sinking underground, there was nothing left for the sailor except Shell's thank you for the rapid descending. Everyone in this case plays the best role, and thanks to this, he could focus all the effort on mining. The purpose was to collect as much turtle stones as possible. Rihanna had 5 years of her life, but she assured her 15. He had no doubt at heart. She is just like him. He seeks to live a long and happy life. As the best applicant, he is required to work more hard than others. Suddenly, the gaze caught on a strange white stone. An interested find. First he began to dig it. Suddenly, the legendary sphere of the dragon flashed before her eyes. She was able to bring the dead to life before her eyes. Incredible. Recovering from shock, he hurried to call Taran and others to start excavations together. However, no other dragon worlds have been found. According to him, it is quite natural, because it is scary to even imagine what the consequences would be if they were able to bring everyone to life without exception. The sphere was in his hands. He decided to take it outside, because in the event of death, a chance to return the artifact from the inventory will disappear forever. Suddenly, a familiar name sounded through the silence. Alvin called him. The guy wondered what happened up. Leaving the stone on the speech, he hurried up the stairs. It was at this moment that the little stone rolled down. The noisy voice of Elvin, the ship of their clan, is quite close to the room. Gel, stunned by this news, immediately jumped out and asked alarmed whether it was true. In response, Elvin confidently pulled out his hand and showed direction. Through the restless waves, the ship was approaching, swaying hard in the marine abyss, heading just to the young men. Having looked at everyone with a careful look, he became convinced that everyone survived. Rihanna did not restrain his tears, confessing that she had already lost the hope of seeing someone alive. Alvin exclamedly exclaimed that this is a real miracle, because among his daughter. He noted that he was too risky here, so he advises to use their vessel. Alvin agreed, but specified whether he was sure of his decision. Assured that the vessel has not been used for a long time, the man handed them a purse filled with jewelry. The guy suggested taking it as a farewell gift. He would give him a chance to revive the clan of Bald Angles anywhere. Alvin, not quite understanding, asked Hill, asking what he meant. The distrust and surprise flashed in the voice of the guy when he asked what had happened, because their comrades remained on the ship. With perseverance in his voice, he suggested that he immediately get out of this muffin. Submitting an interesting idea, he suggested that they start bidding as soon as they find the right place for the future home. After all, the opportunity to get something from the outside is a real treasure. The puzzled goblins shook their eyes, trying to express thoughts, but the words stuck in the throat. Choosing loudly, Alvin urged Hyla not to leave them. No one thought to flee. Together they moved to the rest so that each of the comrades solemnly swore allegiance to Sheila. They could never betray him. Rihanna nodded, confirming that these associates were indeed headless. The guy rounded his eyes in surprise, thanked for his support, but assured that they would no longer get the second opportunity. Rihanna wondered if Gil wanted to make his company. Inside, the guy was thought that such a proposal really matured in his plans, but he was not ready to leave the island. In response, Rihanna confidently stated that they would stay with him. The branch was surprised, while smiles appeared on the faces of Varys and Alvin. The young man thanked them with gratitude in their voice. Suddenly, the scare of the fright pierced the air. As soon as it became visible that the ship was rapidly going to the bottom, most goblins, not being able to stay on the water, rushed to the boat, hoping to save. Rena was in a hurry to help, but it was obvious. Their efforts were in vain, and the tiny boat could only bring out a few of them. Everything was so terrible that there were no chances to correct the situation. In memory, a picture of a pile of bodies on the island has emerged brightly. This pushed to a rapid jerk forward. Starry headed into the water. He forced Elvin, Varys, and Rihanna exclaimed the name of Hill. Without hesitation for a moment, the brave man shed into the water, confident. Hope is still alive, and he is all able. The memory immediately suggested, he is the owner of this cave. At that moment, 9,000 magical stones were spent. The perfect speech formula was instantly followed. Lightening the icy covering rushed forward, instantly curling the fall of the ship. The spectacle stunned Varys, Alvin, and Rihanna. The breath was fascinated by the incredible miracle. Hill glowed with joy. In his hands there was a power of 9,000 magical stones. Having reached out, he persistently advised Elvin to forget about the boat and hesitation to go in the crisis to save others. Taking this, he stepped forward, but immediately slipped on it, and slipped. The realization that the road is already laid, but it is dangerously slippery, came instantly. It was at this moment that someone else appeared, stepped forward. Rapidly rushing, Taryn carried a branch on her back, feeling that it became much easier for her to move due to the strength of her feet. Meanwhile, tiny spiders were skillfully dragged by goblins. Involuntarily, Alvin noted that he has not yet been a supporter of spiders, but now his attitude has changed. Slugs and sluggers were slaughtered. He will call to Shell so that he, along with other slugs, gets into the case. Everyone made every effort to save the whole goblin ship. While the branch was spending the healing spells, the rest of the team pulled soaked goblins from stormy waves. When the adventure came to an end and all were on the land, the magic of his hands quickly healed the wounds of the monster. Rietta reported Gil that thanks to his efforts, all 205 passengers of the vessel remained intact. Varys wondered how they could thank the rescuer. The young man just smiled mysteriously, adding that the main thing is the safety of everyone on board. The strong embrace of Elvin, full of joy that Fu is alive, blossomed between them. However, the girl was getting rid of, calling this scene clumsy, and timidly asked her dad to let her go. Varys revealed a secret. Fu is the daughter of General himself. He added that Alvin's face glowed sincere joy. In his opinion, the girl is much more like a mother than her father. Rihanna noted that thanks to the healing magic of the Gil, all the wounded went significantly. Having expressed her gratitude to the rescuer, she received only a restrained approval. He confessed that he would not have managed alone. Tyrannies and spiders, Shell and Slime, Rihanna, Elvin and Varys, each of them contributed to the salvation of the Balan tribe. A sincere smile and thanks were made from the boy. It was thanks to him that they managed to save everyone at that difficult moment. The real delight and a wave of warmth swept the company, and Varys said with a slight surprise that the young man was too kind. And suddenly, he did not resist the question. Who stands for this guy? Turning, the gaze came across a middle-aged stranger. The man wondered if someone was on the ship. Vera reported that the relevant information was not received, and then carefully wondered if Hell had a meeting with some cave. The stranger seemed to him a completely new figure. He had never had to see him before. It was also surprising that the man stood without any clothes. Stunned by such an appearance, the guy hurriedly called his name and asked who the unofficial was. However, he just turned silently, ignoring the question. Each of the present, the young man looked into the plate and was not ashamed to taste the dishes. Seeing this, Rihanna decided that the guest was hungry and began to cook more. Gil did not forget to thank her for the care. From different corners the question was, who is it? The guy thought for a moment and then suggested just to leave everything as it is. The next day the work boiled again. With a smile on his face, Gil assured, "This will now be enough. You can carry everything inside." Instantly the surrounding space changed to the space of the dining room. The number of residents increased by another 205 people, so the branch took care of the additional rooms for the newcomers. All residents of the Baladin tribe obey his will. Let the circumstances not be the best, but the genuine joy blossomed in the heart. The island was filled with a new life and played with bright colors of events. The news was not only joyful, only meager reserves were found on the site of the ship. Because of this, everyone had to deal with the increased production of the most necessary things and tools. Returning with the drink for Hill, Rihanna praised him for their efforts in the cleaning rooms. The guy sincerely thanked and wondered if everything was fine with the girl. In response, Rihanna shrugged. They say, but the situation is typical of her. The girl briefly noted that, despite surprise, Hill should give this chance and try. The glass was empty, and only then did a joyful insight came. The drink was grape. Rianne proudly added that she grew grapes from a seed found on a boat, using a sunny stone. Her companion was genuinely admired. He has not met such a miracle. The real miracle was to taste fresh juice there. Rian noted that the plantation is still small, and in a few years the branches will be full of fruits. Hearing these words, he will praise her for the ability to think in advance and take care of the future. He assures that she has no doubt about her abilities, and is sure she will cope. adding that she was always ready to come to the rescue if necessary. The guy has caused a girl sincere determination. She promised to do everything possible. Meanwhile, the angry goblin addressed the man loudly with the question of his true intentions. They said that all the work was reduced to observations. On this, Goblin only advised Moppy to look for another victim for worries. The old man's map is recognized immediately. Agreeing, Rena confirmed. That's how he is called. The map looked at the tools, spreading his hands wide. Goblin stretched out the hammer map, challenging him. If human work does not like him, let him try his own strength. Touching the handle, Mappas felt a wave of uplift, and in his eyes a real fire broke out. All the guys gathered together, watching this card carefully. Hill, looking at a stranger, immediately noted that he was easily managed with her. Meanwhile, Maps skillfully waved his equipment. Immediately later, a frantic series of lightning blows on Kyle began, from which all those who watched him took a breath of surprise. Without hesitation, the master plunged the tool into the water, and then rapidly led the blade on the mill, giving him sharpness. Kalo turned out to be so sophisticated and beautiful that it was more like a work of art, not a regular working tool. Armed with a brand new pick, he stepped forward, thinking whether this tool would be able to overcome the solid block. Looking over his shoulder, he called for everyone to pay attention. In his right hand, he held a regular pick, and in the left, a scheme with the marked paths. At the same moment, two pickles simultaneously rolled into the stone. A moment later, the last doubts dispelled like smoke. From the impact of the magic pick, maps on the rock remained much deeper and wider cutting than could leave the usual tool. Heel noted that the item was created from ordinary iron, so he could not understand how the card managed to like that. The man just lifted his thumb, approving. At that moment, something strange flashed in the field of view. Near the tall stone, the guy stopped, convinced that it was here that he had left his thing. Rihanna looked around in surprise and asked distrustfully, what was the matter? Meanwhile, the stranger wondered whether they had a round stone near them. The crazy noise has completely knocked out an important detail out of his head. Suddenly, the breath was caught. In the stone clearly looked at the depression, exactly behind the human silhouette. Is it really possible? The shadows from the rocks hid the truth. That is why they did not immediately notice their presence. It is because of this discovery that it becomes clear that the dragon's ball has returned the map to life. The relief swept it, and in the soul it was warmed up. Another loyal companion appeared in their detachment. Thanks to the map's tools, the guys have significantly expanded the coastline. The ship was disassembled into parts, and work on its recovery has already started. In some attempts, they even managed to achieve noticeable success. In addition, the digs became much more active. During the work, they came across unknown mucus, which were tamed. Now these creatures carefully help to carry cargo. Heel would gladly announce that things are going best. But in fact, everything was complicated, because turtle stones have happened less. Rihanna, however, only smiled mysteriously and assured that she was already lacking in the treasures. However, additional 10 years of life did not seem a real salvation for the princess, and deep confidence in her passionate desire did not give up a person in the name of the fence. He sighed deeply. Shell confessed that everything was the opposite. In fact, it was the guy who wanted Rihanna to live longer. The desire to turn the island into a cozy home for itself and Rihanna prompted new accomplishments. Hands gambling the earth in search of new opportunities. But as soon as the shovel pulled into the wall of the cave, the newly opened emptiness made the heart shrink from fear. The face faded, and thoughts mixed into the alarm. Going inside, at the floor, he came across a cozy room. Recently, the thought was spinning in his head, as if it were only a deserted island. But some signs hinted, something significant happened here. I decided not to waste time. It is necessary to pick up all the useful that will happen at hand. Somewhere in the dark depths, he came across a stone heart, a great base for creating an artificial body. He was able to create a doll. The dreamy thoughts of a new friend twisted in their heads, inciting the imagination. The advisor assured that the materials can be combined by getting a real miracle of creation. Carefully picking up the stone, he hoped to decide how to be with him. At the same time, he found an amazing golden stone of evolution, a mysterious artifact that can help the monster move to a new level of development. However, he did not have any idea what it threatens. The advisor assured that he was able to give a monster a new look. Its appearance will change completely, but the age and character will remain unchanged. It seemed extremely creepy, but an unexpected thought was shown immediately in the head. In the evening, the boys gathered together. Various questions sounded around. Is this stone really able to push a monster to evolution? Someone turned to the old man, trying to find out if he had ever heard about such miracles. Many attendees immediately agreed, noting that every goblin knows about it, because similar stories have long lived in their legends. Alvin also forced the mention of this. Ancient traditions broke out in his memory. Varys's gaze slid to the gill. In his voice, she was curious. Did one of the creatures be incredibly similar to goblins met him? For a moment, the branch thought, and then suggested, it is probably about hobgoblins or deciduous goblins. Some of the attendees were convinced that they were ordinary goblins, but only the thirsty for the strength changed to gobhoblins, and those who dreamed of life among the drowsy huts chose the path of forest goblins. All these amazing transformations have become possible due to this stone. Thanks to this, a real understanding of the importance of evolution has come. A new acquaintance asked Elvin to the question, "Isn't he goblin sometimes?" However, a calm voice came in response. It was not about goblin origin, and not even about the influence of the magic stone. Just fate from birth gave him a similar body. Once Varys believed that this creature was only a legend, and was genuinely surprised, convinced of his real existence. And the king of the cave explains, the monster manages to find a new body, and with him, to extend his own life. A wave of astonishment flashed on the boys' faces. Sick on them, Gela with a barely noticeable smile asked if they did not want to try it in the princess. Varys's interest was obvious, but the soul was too firmly for her own body. Alvin assured that such a wonderful body should not change anything. The princess, seeking to be useful, stated that she was ready to help healing at least with the help of magic. It seemed impossible to use something truly valuable. Vera noted that the idea is far from the worst. Goblins are not able to possess magic, however. If evolution goes in the right direction, everything may well be as best possible. Remembering magic, he said that her skill would make life easier, but most of all he wants to see her healthy and happy for many, many years. The girl thought for a moment, and then decisively stated, she seeks to evolve. The smile shone on his face. Everything was finally settled. The egg was in Rihanna's palms, and along with his warmth, the dream was filled with a dream. To stay near Mr. Gill as long as possible. The scene of incredible discoveries was revealed around, which struck each of the boys to the heart. The dazzling bright light filled everything around, and as soon as it went out, the eyes opened. All present froze with surprise, not believing in their own eyes. One of the audience was stunned by, "Is it not Rihanna?" A girl with gorgeous long hair and pointed ears gently opened her eyes, gently pressing her arms to her chest. She first glanced, and then, returning to Hill, wondered, what happened to me? Seeing this picture, Maps suddenly fiercely went with the nose, and the boys staring sturdily. The eyelids slowly take off. Muted murmur breaks from the mouth. Surprise runs face. Did the dream overcome so imperceptibly? However, the memory of Rianne penetrates like a lightning strike. A cry breaks out of the breast. Rianne, it is the most important. The black-haired girl watched him carefully, barely smiling noticeably. Her words were confident. Everything happened exactly as Rihanna said. She was just near. Seeing herself on his lap with this girl, fear cried out as if the icy chain. Rihanna gave him a gentle smile, and the boy's cheeks immediately flashed with a blush. The clumsy cry broke out of his mouth. Instantly after her, the guy hurried to find out if he was a real Rihanna. The girl, looking at him worriedly, advised to lie down, because she suddenly fell as if faint. The salted flame broke out on his face. It was only necessary to mention recent events. As soon as he began to help with the card, he was injured in his wounds. A desperate cry announced his panic. He convinced that he was just a little tired, and this is pure true. I wondered how much time spent in a dream, and in what condition the map is now. The girl patiently explained. The night still prevails the night, and the map rests quietly in the opposite corner of the room. No matter how hard he tried to hide the excitement, his face was again blossomed, and he was aware that he had seen it. With a note of excitement, it will be wondered if everything is fine with Rihanna. It will remind you that no one could imagine that she would have human likeness. The girl will sniff, timidly confessing that her previous appearance caused her only dissatisfaction. As a child, she was imprisoned, which was ill with the disease and stopped growth. The attractive sisters did not spare ridicule, and their parents, at first, sympathizing and trying to help, eventually turned away and began to shy away from their daughters. Undoubtedly, at the moment when the stone of evolution took advantage, in her heart, the only dream was glowing: to become beautiful. The girl broke out before Gil. She did not hide that she allowed herself to use such a precious stone, giving way to her own desire. The guy thought about her words for a moment. He also confessed that it is difficult to pick up the words, but it seems that since he found himself on this island, something has changed in his soul. It is great if a new life opens for Rihanna. He wondered if an attempt would be in vain, if even after the reincarnation, the desired body remains unattainable. She sincerely thanked the interlocutor sincerely. The girl gently closed his palm in her palm and sincerely confessed it was not only a body, life, but also a name thanks to Zila. So now she is ready to give him everything she owns. The blush broke out on the boy's face when he carefully took her palm into his own. The next moment, he swept the shame with double power. The map, which he woke up, watched carefully at their stage. Undoubtedly, as Rihanna changed, the warlike boulders also stunned. The girl flashed an extremely graceful dress that impressed the imagination with a luxury. She proudly informed that the outfit was made of tissue and spiderweb of special spiders. Rihanna glanced carefully at the audience, interested in their thoughts about this unusual masterpiece. Hill's cheeks flashed with a blush when her gaze met with Rienne's eyes. Alvin with Vera witnessed her amazing transformation. The events are so rapid that even among numerous witnesses, there were many those who could not believe that evolution had indeed ended in a moment. Soon it became clear to everyone: their Rihanna, avid and tireless. Her passion in training, perseverance in the study of martial arts and magic was striking. It seemed that Rienne's desire had no limits. Her perseverance was even harder. The fence did not look at her, played a gentle smile on his mouth. But he did not have time to think about what he saw this moment. Goblin, noticing, immediately asked if he was thinking of something special. Suddenly lost, Hale began to be confused in words, trying to assure Varys, which did not consider Rihanna's legs or something like that. Goblin, meanwhile, said with calm confidence, "Everything is quite natural for Hale, because it is the coat of arms of the princess herself, the peasant." From the news about the coat of arms, Hale almost jumped out of surprise. Thanks to the farmer, the crop has become much more generous. To convey the plantation to the princess was a surprisingly successful choice. The surprise appeared on the face of the Gila when he asked, "Do goblins have coats of arms?" Varys only nodded briefly, asking himself, "Is this a wonder?" Recognizing, the branch began to justify himself. In their kingdom, it was believed that only people were entitled to the coat of arms. Varys smiled in response and confessed that he also had his own coat of arms. Having reached out, he confidently opened, and then with a passionate curiosity, asked if it was indeed the king of magicians himself. Varys calmly confirmed the guess. He said enthusiastically that the coat of arms before him is incredible. This can belong to only one of his brothers. Varys agreed, but noted, "For Goblin, like him, incapable of witchcraft, all this has no benefit. It is because of this feature that he managed to devote himself to research, without being influenced by the power of the code of weapons." The intention to express the proposal barely appeared how Varys instantly cut the conversation, calling it the waste of time, and directed attention to the plan he mentioned yesterday. The design of the variety is to conquer the earth and the sea element to expand the boundaries of the island. A larger area means generous crops, and also an opportunity to equip a spacious platform for children's entertainment. Varys addressed the hill and assured that if he has all the necessary materials, he would be able to do something. He enthusiastically suggested to test his plan, so the fence can trust him calmly. The strategy, he thought, made it possible to proceed quietly. The workshop, which stood in the open air at the entrance to the cave, was perfectly suitable for work. Starting work in his workshop, the branch skillfully processed a stone, combining a solid rock with cut sand to get the perfect rubble mixture. Without delaying the moment, the young man reached out with a sharp movement, and the blocks immediately took place in the prepared holes for plants. Everyone was froze with surprise. Further, the boys belonged to the magic of water to get rid of seawater. The space was covered with stones and rubble, and on top they decided to cover everything with a spider silt. With a smile, the branches assured that everything was well, but it was not fully sure whether it would really be enough. When the earth was over, the stone helped to create space. Friends did not hold back hobbies. Such a place was a real holiday for all. When the children finally reached the pre-prepared area, the fence went back, still hesitating whether it was safe enough here. However, a quick jerk gave him the confidence that everything would cost them. The kid, glowing with happy smiles, thanked She for help. A warm smile illuminated his face. Helping others brought sincere pleasure. Rena came closer, thanked Zil for his support, and once again stressed that she was sure that their harvest would be great. In response, the fence, without holding back smiles, noted that he was looking forward to this moment. It just seemed that everything finally settled, as if a gigantic bird suddenly grabbed into the open sky and grabbed a boy's beak, who jumped out of the map in the courtyard. Mountain Rihanna's face was scratched with horror. The monster's eater mercilessly and rapidly swallowed the flesh of the cards, drawing it into his mouth, and the goblins, covered with horror, froze, without taking a look. Some of them were wary towards the bird. Horror swept their faces when the gaze slid up. A whole legion of predatory birds was spreading over his heads, flew rapidly to open space. The old man waved his hand rapidly, ordering everyone to return to the cave immediately. Rihanna, along with Varys, cautiously brought the children inside. Suddenly, one of the little goblins stumbled and fell right at the exit. Funa was not ignored. The girl rushed to a friend, angrily read him, and in a moment helped to get up as soon as possible. At the same time, Rihanna noticed the danger and shouted in the whole voice, calling the 14th by name. One of the birds of the head was flying simply for children, gaining frantic speed. Full of horror, Fuletis pressed the boy first of all, protecting him from any danger. A moment before the terrifying bird was a meter from the children, his head suddenly broke away. The monster was destroyed. The distrust will solidify in his gaze when the bloody splashes of the monster flew around. It was then that the deadly weapon, which put an end to his life, turned back rapidly, pouring air until she was grabbed by a confident hand. In the arms of the tense palms of Alvin, weapons seemed a continuation of his body. He became a live shield for children. The girl, puzzled, stare in his face, suddenly exclaimed her father's name. A brutal smile flashed on Alvin's face, and not wasting time, he turned to her daughter, using her new name, and ordered her to get away from this place immediately. Instantly after these words, even more determination to battle broke out in his gaze. As soon as all the children found themselves in the cave, as Elvin's lightning movements with axe instantly turned the warring monsters into a bunch of fallen bodies. The power of General Baldwin's tribe stunned Hill. Fear and delight mixed in his eyes. The guy jumped instantly and spoke in defense of Alvin, covering his back. At the same time, he did not spare the words of praise for the general, noting his skills and promising to join the fight. Alvin's loud cry came over the field. He called the chief, hoping to get support. Turning, he felt next to someone who skillfully used the shield. Family behind the boys. Rihanna reacted lightly. The shield immediately emerged in her hand, intercepting the sudden blow of the monster from the rear. Watching the brave actions of the princess, the general could not hide sincere admiration. The girl immediately assured that she would cover them all, so the boy had only to act according to the plan. At first lost, he quickly mastered himself and agreed, sincerely thanking Rana for his help. The three of them fearlessly rushed to the monster attack, destroying them one by one. Everyone was well aware. It is unknown which of the monsters was a map, so it is necessary to aim only at the head. Otherwise, they were at risk of crippled the man he was looking for. The order was accepted by all without objections. Make sure that everyone was safe. Varys raised his voice again, calling everyone to hide immediately into the shelter. Throwing his gaze on three guys, he hastily called them to himself, and reminded that it was time to follow others. Alvand raised closer and then turned to the rest. He would take the defense behind, so Hill and Rana will assign to stand on guard at the entrance to the cave. In the memory of Zeal, a mention of the Heart of Stone broke out. Feeling that everything was wrong, he confidently stated that he knew who could best protect the cave. With these words, the hero threw his magic stone forward, and at the same time managed to spend 300 production stones at once. At the moment when a pack of birds rushed to the entrance to the cave, a huge hand waved and threw them away, as if annoying flies. Before the look of all, a giant hallam, a doll of incredible sizes, created specifically for protection. The appearance of this creature has caused true admiration. They say, only Gallum is able to reliably defend the cave. Suddenly, suffocating coughing was heard from her back. One of the birds was convulsively trying to spit out. After a few busy efforts, the monster finally burst into a map that fell directly on one of the mucus. Hill's face was a little good from what he saw, but in his gaze, relief flashed. Now they should no longer be afraid that they will accidentally affect the card. Without a moment, he called Elvin and asked if he could collect all the birds together. Goblin was confused for a moment, but quickly figured out the situation. He threw his weapon up and stated that he could readily give it to the one who needs it. The clever movements of the rope, attached to the weapon, twisted around the birds, becoming more and more, knocking them out of the panthelic until they all gathered into a large live ball. Small smile illuminated Alvin's face. He reported that these ropes were woven from the web, so no force would break them, even if you try very hard. In the end, when it all over, the order sounds. Everyone must lie down on the ground. Agalvan and Rihanna fell to the ground, and Goblin got along to cover up the fragile body of the girl. Meanwhile, the fence, lifting his hands to the sky, caused a frantic blizzard, which risen in the wild snow dance. At that moment, a fierce blizzard, mixing massive cliffs of snow with frantic gusts of wind, twisted around the birds and hurt them. Rien, along with Alvin, watched this horrible picture without hiding surprise. The frightened birds fussed in the air, not knowing where to go. They rushed, leaving this place further and further. The fence, without holding back smiles, watched their flight and said that they decided to leave these lands. The reaction of the goblins did not slow down. They exclaimed something joyful, lifting the whole around. Alvin rapidly jumped to Gil, happily saying that the idea was to be implemented without any problems. Rihanna with him rushed to the boy, worriedly interested in whether he was injured. But she did not have time to finish the phrase, as she suddenly fell unconscious. The real surprise was reflected in her face. The confused Hill rushed to Rihanna to help. The girl cheerily apologized, confessing that the fear paralyzed her. However, Hill's presence added confidence, and she was able to master herself. Seeing their reaction, the face was covered with a light blush, and the legs tremble unconsciously. It confessed that he really had to fight the monsters for the first time. Laughter cheerfully came in response. Varys shouted loudly that he was incredibly glad. All remained intact. The palms of Gala and Rihanna united. It was at this moment that all the goblins, along with the map, gathered around them, enveloped by genuine joy and triumph of victory. A smile appeared on the mouth of Hyle. It seemed to him that even as he was now, he could become a real ruler. The guy, full of curiosity, asked Rihanna if she could taste the meat of a predatory bird. The girl enthusiastically confirmed that his taste was just unsurpassed. Inspired by her answer, the guy announced, "Tonight, they will certainly taste fried meat." Instantly, and without no hesitation, the little goblins dealt with the bird. The pen was separated carefully, and juicy meat was cooked skillfully. From the kitchen soon pulled the appetizing aromas of freshly brewed dishes. Suddenly grabbing Jill by his shoulder, Elvin said with a smile that he would like to thank their boss personally. His words forced the guy to become awkward under the influx of such attention. In the night silence, the boys gathered around the campfire as Rihanna roasted her appetizing meat in a frying pan. The joyful mood swept everyone as soon as the first juicy serving hit the plates. Their views fell on the table, completely littered with a variety of meat dishes. That night, when joint efforts managed to reflect from the birds of prey, everyone was waiting for an unprecedented feast. With a light smile, Rihanna turned to Hill and advised him and finally start eating. After getting rid of it, the guy nodded quickly and looked at the piece of meat clamped in his hands. Carefully considering a piece of meat, the guy was aware that the taste of meat is still unknown to him. But this incredible color and appetizing aroma were simply captured. Carefully biting a small piece, the branch began to chew juicy meat. At the same moment, the breath was caught by the grip. Now there is no doubt. A satisfied smile blossomed on Rietta's face. Obviously, Gil to taste absolutely everything. The girl also remembered the soup, and the guy, enthusiastically gleaming his eyes, replied that it was great. The fence was not tired of making compliments for each dish, praising every taste. And unexpected in his view fell some strange thing in the soup. The surprise flashed in his eyes when he looked at Rihanna and wondered if it was really the same meat. The girl kept her breath, realizing that he noticed unusual, but did not have time to hide. Rihanna said that the taste of the meat of this predatory bird depend on which part of the taste. Wings and paws are striking with a familiar chicken taste, the abdomen is amazing with expressive notes of beef, and the blade resembles delicate pork. Paying attention to this, the branch noted that the next attack may be extremely dangerous. But despite the risk, monsters are probably also considered as food. The young man concluded, the golem should stand around the clock. Smiling, Varys approached and agreed. This idea is really great. The old man emphasized, predatory birds never attack those who prevail in size. The man responded to such a statement with unexpected interest. Var has expressed an opinion about the creation of a security detachment, because it may be worth erecting walls and watchtowers. Such defense will be useful, and in order to protect the fields from the harm that salt causes. Without hesitation, he promised to take on the processing of the stone, transferring these worries to his own shoulders. At the same time, Varys asked to develop a plan. But suddenly, the look was snatched by a little girl who, it turns out, all this time sitting nearby, falling in silence, was silently, spinning the meat bones slowly and glancing closely at the boys. The fence was confused when the girl went to consider him from all sides. There was no doubt, it was probably the daughter of Elvin. The girl approached Hill, then solemnly stated that her name was Fula. At the same time she strictly reminded, it was he who called it like this. The young man was confused and hurried to retreat. After a brief apologies, he hesitated and asked if she really needed something. The girl thought for a moment, and then suddenly asked where he had so much strength. Growing and distrustful glanced at her, the guy asked if she was in mind magic. He replied that the whole thing was in the extraction of ore. The stones, which he found in the bowels of the earth, strengthened his magical power. That's exactly how power came. The real delight was engulfed when the thought flashed. Aren't it hidden here, the charming stones? The excitement was fully wondered if she was allowed to try to dig up precious treasures. Rihanna explained as she smiled embarrassed. Before spelling, goblins should first improve and change their own body with the help of a stone of evolution. Full confidence, she proudly declared the future evolution. The real surprise flashed in his voice. Is it really so easy? However, he noted that they did not even have a stone of evolution. Suddenly, Elvin appeared and lightly hit the girl on her head, reminding of Strictly that it was already worth picking up their boss. Alvin immediately noted that Fulu should not be said. Tilting her head down, he said quietly, the girl always sought to find out how to become stronger. Hill just smiled at these words, recognizing, you will not do anything with such a powerful father. Avon was aware of whether it was true, but he never heard the answers. Meanwhile, the guy threw, if a girl really wants to get a stone of evolution, let him dig the earth herself. He finds it, then he can use. She asked again whether it was true, and whether the guy was convinced of her words. Suddenly, turning around with a glowing smile, the girl loudly stated that the extraction of ore was her strength, and therefore gladly promised to support Mr. Gill. Elvin's eyes were overshadowed as he asked the guy whether he was really confident in his choice. However, the guy only confidently noted, the more among them, those who own magic, the better. And it is obvious to him. Throwing a purposeful look at Rienne, he carefully appreciated the number of magic stones in her hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he told her 500 gems, openly demonstrating her determination. The girl glanced at the young man. He was at ease that he had just tried to use magical stones on it to strengthen her magic power. Stroke, she wondered whether it concerned it. The girl instantly assured that she would understand everything and make every effort to become better. Alvin nodded approved and emphasized that it was a really good solution, and now it is important for them to gain strength. According to him, it became clear, rational nutrition is now in the first place. The team supported the proposal without unnecessary words. Today, the land development works have been completed and we got tender, juicy meat. They arranged a festive dinner as a sign of thanks, and this day became the first truly memorable on Riffy Shield. Suddenly, the vowel broke. The boys built a refrigerator to store food in large quantities. Rihanna was thrown by Rihanna. Turning, one of them reported that he was already moving. The girl, trembling with the cold, suggested that everyone finally get out of here. There is no more alarm to spoilage meat. The Rhine with a smile noted that on the mainland products can be stored in frozen caves for more than half a year, and the food will remain fresh. Maury needed a massive steel gate, although he added comments on amenities. Gil wondered if he wanted the master to carve the stone in this way. He also noted that the maps of a man come out surprisingly skillfully. The forge has also changed. Recently, Rihanna has been significantly strengthened by the spirit, radiating confidence in every movement. She reported that it is going to use freezing from time to guarantee the ice will remain intact and not melted. Thanks to the skillful efforts of Elvin and Varys, the defense of the external borders continued successfully. Meanwhile, the branches could again devote itself to the development of the mine. Complete distrust, she acknowledged that she was amazed. Nothing wrong has happened during this time. The guy only nodded, agreeing with the girl. The girl admired the incredible abilities of the King of the Caves. She noted that through light production works more efficiently and managed to avoid obstacles. But complete ignorance of understanding seems too light-hearted. The interlocutor supported this opinion, adding that ventilation is urgently needed for health. Full noticed. Dust is extremely harmful to the lungs. She wondered with interest whether Hill was not involved in coal. Its warning sounded strictly, excess gas can cause poisoning, and in the worst case, even an explosion. The young man shone. Rescue consists of a device for supplying the air that is outside, so you need to contact the MAP with a request to build it. Подібна допомога виявилася би неймовірно цінною, переконливо заявив він, відзначаючи неабиякі знання Фадла у питаннях людської свідомості. The girl, in response, told that she was working a little, later demonstrated her coat of arms. There is a Shakhtar coat of arms in front of you. The girl also has the skill of digging, although she is far from the king of the caves on the hill. However, it is still capable of fully revealing your talent. Hill cheered her up. If he notices something, let him know. The girl agreed without hesitation. The experience of Fula is striking. Although it is a little inferior in speed and volume, its work is perfectly organized, and amazing intuition when searching for ore has repeatedly captured everyone around. It was he who considered it the most serious rival after Terran. The girl suddenly wondered and wondered if her father had a branch. To this the guy verse replied that yes. She assured that she was sure. He was a wonderful person. In response, the Hill was silent. The fear of his father and brothers squeezed Hill from the inside. The possession of an incredible magical power that was enough for someone else for all power seemed like a trifle. Because in this family power was boundless, and even his abilities pale near her. It should be wondered whether Phil sought to surpass his father. The girl just shrugged. She was indifferent, and she plunged again. Obvious emotions did not slip from the observer's attention. Her mood was read without difficulty. Suddenly the gaze caught something unusual, and the question came with interest. Is the cursed cave really here? The Fool confidently replied that yes, this is her, and something is mysterious inside them. The hole in the rock impressed its size. The cave reached an incomprehensible depth. Full wondered if there was a stone of evolution in the same hall. Hearing the affirmative, the tension only increased. The stone statues were pressed inside their presence. And suddenly, one of them broke out. The guest did not have time to blink, as the statue moved into the attack, and he rushed to the threat. The shield will be a reliable protection against a hostile blow. He wondered the condition of the Fool, and the girl confidently assured that everything was fine with her. Their enemies were Golem. However, the one worked on Hill is deprived of the ability to use magic. The Gaulots with crazy rage rushed into the attack, surrounding the boys on all sides. Some swords flashed in their hands. Realizing this, he crossed his hands on his chest, watching the events. In a moment, he lifted a frantic storm, which instantly crushed the monster. The last enemy was defeated. The girl assured that she was all right with her, and hurriedly apologized that she acted ill, advised. The young man sighed, confessing. All his plans were scattered at the very moment when the Gaulots appeared. By ordering Shell to convey to everyone about the need for immediate termination of work, he terminated the tense silence among the miners. Unexpectedly, Full dug a golden stone and asked in surprise about its purpose. It turned out that this royal stone is a completely unnecessary find for her. The disappointment instantly swept the girl. Suddenly, a map came out of nothing. The girl was already snapping. With surprise in his eyes, Hel considered what to expect from her husband now. There were no answers, and the Fula's face blossomed a happy smile. Without spending time, the map snatched the sword and disappeared rapidly. Fula's surprise did not go unnoticed. The girl was interested in how much the map would be so spinning around them. She wondered if all people were behaving similarly. Hell assured, he has not observed such excitement on the map's face. Having wondered if this sword was hiding some secret, he reached for the handle, and the weapon remained adamant. Even the two failed to move it from the place, although they tried in vain. Everything they wanted then is just picking up a sword with you. The advisor explained that the lord of the cave was able to collect only minerals and things related to the mind. The new moon noticed, the processed objects are surprisingly high quality. When he was swollen, he tried to break one of them, and the attempt was in vain. Fool is surprised. Even healing skills did not affect this obstacle. The young man said he had not finished. Another lightning blow made the sword crack with Kyle. He proved his, but even Map's Isaac did not withstand such a load. Next, she plans to find out what this sword arose from. Aura Hulk is a legendary material, lighter and stronger than ordinary metal. In addition, it is able to accumulate and enhance magical properties. The young man was sincerely wondered, if this mysterious alloy is lighter than metal, why can't it be lifted? A moment after the cold ran on the back, an unexpected, stunning guess flashed in her head. At that moment, Elvin tried to fulfill his plan. All his posture was tense to the edge. Every muscle was shouting about tension when he made every effort to lift the sword. Rena with Varys silently watched it, holding his breath, without taking his eyes off his desperate attempts. Gil appeared from the darkness of the cave, looking confused and asking what was happening here. Rihanna, a little lost, explained, "The map brought the sword, and now everyone is trying to lift it." The impression did not leave Gil. He exclaimed that it is simply impossible. The men's words turned out to be, the sword was forged from 300 orchard ingots. Rihanna and Varisa, this news has stunned. Admiration and surprise intertwined on their faces. Fula rushed to his father, desperately denying this opportunity. However, the man did not pay attention to her words and continued to demonstrate his strength. Right in front of all, tightened, the warrior lifted the sword to the sky and shouted loudly. Embedded with limation, goblins immediately recognized his legendary commander, the great elf named Elwyn. Only now it became clear. The cross of a large warrior was clearly distinguished on Alvin's chest. It was at this moment that the true cause of Alvin's incredible power revealed. Suddenly the man swayed, and the sword pulled his body back into an unmanaged fall. At this point, the face of Gila and Fulu's face instantly swollen with horror and shock. They were unable to believe what happened. Everyone rushed to the general, who fell to the ground. After examining him, the doctor assured, "The injury is not serious. Everything would pass." For reliability, he used the magic of treatment. The deaf fighter noted Alvin's strength, but stressed that the situation was on the verge. Too dangerous. Hardly rose up and stirred up. The general unexpectedly felt the baby Fula hugged him so firmly that a painful cough was stuck in his chest. The embarrassment flooded Alvin when the girl clung to his strong arms. The tears on her face mixed with the words of reproach. A fool. Because of him she was so worried. Confessing in his mistake, Elvin asked and promised to be more careful. Gayikal with Rihanna, who observed this scene, exchanged friendly smiles. Turning, the guy suddenly noticed. It was at this moment that the map gradually melted directly on the blade of the Aura Halkoma's sword. The legendary people of Dwarf are admired by the use of rare minerals. By nature, they are gifted with extraordinary power. They have mysterious crafts and are marked by the nobility of the spirit. Interested, Gil asked what the card was busy. Unexpectedly, a man stretched his weapon. A moment ago, Gil doubted whether he would dare to take her in his hands, but the amazing surprise forced him to act. The young man dealt with this tool with amazing ease. His hands kept an ice axe from Orkigalkum. Since then, a map has been fascinated by many different Orkalka tools. The young man considered the map a real genius. This did not arise in this doubt. However, Gil never suspected that a purist was also inscribed in a legend. In the air, the axe flashed with the whistle, and around the thunderous explosions informed, something dangerous was approaching, and it is time to act immediately. When the cannon managed to grasp, anxious exclamations of comrades came to the ears of the Orca. Even the general's axe was powerless before a threat. Fury boiled in the Orca. To appear in front of his own army in this form was a real humiliation for him. Squeezing his teeth, he decisively stepped forward. With a smile on his face, the orc squeezed his fist so firmly that there was a clear crunch in the air. The monster was intensely prepared for the inevitable clash, having spread his hands and accepting the rack that was to reduce the power of the impact. The orc pronounced loudly about his willingness to meet the enemy. Somewhere nearby, saturated with new sensations, he alertly breathed, trying to catch notes of fresh air. The splash of the girl's joy did not go unnoticed. The young man immediately noted how the air became cleaner thanks to the ventilation, which was prompted by his savvy girlfriend. The map company made a significant contribution to the improvement of the structure, creating rotating blades that continuously supply fresh air to where it is needed. A little time passed. The girl pulled her shoulders and confessed that she wanted to return to hunt. The young man immediately agreed with her intention. However, it was impossible to predict where something dangerous would happen on their way next time. So it was best to wait now. Full determination moved to the forge to take up the creation of the latest gullets, more sophisticated and safer than the previous ones. I am sure of the feasibility of this step, the guy thought. While he is focused on the alchemy, the map will be able to make a new equipment. The sandy outlines of new soldiers appeared on the sand. The young man was so fond of drawing that he forgot about the main task for a moment. Not beauty, but protection. Each of the new gullets will be armed with shiny armor with orichalcum, a strong melee sword and a bow to reflect attacks from afar. Deepened in his own reflections on the innovations of warriors, the young man did not notice how a girl with dark hair was unsuccessfully gripped. Rihanna politely apologized for scaring him, but a thoughtful guy remained too absorbed in her plans to pay attention. The girl wondered if she would find a young man for a moment, and when he heard the answer, she immediately invited him to make her company. Surprised by this determination, the fence was confused, but Rihanna only smiled mysteriously and assured he would surely like what he saw. A little time passed, and the couple finally got to the assigned place. The girl, though looked confused, still kept confident, and the young man was surprised. She saw him really impressed him. Looking around, the young man gladly noted the variety of beautiful plants nearby, and in the distance he was a blue sea. He was enthusiastically noted the diligence of the girl who created this luxurious garden. Special joy was caused by apple trees, vineyards, lemon and palm trees, which were harmoniously combined in green diversity. Despite all the passionate reviews, Rihanna noted that food was still not enough. At the same time, the girl shared, she has a mature idea of how to remedy this situation. After resting, the girl survived the fist in the trunk of the palm tree, and at the same moment the coconuts fell on top. Such a focus was really surprised by Hilla, and Rihanna, without a second, moved on. Running rapidly, Rihanna's bird flew to falling coconuts and began to break them in the air skillfully. Each movement was accurate and lightning. The coconuts were cracking with amazing ease. As the focus ended, the girl sank to the floor, and the stunned fence only watched her, unable to understand how she managed to turn it out. But the amazing action is not over. Rihanna took up the next stage, carefully preparing the drink. When the girl finished, Rihanna advised, lemon juice can be mixed with coconut water or ordinary, so the drink becomes more interesting to taste. The young man tasted and wondered with surprise, where's so much force in it? He heard that she was engaged in martial arts, but could not even imagine such skill. Lowering a glass to the bottom, the guy feels surprised that the drink was surprisingly delicious, pleasantly refreshing, and even interesting in taste than ordinary juice. However, before the girl has time to answer something, the silence will break the signal on Elvin's screen. Interested in the permission of the leader, the orc wondered whether the prey could be distributed again. When the answer made the affirmative, his attention was immediately assigned to the things that he kept in Elwyn. The orc carefully laid the prey on the ground and reported that he had destroyed the satanic shell, which was hiding in the outskirts of the island. Elvin warned that the shell of this creature is surprisingly strong, so only the general will be able to get an axe that the animal has pulled. Only his strength is able to crush this imperfect protection. With interest, Varys approached the shell, opened it, and pulled it out of the unknown liquid. The map immediately tasted the found. It has been found out that this substance is created specifically for its victims. The sage noted that if you change the way of processing fluid, it will easily turn into a deadly poison for the victim. However, Varys immediately hurried to assure that the liquid was needed exclusively for the manufacture of purple paint. Meanwhile, Hill, occupied by the map, inadvertently wondered, to preserve his property, a whole army of devoted soldiers will be needed. Turning the idea into reality, the master created 14 new gullets. If you calculate the old guard, they will be a lot. Among the soldiers of the 6th and 15th, everyone had magical stones. 2 of them devoted themselves to the study of protective magic, while the other 2 owned one of 4 elements. The ringing prey call announced a new trouble. One of the orcs was excitedly reported about the problems, and soon the enemy shells were swollen. The attack began. The assailants chose a weak place. The creatures broke through where the wall was not yet completed. Orcs said there were many shells. They were easily jumping through the walls, and their number exceeded 50. Looking at Varus, the branch asked what the weakness of their enemies was. The sage explained in response. These creatures are not afraid of fire or cold. Just lightning can harm a strong shell. Looking at Alvin, the guy warned, "It is not necessary to interfere, because it is his chance to try his own bravery." The Orca agreed, however, promised to intervene if needed. Continuing the preparation, the young man turned to Rian, who owned the magic of lightning. The girl, full of determination to fight, asked to provide her with all the necessary spells. Going to the first warrior, she was preparing to give him an order. The first goal stretched his palm, inviting Gila and Riani to climb her. The couple immediately took advantage of the chance and cleverly climbed up. Hugging a partner, the young man ordered the warriors with numbers from 6 to 15 attacking the enemy. The detachment of armor creatures was rapidly approaching, easily overcoming a wall that did not hold them back at all. Aggressive creatures accompanied the onset of growth and dissatisfied roar. They barely came closer. The shells immediately rushed to the attack. The 6th and 7th Bolamams reacted to the Gil's team immediately. They put strong protection and skillfully repelled the blow. In the impulse to help her girlfriend, the girl did not get lost. She waved her hand. She awakened magic, causing a flash of lightning, from which shells rushed out of fear. With delight watching the princess's skill in battle, Alvin did not hide his admiration, and Varus noted that the giant gullets resemble moving fortresses. The fence remained focused. He praised the girl, but not wasting time, ordered the 14th and 15th to move on the attack. The magic that the princess diminished was surprisingly effective. Many shells were destroyed. But even after that, her detachment did not think to give up. Feeling the need to change the strategy, creatures suddenly began to spit out their own liquid. Such an unexpected step forced the golem for a moment to stop the pressure and weaken the protective rack. But Rihanna did not allow it to last at least a moment. She immediately repelled the attack, and the magical disorder again clasped the shells, preventing them from moving. Following the battle, Alvin drew attention. The goals did not persistently allow the creatures to the boy, preventing them from passing through the life-giving fluid. This meant that the confrontation would end much faster than it seemed at first. The goals that possessed magic were surprisingly powerful, so with the help of Rihanna the fight ended much faster. Hela did not forget to thank everyone who participated in the battle. The girl suggested that the meat be taken to the freezer so that the flame's sun would not spoil it. The young man did not argue, on the contrary, ordered the first creation to help the princess. Barely turned to the defeated opponents with her back, the girl suddenly heard a strange sound behind her shoulders. When she turned around, in her eyes a few shells suddenly climbed into the air. The princess felt the threat. The creature aimed at the 5th guy. Without hesitation she rushed forward and jumped on his back, protecting against a dangerous substance. So she took a blow to the fate instead. Focusing on this confusion, Alvin felt the shell lightly, and inside something, he still managed to fall on the princess. While Gil assured the orca that he was all right with him, a careless look at the girl made him immediately be shot and blushing. Rihanna clumsily fell on a friend, immediately apologizing to him. The fence was confused with his eyes, not realizing how to behave in such an unexpected situation. Over glars at the young man, the princess suddenly turned to explanations. The liquid completely dispointed her body, so it was impossible to move and get off now. Hill's patience was quickly exhausted, so he instantly took the action to remove the magic under which his interlocutor was. The Rhina sincerely thanked the lost guy for his help, but with dissatisfaction noted that her whole body was still sticky. In order to somehow ease the position of the princess, the guy decides to bring water, so the girl would be able to wash away the remnants of mucus. But in response he heard confident. She would handle herself. When he looked around, he suddenly noticed a mysterious shine in the next shell. The bright glow fell into the young man's eye. Rihanna explained that it was a pearl, a real rarity in satanic shells. Taking the find in his hands, the young man could not but admire her unusual beauty. Giving a mysterious thing to the girl, the guy with a smile added that she can pick up this pearl because he does not know her true value, but it is sure that this treasure will fit her as best. Suddenly the gift received was a lot of surprised Rena, and on the cheeks immediately the blossom of the blush. In a few seconds, realizing what happened, the Rhina's face instantly had a blush with shame, and the girl's mouth escaped excited words. Returning the pearl back, the princess said she would not be able to accept such a gift and rushed to the side. The young man, confused and puzzled, remains to stand with the pearl in his palm, not having the idea what really happened. The next day the young man was in one of the mines and advised his partner to make a break. However, the girl did not think to stop. A passionate desire to continue work overwhelmed her. Deciding not to interfere, the young man only gently reminded the girl about a little snack. Along the way, he ordered his 15 column to contact him urgently if something serious happened. Under the reliable protection of the goals, the work resumed and the excavations were moved from the place. Fula was especially passionate about, tirelessly waved the instrument next to the same giant in the captain's crown, painted on the map. With warmth, Rihanna prepared a delicious dinner for her friends. It was necessary to appear on the table, as the comrades immediately began to taste them. Noticing this, the girl reassured everyone, assuring that in no hurry, she prepared many more delicacies from the shellfish. As the creatures arranged their nests somewhere near the island and did not stop visiting, the team had the opportunity to get quality food, paints, and many valuable resources, breaking the protective shells. However, the currents of rifle Shio from time to time brought to the shores of the island not only unnecessary or useful findings. Together with the waves, not only blessing was nailed, a breathless body was swayed in the water, which did not give any sign of life. After delving into the world of amazing things, the young man studied the material called Tyrian purpur. At that moment, he looked just unsurpassed. The orcs were skillfully wrapped in a fabric that the guy immediately noted. She was even better than the nobles. The sage hastened to add that many useful things can be created from such material, including a wonderful outfit. Hardly turning around, the guy noticed Alvanda, and was already going to demonstrate that the orcs managed to create from new materials. However, suddenly it stopped something half a word. The sadness enveloped the orca, and as soon as it appeared, he immediately was confused, not knowing where to start a conversation with the young man. It has passed some time before the orc finally dared to speak. In short, tight words, he only had time to ask Hyla to go with him to the land obtained. Without unnecessary hesitation, the young man followed Varys, heading where Alvin had previously go. A considerable group of orcs have already been gathered at the pier. All of them were delighted to study something incomprehensible. It turned out that the crowd pulled out the body of the dead body from the sea, and now looked carefully at him, trying to recognize who he was unhappy. No less than everyone around, the young man was surprised. Alvin hurried to explain. The body was pulled out of the water on the waterfront and attracted here. The seal found on the dead man testified. The orc belonged to the tribe that destroyed their home. From the crowd loudly came the call of one of the orcs. Fear of the corpse is not a place. It is time to break it. The crowd was anger, because everyone felt that this net was related to their lost loved ones and combat brothers. Suddenly, the orcs began to rage over the body, hiding his feet. The young man rushed to stop them and hurriedly turned to Alvin and Varys, hoping for support in the quenching of this wild rage. However, the look came across even more angry faces of friends. The realization that the deceased orc was the enemy of the Belden tribe did not allow to intervene and stop angry relatives. The new moon decided that he had no moral right to forbid them to express their anger. But the unexpected exclamation from the crowd forced everyone to die. Someone strictly ordered to stop this action immediately, and it was these words that forced the orcs to be confused. It turned out that the princess was able to approach the band unnoticed by anger, because of the abuse of orcs over the body of the fallen warrior. Ryan stressed that mocking the dead is a shame, from which the whole clan of Belden will lose honor. The orcs rushed to deny, passionately claiming that they would not be able to forgive their harness. The princess understood everything and humbly squeezed the eyelids. Despite this, she noted that you should not do so. In addition, she reminded that the final decision on the arrivals should be made by the fence. The victory over the orcs became a real revelation for the young man. A fervent sense of gratitude to the princess for her fearlessness and courage broke out in the soul. Realizing his mistake, he boldly stepped forward, covered his dead body with his body, and said that he had understood the longing and rage of orcs. However, he strictly added that he will not allow him to mourn on the dead, Awareness of his own responsibility engulfed the young man. He apologized with a deep regret for asking him to restrain his anger, because it is extremely difficult to overcome such a feeling. Seeing the young man bowed his head, the orc immediately rushed to ask him to lift it. Subsequently, he will ask Varys to take care of the burial of the fallen, but the sage will notice that the orc that lies in front of them is far from the only victim. Looking at the restless marine surface, everyone found that the waves gave the shores of dozens of bodies. In distant water drifting a detachment of enemy soldiers who died in battle. The orcs pulled 24 bodies to the island, but not only were representatives of their tribe. Among the bodies, kobolds were unexpectedly ancient enemies of the Belden tribe. However, they also lay here, protecting themselves from the invasion of orcs. The surprise engulfed Gila, as it is possible for kobolds and orcs to destroy each other with such atrocity. Varys only noted dryly. Even strangely, these warring tribes appeared together in such distant lands. Going to the leader, Elvin noted that the whole picture seemed suspicious to him, because the bodies of all the dead were clearly visible wounds. According to Orca, he had never met such cruel damage. It seemed like it was a trace of fangs. Some, as if they had to die in the fire. The skin was covered with burns, as if the victim had burned alive. Magic is not capable of inflicting such distress by experienced soldiers. So the young man thought, perhaps, someone else attacked orcs and kobold. Unable to guess who was behind the attack, Alvin advised to increase vigilance and especially carefully monitor armed ships off the shores. So he decides. Varys will be engaged in the funeral, and the protection of the island entrusts himself. Together with Rihanna, the guy began to look for at least some useful things, because the conditions on the island left much to be desired. The girl noted that among the wreckage everything looked extremely pathetic, and in the meantime, the boy was interested in a mysterious sound, which was distinguished among the surrounding silence. The quiet squeak came. It seemed that someone was squeaking from the nearest chest. Rihanna tried to open her, but all efforts were in vain. Then the gaze took on the castle cold metal. The chest was closed. Using the magic, the young man dissolved the chest, and at the same moment from the inside, a strange creature jumped out, which rushed to his heel. Carefully lifting the animal, the guy looked. In front of him, trembling with the fear of the puppy. An ordinary, defenseless creature. The small animal shuddered and jumped rapidly from the young man's arms, freezing on him in a tireless motion. The confusion of the guy stuck, and he cast a hesitant look towards Rienne, hoping for her support. The frightened puppy, to nourish the polluted shirt of the young man, which is why the girl laughed fun and immediately assured, soon, all the vice. It was worth the animal to settle in princesses, as the alarm left her, and the guy surprised the amazing resemblance to the puppy with Cobalt. The girl's words were heard. The baby is not guilty of anything, so there should be no objection to his stay on the island. The guy was hesitant. He had no certainty in the decision, but he admitted that the puppy really needs their care. The next day, he took up new forces to complete the material processing. Thanks to the unique or orichalcum ice rod, the work moved surprisingly quickly. Thoughts continuously twisted around the recent battle on the coastal waters, not letting the young man forget the experienced. The guy finally came that to protect the island it is necessary to obtain raw materials. A little time passed, and with this thought the young man decided to look into his own stocks. The number of magical stones increased slower, and this was clearly lacked to increase the strength of Renizis. The young man wanted not only the princess, but also Fulla of Varys could use the charms. In his inventory, the guy suddenly came across a strange seed, not at all where he could come from. I did not have time to be surprised how the girl came up with the intention of saying something urgently. Meanwhile, the orcs that were pounding near the puppy, they were scared of grimaces to frighten the poor man, and when they saw his confused reaction, they were flooded with cheerful laughter. As soon as the orc tried to change the facial expression, he immediately followed the spider, trying to look friendly. But the puppy was only more frightened, and the desperate squeak of the baby puzzled the orca. Do their efforts only give him fear instead of reassuring? The next moment of the soul of her daughter hurt in the back of Elvin. This is how the girl tried to force her father to stop bending. The orc tried to explain. That's how the fool was supported as a child, and he wanted to do the same. However, the branch appeared nearby and noted that such actions were only scaring the animal. The dog just noticed his rescuer, rushed to him, climbed into his arms, and pressed his chest firmly. The puppy's tongue was fun with the face of 11, forcing him to smile at ease. The joy of the pet who saw the boy was passed on to Rini with the Fula. Both were happy to smile. But the mood of the general fell. His efforts went unnoticed. Rihanna suggested that the puppy could imagine Keela her father. Seeing Varys disappointedly opened an empty chest, the guy wondered if there was something interesting in it. The sage remarked that a double bottom seems to be hidden inside, because the volume of the chest inside is clearly smaller than outside. However, even Aura Shao Kama Fine is not capable of punching the bottom of the chest. After passing the puppy, the fence did not hesitate to help the elderly man, hoping to change the situation. Once in front of a mysterious object and using magic to reveal it, everyone was convinced that the assumptions were true, and the fake bottom really existed. From the chest, the new moon pulled several books and a strange stone. The pages of these folii unfolded the history of the Tiberi tribe, and the ancient secrets of the Tiberian letter were stored. The mysterious object was a stone of reflection capable of keeping someone's message. The content of books remained unclear to everyone, so only the sage paid special attention. The excited Varys stopped for a moment, and the young man kept wary, watching the stone in the hands of Hela suddenly flashed with bright light. Gradually, at the place where all the participants gathered, a ghostly image was born. It opened in front of the audience someone's secret thoughts. The next moment, a woman unknown appeared in the nurse, dressed in a gorgeous outfit, with a scepter in her hand, glittering with a mysterious light. The appearance of a stranger caught the fee by surprise. I could not even imagine that the stone would give rise to such a miracle. Rena, however, was only fascinated by the extraordinary guest's extraordinary beauty. In a few minutes, everyone heard the voice of a girl who heard from everywhere. She reported, "If the record sounds, it means that the seal from her breast is already broken." The stranger declared herself the Queen Tiberius Al-Kamen, and the infant, discovered by foreigners in the chest, was her newborn baby. The name of the tribe was barely heard as Elvis swept rage. Meanwhile, the record did not stop. He was alarming words that the Queen had almost no time, but she should share the important news. The news that the legendary Leviathan is chasing all those present behind her ship. The surprise instantly appeared on the faces. No one could imagine such a treacherous pursuer. According to Al-Kamen, the fight with the orcs depleted her detachment to the edge, and weapons and magic were completely powerless against the monster. When the hope of escape dispelled, everything she had left to ask for someone to take care of the baby. They thanked the savior only with the two most powerful warriors appointed to protect the chest, as well as 3 books, whose content was strictly forbidden to open to strangers. The recording suddenly broke off, and the exhausted voice of the woman again begged to take care of her baby, finally saying hope. Maybe once these words would reach her daughter and warm her heart. Another moment, the image was gone, but the queen managed to give a smile and assure, she, a lumen, loves her baby gently. Cozy with Rihanna in her arms, the puppy obediently watched the surrounding fuss, naively looking at someone nearby, eagerly looking for an explanation among unfamiliar faces. As soon as the image disappeared and a record broke off, silence reigned in the cave. Intense atmosphere. Everyone felt inconvenience of what he saw and heard. The rage flared in the eyes of Alvin, a hostile tribe, as he said, even unable to cope with the elementary task like air. The orc mostly ignored his words, only coldly threw it, which would tell the guards everything that managed to find out. People came to Gil and said that there is a fierce enmity between the tribes Burson and Belden. During these clashes, her younger brother died, so her parents were not unfounded. In spite of anything, everyone was well aware. In the heart of Elvin there was no place of insult to the baby. This tiny soul was too clean so that he could feel hatred for her. According to Faith, the general actually punched himself for the death of his son. The sage added that his brother also died in the war, but he did not keep any insult on the child, because she was not guilty at all. After casting his gaze on the audience, he said that he would gladly take care of the tiny puppy. In response, all warmly smiled and unanimously supported this idea. The boy's head has already twisted thoughts about the name for the baby. Rihanna noted that her mother deliberately hid this to determine the new owners themselves. It's time to ask Rihanna what name she wants to create. The princess voiced the real choice. Without hesitation, the fence nodded, lifted the puppy on his hands, and solemnly called him a new name. There was a sign that reported, Real Madrid. However, the guy did not seek such distinction. Hearing the puppy first named the puppy, everyone paid attention. Rihanna invented him, combining her own name with the name of the young man. The princess' cheeks were flushed with a blush. The cunning plan was in the eyes of everyone. Immediately, Varys immediately guessed what was talking about. Alvin's words about the spooky state of bodies that were obtained from the sea depths emerged in memory, connecting the information heard from the queen of the enemy tribe and fragments of eagle memories. The guy gradually realized all the threads lead to the only mighty creature, Leviathan. Next to the map, the young man asked with genuine interest whether the interlocutor was confident in his intention to use magic. Hardly noticing the affirmative nod, the guy immediately got to work. With the help of fiery magic, the seal had to raise a powerful explosion in the opposite direction. Everyone stared forward, holding their breath in anticipation. In the place where the attack occurred, the galleys turned on the protective barrier. The charming strokes were in vain. The powerful defense worked flawlessly, reliably reflecting any attempt to break it through magic. The original shield was much more powerful during magical attacks than in normal conditions. A real fortress. Having reacted to this discovery, the guy directed an interested look at Varys and Elvin, wanting to find out how things are in others. The orc assured that the development of the map is just great. With such fortifications, the island will remain in complete safe, even if it dare to attack giant monsters. Looking closely at the new weapon, she thinks, did Leviathan really be only a mythical monster? The alarming news floats in memory. A detachment of warriors led by Al-Jaheen died, falling into the paws of a mysterious water monster. The sharp barking of the force interrupted the conversation. The sound was rushing around when Alvin turned and noticed that Rochelle had already climbed high in the structure and now, panic, could not get off. His body was imprisoned. The orc decided to help the animals go down, but as soon as it approached, the puppy jumped directly to him, knocking down Elvin from his feet. The princess immediately ran and strictly turned to Real, calling not to distract others from affairs. The girl hurried to apologize for the baby's pranks, but the orc just smiled, assuring that everything was fine. Then he wondered why the puppy did not accompany Rihanna in the field. Recalling recent events, the girl replied that he showed a great liveliness, and in every way prevented other orcs to plant seeds. At the same age, cobalt babies develop rapidly. Soon Real was standing on two paws and making their first steps. Remembering the strange seeds, he will ask Varys to see if he had happened to see something like that in the inventory of that man. The sage acknowledged that he had never encountered such seeds before. However, Rihanna called it Yggdrasi seeds without hesitation. The surprise flashed on the faces of men when the girl called the seed name without hesitation, and the princess herself did not expect the answer to break from his mouth so quickly. It turned out that Hill learned about the amazing ability of the farmer's emblem to discover the secrets of the flora. In response, Varys mentioned Yggdrasil. The sage said that such tiny seeds grow powerful trees that give the blessing of everything living. However, this remained only a beautiful fairy tale. But even in a fictional story, Nadia looked at, and suddenly it hides in it. Settling in a new place where the views of the blue sea opened, the hero did not leave neither the work nor the battles. Again, he took to the rock, laying his own path. Rihanna praised the penalty of the young man, and noted that the acquired earth had become a real defensive strip for them, despite the fact that they planned to equip fertile fields nearby. When the path finally cut the whole rock, the guy stopped. Realizing that the materials were already sufficient, the decision was obvious. Thanks to a new function of cave searching, there was a need for assistance capable of carrying the land outside. Thanks to the help of young men and spiders, new lands were cultivated that evening. So the guy urged everyone to rush and immediately plant the seeds found. Princess Rian decided to sow the flowers of their native land as a place. It is probably that they would give him a special charm. Her determination and creative approach caused the boys sincere respect, and he generously praised her plan. A map suddenly flashed next to a young man who inseparably watched the plant. The gaze slid to the sprout. The seed sprouted incredibly rapidly, emerging towards the new life. Yggdrasil has already made his way from the ground, so the right question arises in his head. It is not time to use a sunny stone to give a sprout more for rapid growth. The map strongly denied his head quickly. Then the young man turned to the princess, urging her to resort to magic. Lifting the stone over her head, the girl gave him a wonderful radiance, and the sprout immediately came to life, turning rapidly into a spreading giant tree. With the blossom of the tree, everyone noticed how useful the sun was. However, the sorcery rain was not going to concede, and the branch was constantly growing wider. Be sure to ask whether Rihanna really used the right spell, as the events have unfolded too dangerous for their entire company. Due to the fact that Yggdrasil grew constantly, the young man grabbed the princess by his hand and called for all the voice to flee from this territory. The company was rapidly moving forward, but half away, the goal was a surprise trap. The roots of the trees suddenly wrapped his legs, trying to tighten back and not let any chance to escape. I exclaimed to him on her breasts, "Mapo," hoping to give at least some help. But Yggdrasil did not know pity. He grabbed all the creatures and, without hesitation, dropped them in the opposite direction. The inhabitants of the island lifted their eyes up, fading in front of a huge shadow that covered the expanses around. What appeared in the sky was a real shock for XYL. He did not expect such a spectacle. The place chosen for planting a tree in the rice fields was fully covered by the powerful roots of Yggdrasil, which grew on this island. The huge tree is spread so powerfully that its roots hung straight into seawater. Surprise and delight broke out in the chest of a young man. He saw far exceeded all his ideas. The capture of a powerful tree did not last long. In memory, an alarming image broke out. The friend had already had time to draw in the ground rapid growing roots. Without hesitation, the guy came to the conclusion. First of all, it is necessary to find a friend and come to his aid. Seeing the map, Rihanna immediately oriented the team. Now the path ran to the place that was dropping up the mountain. Reaching the stranger, they assured him, "The salvation will not be slow, he will soon be safe." As soon as the young man approached the body, immediately realized. The map was quietly napping, without worrying about the events around. And it seems that she did not feel any pain or something worse. Without a moment, the guy stated that they should think about how to pull the body up with Rihanna. But the girl immediately paid attention to the bizarre but amazing scent near the tree. Soon the young man felt the scent. To her words, the princess added that she feels incredible magical power that is shaking from the tree. To the surprisingly, the girl immediately recognized a similar phenomenon, which testified to a significant breakthrough in the development of her magical abilities. In response, the guy states that the flow of magic was surprisingly powerful, and the girl seemed real saint. Subsequently, the couple drew attention to the fact that a group of assistants hurried to them. Without spending time, he decides to instruct the Wallace to explore the tree. A puppy suddenly emerged next to the couple. He was called to go to a safer place by the team, as these lands have not yet been surveyed. Despite the danger and the unknown, the baby did not feel fear at all. At the same time, a warm smile appeared on the face. She noted that the forest for the puppy was a real house, so the baby was probably missing such spaces. After getting rid of, the young man still gave a smile and agreed that she was probably right. The guy then suggested that he and the dog go to a new adventure. It is worth exploring these unfamiliar surroundings to get used to the new home faster. A small beast happily jumped on the nodular root of a huge tree, and near Rihanna carefully supported Gil, who tried to overcome the uneven slope. The task was not easy for the young man. At the very edge of the territory from which the fascinating panorama of the seacoast opened, the traveler stopped, fascinated by the incredible beauty of the blue element that spilled down to the horizon. The joy of what was seen filled his heart. Bricking in the distance, the young man noted that there should be a magnificent landscape from this height. But there was no path on the horizon. The absence of ships only reminded him of him. The kingdom has long erased him from his memory. Rihanna dared to ask how the young man found himself on this island at all, but immediately apologized for her curiosity and admitted that she really wanted to find out what he was here. The young man settled next to her and confessed. He still did not open it to anyone, but he would not hide any secrets before the princess. He does not want to deliberately mislead her. With a sad smile on his mouth, the young man confessed that he was expelled from his native kingdom because he was considered completely superfluous. It felt painfully to pronounce these words. Every sentence was not easy. Surprise was engulfed by a girl. She does not fit in her head, as a man who gives so much to others can be in vain. Thanks to his tireless work, life on the island has changed for the better. She and a dog, and even all orcs, felt his sincere help. Sliding a small vial around his neck, the young man sighed and noted that the authorities had never attracted him over the capital. Because of this, the family considered him unintended and completely ignored. Recalling the past, the young man told how he wandered among the abandoned buildings where the servants once lived, escaped from his home and hid in the world of books, eagerly reading everything that happened. Unlike cold reception in the castle, the island seemed like a real healing shelter. But one day, when the young man broke out of the cold walls of the castle, suddenly came across something unusual. The unexpected noise in the barrel nearby attracted the attention of the guy. Leafily looking inside, he suddenly saw a small creature in front of him. The awareness came suddenly. He was in front of his demon, tuned not in a friendly man, but his own shackles ruthlessly jumped movements. There was no chance to escape. The young man could not understand what led such a creation to the capital. However, his attention was immediately attracted by the numerous wounds that covered the demon, a clear sign of heavy bullying. Lifting a book from the floor, the young man dared to use renewable magic, hoping to heal the wounds of the monster. The next day, the guy went to that place again. The new moon began to bring a demon food, and then even called his Lopez. Each time as it came to the creation, the guy tried hard to unlock the lock around his neck, and no attempt was successful. In search of a way to release a demon from shackles, the guy plunged into ancient folios and practiced in magic, feeling the real pleasure of the time spent near Lopez. Near him, healing became a completely different, deeper meaning than among people. The young man assured the creature, even if he fails to break the lock on his neck on his own, he will certainly find someone who will cope with this task. He made such a promise. A little time passed, and someone's steps were approaching. Only then it became clear. It is not alone. The wonder and suspicion were sole. Who could still need to come to this abandoned corner in the middle of the slum? Before the eyes of the young man appeared with golden, like the sun, hair and skin, clean, like fresh snow. The guy impressed with beauty, not inferior to any girl. Looking back over his shoulder, a guy with blonde hair noted that his older brother seemed much lively today. Then of course, especially against the backdrop of everyday castle routine, such cheerfulness was not peculiar to him here. With a bitter smile, the young man threw herself as worthless as he was still. Subsequently, it turned out that they were faced with Oren, the younger brother of Haley, the 18th prince of the Kingdom of the Sunny West. Until the moment, as the branches met Lopez, Oren and his comrades constantly worked their skills on it. The poor demon suffered considerable suffering, because neither protect himself nor escape had any opportunity. The young man clearly demonstrated to all those present in the training how great the accuracy in witchcraft is. It is only necessary to create the strength of resistance, how it becomes easily inclined to any of your will. The demon was left for training, so following his own example, the prince persistently recommended his friends to hone his skill. Everyone who gathered around finally showed their abilities. Magic was circling in the air, directed simply to a defenseless creature. The action created by Oren brought him real pleasure. His heart rejoiced in the spectacle of Lopez's suffering, who was in vain to escape from among the people. A powerful spell was stuck firmly, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. He noted his gaze. Other students of the elite Academy of Magic gathered next to his younger brother, who tried to kill the demon, not to kill the demon, but only to dispose of it by injuring. Holding his breath behind the wall, the fence tried to merge with the darkness. The palms trembled with fear, because the awareness of their own helplessness to those who possessed magic thoroughly and underwent training at the academy squeezed the heart with cold grips. The loud laughter of the crowd made the young man swell not to witness a new shame. Lopez has suffered severe injuries again, and now the reproaches of conscience will not give him rest. As soon as the comrades disappeared from the field of view, the guy rushed to the demon. Asleep, him apologized for failing to protect him from danger. The demon remained motionless to lie on the ground. Since then, the guy took care of the creature, trying to alleviate her suffering every time the opportunity fell. Despite all the efforts of the young man, he lacked his strength. He could not save Lopez. And Orn with comrades appeared again, seeking to prove their advantage every time. The young man still has not been able to remove the lock from the neck of the demon. However, thanks to his efforts, Lopez remained alive. Without this help, the wound would have long been taken away by his last breath. In the middle of the next training of other soldiers, Oren was surprised that the brother had not left to watch on the side, but, on the contrary, approached them with their friends. In the soul of the prince, the question was overwhelmed. What did his brother bring right now? The guy, confused in words, daring to Oren to stop his tough workouts over the demon and release him. The older brother no longer wanted to separate this pain with a friend. Instead, he hoped that there would be a better fate, stretching his hand back and waiting when one of his comrades kicks his gloves. The fence did not even try to evade, so his younger brother cut his bliss on his cheek. Blonde with dignity reminded his brother of their royal blood. This fact prompted not only to follow Oren, but also to protect the demons. Without unnecessary ceremonies, the guy strictly turned to his older brother, promising to use magic. He threatened, if he does not give way to the road, they will burn with the demon. Hardly he was hearing. The young man's legs were shaking, and the crowd exploded around laughing, admiring his undeniable advantage over the royal face. Suddenly, the events did not unfold as the branch hoped. Oren raised his hands slowly and said, "Given that they are relatives, the brother can do as he desires, because they must listen to each other." Not believing his own ears, or noting whether he understood everything right, asked again. Oren only sighed and said that he was tired of working out the techniques on this creature. So it was time for his eldest brother to come. Admired, the young man stopped sharply. The words of his younger brother that the demon would get to him, if he was able to remove the collar, instantly ignited the excitement in his soul. Only by freeing a demon from a collar, you can pick it up. Otherwise the prince will deal with him ruthlessly if the demon does not leave the capital in 10 seconds. In vain, he tried to convince his brother that all efforts were in vain. Nothing happened. However, Oren remained unwavering. Without even listening to the explanations, he immediately began counting. One after a time, the young man called on magic, trying to unlock the castles, and all his efforts were broken into the deaf wall of failure. Around, along with the poison, people quietly enjoyed the sight of the powerlessness of the royal descendant. A smile broke out on the face of Lopez. The last ray of joy in his short life faded at the moment when the counting was frozen at 0. The prince barely restrained the smile. The anticipation of this moment lived in it long before everything happened. It took exactly 10 seconds, and the demon turned to powder. However, in despair, without drawing a look from the body of a former friend, he only had to sit side by side, unable to believe that all his efforts were in vain. Departing, Oren once again discouraged that his older brother was a real failure, capable of watching herself helplessly, as he could not save the one who sought to help. That is why he adds, the demon and became a victim of fire. Grasping his fists from rage, the young man could not think of anything but burning hatred of his younger brother. Thrown into a whirlwind of passion, tried to attack, but his gust stopped a strong shield, which heavenly defended the prince. Oren was calmly interested in why the branches behaved in a similar way, because it was he who was guilty of everything. The older brother did not restrain his tears, and shuddering, asked why the prince did so with Lopez. Suddenly turning, he sharply emerged, the answer to which was so obvious to all. No doubt that the fifth would even be able to touch the body of the younger brother. Returning to the present, at the end of the story will add that he has come to the hospital bed. Subsequently, he was ruthlessly expelled from the kingdom and sent to this island. Squeezing a little jar in his palms, the guy confessed. The ashes of Lopez kept, because he became a real friend. It hurt scary. He could not fulfill his promise to protect him from the murderer. After hearing the story of the young man, the princess assured, everything is not the way he thinks. He does not consider himself unnecessary to him, because he systematically rescues the inhabitants of the island. Even earlier, he sought to help Lopez. This proves the true value of his actions. Rihanna assured the extreme. He always sought to do everything possible to support anyone who needs it, and therefore, it is impossible to call it a feudal person. Seeing tears on the girl's face, the young man had anxiety and doubt in her soul. Why did he share his story at all now? The princess hastened to apologize for her emotional reaction, but the insult remained. It was too painful to realize that the guy went only because he found a good heart. Putting out of Ryukzak, the young man tried to quench her emotions a little. The question was in his thoughts, whether it was worth opening the truth about her former princess, because Rihanna reacted too tumultuous. Soon Dutz left the boy's thoughts, completely relying on a girl with dark hair. Her belief was so strong that there was no more doubt. Sooner or later he had to share this knowledge with her, so that the truth of her girlfriend would be important. Having passed a certain distance forward, the couple was in the middle of a magical lawn, a solid covered with a variety of flowers. The colorful kingdom of plants enveloped them from everywhere, forcing them to stop involuntarily and admire this beauty. Looking closer, the girl recognized in these flowers those who decorate Rihanna's native expanses. Their seeds planted earlier were able to sprout on this soil, another striking evidence of the incredible power of solar stone. Watching Rio with admiration is worn. The smile will appear on his face. Because recently, anxiety for the boy's safety in this place has recently prevailed. Meanwhile, the girl will decide to share with the young man her thoughts on the situation with Lopez. Rian reminded that not only this girl will rush to help Gil in a difficult moment, the whole community of the island will stand side by side with him. The hopes, trust, and deep respect of the inhabitants were well deserved, because everyone saw, not only for themselves, but also for the sake of a common good. There are many troubles of the past behind the back, but now there are people who are able to support in any situation and never leave alone with trouble. The words of the princess filled the heart with gratitude. They returned faith and confidence. The study of the tree opened a considerable opportunity. Its leaves were suitable for healing ointment, for aromatic tea, and even juice. But it is only necessary to overdo it with the amount, a headache or drowsy. It turned out that the branches of this tree are not only surprisingly light, but also surprisingly strong. In their properties they could be safely compared with the orchil. Upon learning of this, the brave men tried to make the wood for Kyle. When the sun gradually hid behind the horizon, the guy remembered dinner, noting that time to take a break. She suddenly replied to this that she did not feel tired. The young man wondered. Apparently, even the branches of this tree are able to relieve fatigue. A huge tree gave its blessing every living creature on the island. Subsequently, admiring its luxurious flowering, everyone was eagerly awaiting when the fruits ripe, and the orcs would come to them in harvesting. Living on the island has ceased to improve continuously, even despite the growth of stocks and knowledge. Falling asleep, the imagination tirelessly drew new plans. Every night they were thinking how to make their shelter even more cozy and safer tomorrow. In the middle of the night, the young man woke up the puppy. Going closer, the guy wondered what happened, because the baby was noticeably declining. Subsequently, all the friends went down to the Gila's room, anxious because of the true crying he heard. Rian gently picked up the animal in her hands, and the young man, trying to explain the situation, suggested that he probably had a nightmare. The baby was clearly suffered. His eyes reflected an unusual torment. Looking at the left eye of the animal, the hero noticed a strange sign that was definitely not there. Instantly the room flooded with a bright glow, which made everyone present to bend, unable to tear the look from the puppy, which became the source of this light. The next moment at the left eye of everyone present was a sparkling thread. Like a lightning, she tied the Hyla and his comrades, giving them a joint understanding of what had to be seen. Suddenly, someone's memories flashed before the whole company's eyes, and everyone felt that he was living in a moment. In a powerful storm, the ship in despair resisted, but the wave behind the wave broke it, and a wooden ship was constantly destroyed in the middle of a crazy sea. On board, the ship managed to gather a lot of dead, among whom immediately fall into the eye of familiar faces. It was these people who, along with the orcs, once pulled from the stormy sea waves. Among the alarming finds is a scepter, which belonged to the mother of the arable land. Despite the wound, she was desperately holding a protective dome above the wreckage, preventing the ship from finally going to the bottom. There is no living soul left nearby to catch her efforts. Only the dead in the battle of the heroes whose lives took away the formidable monster lay around. However, the forces of the tribe gradually fade away, and the protective dome did not last long. At a decisive moment the protection broke, and a powerful explosion crushed the ship. This blow is not only a staff. The body of a woman also suffered serious injuries, which almost deprived her consciousness. Looking back, in the look of Rexilla's mother, a farewell was read with everything that filled her heart with warmth, before the last time to take advantage of the magic to awaken the seal. Without any choice, and with a ghostly hope for salvation, the woman decisively rushed into the monster's mouth that attacked her ship. Inside, the awareness of complete hopelessness prevailed. She knew for sure that this jump would be the last. Seeing Leviathan, the group returned to the room from where it had just left. The first question came sharply. Did everyone see the same thing as he? The reaction of the team left doubt. Shock and confusion on the faces indicated that the spectacle was common to all. No sailor would dare to doubt. Leviathan was a terrible sea monster. The awareness of this caused an unconcealed tension in the young man, because the power, the formidable force, and the tremendous size of the creature were truly frightened. When silence finally reigned around, the hero will ask the sage to look at the strange sign that appeared on the puppy's eye. He is worried about whether something that can influence all those present is hidden behind it. So as if the events of the same day when his mother died in memory, Var smiled and confessed that he had not heard of such power, because it opens the gift of clairvoyance to the foreigners. But his grandfather immediately picked up, explaining that this ability was actually called the Eye of God, which can make the events of the past, memories of the last moment when the queen was still breathing, they will emerge again in his mind. It was the gift of predicting the puppies, without even realizing it, to convey the details of the mother's death, because the baby was still too small to understand everything. Going to people, the young man learns. All the inhabitants of the island saw the same as he and the residents of the house. The vision blew the orcs. The clairvoyant has opened them a threat, and now Leviathan has become a source of fear for them. A creature that can attack their island at any moment. Men increasingly have anxiety for their relatives. The thoughts of families did not rest. They persistently turned to the young man, asking what steps to take if the formidable monster suddenly appears here and devastates the island along with all the orcs. Horror and panic engulfed a creature that began to shout others frantically, trying to get to the young man first with his own question. In the meantime, the branch plunged into reflections, not having an idea of how to deal with the hanging threat. Looking at the orcs, only one thought came to mind: how to save the inhabitants of the island and protect them from Leviathan. Noticing the confusion of the young man, Elvin decided to help him. Full of determination, shouted loudly to the numerous crowd, instantly drawing the attention of all those present. The infinite confidence of the general was noticeable to the naked eye. It was even more frightened by a young man who did not expect such a loud exclamation. Meanwhile, Elvin turned to the crowd, wondering why their faces were full of amount. In his opinion, these people should prevail in a completely different mood, because they were those who stood and overcome many difficulties. Orc added that if the residents are just mocked, their leader will remain powerless to change anything. Having gained his gaze on the Gila, Alvand smiled with a hint. They say he will soon be ashamed. Listening to silent advice, the branches resolutely turned to the orcs, urging them to remain calm and listen to his words carefully. He stressed that even if Leviathan attacks, there is no point in panic. Instead, it is necessary to prepare for battle carefully. The young man was convinced that if you join forces, no monster would be able to withstand their power. That is why he urged everyone to give him all his power. In the camp of the orcs, a bustle was raised. The booze hum of the crowd was eloquently testified. The courage of the warriors is still burning in the chest, and their leaders are called a response in every heart. It has passed for a while. Teenagers gathered in a room, confused and without ideas. What to do next? Everyone remembered the promise that they would cope with any difficulty, but none understood how possible. With his own eyes, he witnessed the legendary battle. The guy finally realized his magic is powerless before Leviathan. Having realized this, he decided to rely on the card. The young man's question was barely about what weapon could at least injure this insurance, how the map froze in the design and shrugged his eyebrows, because the answer remained a mystery to him. Faith, in turn, insisted. The main thing is not to enter into a clash and to avoid meeting with it at any cost. The inability to imagine how a huge monster could squeeze deep inside the cave did not leave thoughts. It seemed that the spacious hall, where they met with goals, was perfect for reliable shelter. Elwin wondered that he was waiting for the island in the event of Leviathan's attack, and suggested that he leave here not to sink with the ground. I heard this in response. A certain idea has already been prepared. Reaching one of the caves, his gaze slid up, to the vault, and at the same moment he realized it was time to do what he postponed for a long time. It was no longer advisable to delay, because he was not alone. Kyle's handle crashed into the palm of her hand when the young man froze in an exciting anticipation. Finally, there was a moment when the curtain of the mystery that has long enveloped their island was about to fall, opening the truth to him and the rest of the inhabitants. Returning to talking about their plan, the fence suddenly confessed that he decided to get new materials. All this time, they were on the island, and the further moved into the depths, the more valuable stones came under a layer of earth. In his opinion, it hides a lot of mysteries and secrets, and also suggested that something so powerful is behind them somewhere below that it can not only withstand Leviathan, but also wipe it on gunpowder. The doubts rolled as soon as the fence completed its passionate monologue, but Rihanna's support gave confidence. The sage summed up, it was time to act and experience the abilities of the Rill. Despite the fact that the puppy has not yet learned to keep his abilities fully, the gift of clairvoyance could significantly simplify the study of caves for the whole team. Hardly travelers went on the road. Fool suggested that the Reckles attract in the case. The kid Senya was dormant in his backpack, wrapped in a dream when the young man was easy to wake him up. And at this time, the Fool did not stop. Together with spiders armed with kale, they worked hard. The islands rallied around a common goal and took a lot of fortifications, preparing to repel Leviathan's offensive. Numerous trees that had grown under the protection of the blessing of Yggdra Pachachi stood around. The work of boiling defensive structures grew up in front, and the orcs acted harmoniously, like a single organism. Once in a dark cave, the guy did not suspect that the puppy in his backpack would suddenly wake up, and the drowsiness of a carefree jump into the unknown. However, soon everything came into place. A small thing was sought to look for shrubs for natural work. Really has not left the time recently, but his special gift was allowed to find exactly the stones that were needed. Sometimes the puppy alone came across a find. Even when the searches did not give results, everyone sincerely thanked him for their efforts. The weeks passed, and one day the baby suddenly began to go hard to dig the ground in a certain place. The gaze slid across the area where the puppy excavated something fervently. At first glance, nothing suspicious was visible there, but the alarming anticipation did not leave. The doubts took the mountain, and approaching, the guy decided to explore this place. Kale's well in the right place, the young man began to dig carefully. Suddenly, the earth under him failed, forcing unreasonable observers to get rid of fear. The girl carefully approached the pit and wondered if everything was fine with the young man. In response, there was the assurance that everything was fine with him. However, he managed to come across an unexpected underground passage. Most of all, the young man was struck by the huge figure of the golem, who was motionless just before her eyes. Looking closely at his goal, the young man realized he would not be able to get up on his feet, because there is a lack of that important detail that could bring his strength back to the body. The surprise engulfed Hela. Just a massive break stood in front of him, which seemed to have no core for activation. At first glance, it seemed that the creature was made of calcium. He did not pay special attention to the goal himself, but the weapons that stood next to him. The silver sword impressed with the beauty, while causing a barely restrained fear in Paneler. The young man just came closer. After speaking on a blade, the guy did not hide as a surprise. He had not met such incredible strength. Meanwhile, in the forge, when the master forges a new weapon, a sharp, unfamiliar sound suddenly erupts in the middle of silence. The unexpected discovery makes him think. The blade was incredibly strong, and all attempts to break the sword fail. Inside, the question matures. What really is this mysterious blade? After the guy knocked his weapon, Map suddenly rushed to him, forcing the young man to get lost. He did not anticipate such a development. Suddenly turning around, Gel could not restrain his surprise. Mop suddenly ran to him at incredible speed. The legs were smiled, did not obey. And then the man began to show strange behavior. The card rose down. The gesture was not accidental. In his gaze, a strange admiration flashed, as if something unexpected suddenly inspired him. Subsequently, the MEP began to lean in front of the sword, which fully stunned Fulu and Hela. Then the young man noted that the man suddenly became excessively energetic, as if they were replaced. The next moment, the MEP grabbed the sword and went out of the pit. Watching her husband, he guesses, apparently, the map commanded weapons, because that metal seemed to him a truly valuable treasure. Running to the orcs, Met took the teaching to teach them, as he most likely to melt the sword, which he brought with him. One of the workers came with interest, wanting to find out what happened to that man. He was told that he asked to increase the furnace temperature. The previous heat was insufficient to melt. It was at that moment that Rien joined the conversation. She wondered what the sword found was needed for and what benefit it was hoped to get. Turning to the girl, the fence asked her help with her help, urging her to use spells. When both approached the stove, the young man winked the princess and suggested adding fire to speed up the heating. The young man's mind worked. The stove managed to ignite even harder, and immediately between the orcs, a noise. Someone urged to carry the sword immediately, as it became increasingly difficult to keep the flame in such a hot flock. As soon as all the preparations came to the end, the orcs took up the sword melt, following the tips of the map. The hot metal was filled in shapes, and then, without a moment, they took for the forging of fresh tools and tools. It turned out that ore extracted is a mithril, the strongest of known metals, soaked in magic to the very depth. From this substance, you can create a weapon capable of coping even with gods. Such discovery was filled with sincere enthusiasm, because it was this mysterious material that he sought all his own strength. A full time, the young man picked up the river in his arms and exclaimed with enthusiasm that they finally succeeded. No shadow of doubt appeared in his soul about the map, because the weapon he was amazed was perfect. Thanks to the joint efforts, the residents of the island quickly erected a protective wall, which was quite pleasing to all without exception. He grew up with a real fortress. It was such a fortification that demanded danger, because Leviathan was too powerful. The legendary beast became the enemy of Hill and his comrades, so everyone had to prepare a lot of tactics for battle, because the events could turn completely unpredictably. Thus began the first battle in Shio. The night dropped, and El decided to walk the secret paths underground. It was then that Alvin, who was fascinated by Riel, got into his eyes. The young man already stepped forward, as suddenly the girl stopped him lightly, whispering not to speak a word. They say, it is not necessary to destroy this moment. Meanwhile, Alvin seems to have gained spirit to finally say something important. Opening, Orc sincerely apologized to the puppy for his mother's image. The feeling of guilt did not leave him for a long time and finally forced him to confess. The words were also added to the words. In the rank of general of the tribe, he understood well. The queen was a prominent warrior who, without hesitation, sacrificed herself for the sake of his soldiers. Mentally stroking the animal, the man smiled. The elf solemnly promised to take revenge on his mother, and a couple who accidentally listened to this conversation. She tried not to seem, although she swore on the same. The puppy, without understanding the content of words, cautiously touched the orca paw. The animal dived directly into the eyes of a man. A cry of sudden pain broke out. However, such situations were no longer surprised. Leviathan barely appeared on the horizon, everyone knew. He would only have to count on his own strength, and only to fight. The next moment, the bells suddenly rushed from the street, so Jill, not wasting time, rushed to find out what was the matter. It is unlikely that Leviathan could appear so rapidly. To his surprise, Alvin assured is not a monster. As they approached the walls, an unexpected picture opened before their eyes. Silhouettes of ships emerged in the sea valley. 2 vessels flew to the shore rapidly, cutting the waves. Whales slowly approached the young man and reached out to him, inviting him to look at those who approached them. It was only necessary to catch the flag on the ship, as it immediately became clear who was dealing with. Elvin was convinced that the flag belonged to those orcs that attacked them earlier, so among the enemies were still alive. And now they seek revenge. The unexpected turn of the events puzzled the observers. The ship suddenly came into battle with an invisible enemy in the open sea. It was difficult to see from the shore who was the fierce fight. Rikiel's loud barking suddenly rolled up when his gift of clairvoyance was awakened again. In memory, a mention of the label of the puppies that once helped, and the heart squeezed the alarming anticipation, in the opinion of something evil. Looking into the marine abyss, it is suddenly felt. The incredible power of magic pulsates directly from the depths of water. The waves rise higher, their power is steadily increasing. The surprise and fear engulfed all those present, because it is possible that this enemy is associated with hasty preparation of defense on the island. Now it became clear why the ships were so hard to fight. Perhaps before them appeared exactly the one who was so afraid. Immediately one of the ships split in half. The monster which attacked the orcs shook the ship with one powerful blow. A huge black shadow emerged from under the water's surface, removing the sky, torn the silence with a terrible cry. Along with this roar, the rage of the ocean element broke out, from which the horror was frozen in the eyes of witnesses because it could happen next. Meanwhile, another ship that was still on the water, constantly beating the guns, desperately driving away the monster. The waves, however, hindered the nuclei, forcing them to fight the water element and prevent them from getting to the enemy easily. When the shells were surrounded by the beast, they did not even slow it down. A strong armor instantly grew on the surface of the body, which securely protected the monster from the harm. Of the 2 ships, there were only 1 ship, but it became increasingly difficult to protect against the attacks. The audience, holding their breath, watched the battle, confusedly not knowing what they could help. The panic in the middle of the orcs increased, but suddenly the axe whistled in the air and hit the bell. A loud, powerful sound spread around, instantly quenching the crowd. Alvin's voice cut through the air. He urged everyone not to rely on Monsieur Kura and to prepare for the battle urgently, occupying the same positions as during his exercises. Orc added sharply, "It does not gather to help anyone. Its only goal is to destroy Leviathan." Fullen received an order to transfer all the inhabitants to a reliable cave, away from danger. The girl quickly agreed, but before the exit asked to make a promise. Let the young man be in spirit, and will surely survive. The young warrior assured his comrades in his readiness and demonstrated confidence in his own. The fighting brothers also did not let in the hearts of anxiety, smiling to give an example of courage to those who secretly worried about the future battle. Barris did not stay away. He decisively undertook to manage the orcs, ordered to prepare the ballot as soon as possible. Everyone rushed to the case, collaborating and passing to each other orders to prepare the defense without any delay. In a matter of minutes, the ballot was made in full combat readiness. The orcs installed it on the very edge of the defensive wall and, having obtained the order, directed a deadly projectile directly into a fiery heart. After screaming, Elvin insisted a mithril made tip, created by the map, would have easily pissed the body of the monster, because this extremely strong metal easily pierced everything in his path. Controlled the ballast, the orc sharply pointed the tip to the sea and ordered the tools to move into 6 more units to the left and lift 3 above. It was simply impossible to miss here, so the clarity of the teams became the most important. As soon as the monster approached the ship, Alvin immediately noticed it, and loudly commanded the orc to open the fire immediately and give a volley. The arrow broke forward lightly, with each other's speed gaining even speed. Despite its considerable weight, the skillfully selected material has provided her impressive efficiency. Suddenly, for the monster from the ground, the arrow broke out, and it was only reached when its edge almost touched the hole. Reactions are catastrophically lacking. Only an instant look in a moment to danger. The next moment was something completely unexpected for Gil with the team. The monster cleared the arrow, allowing her to fly past. Nobody predicted such a turn of events, and a moment later there was doubt about victory. The scream escaped himself. Did he not let the eyesight and everything really happened? The giant monster easily avoided arrows, as if the monster had an incredible agility. But the despair was not destined. Another attempt. That's what remained in stock. The gun kernels were in vain. The beast did not receive any harm, and the arrows he skillfully avoided. It was necessary to invent another strategy urgently. Obviously, he felt a threat to the arrows, so it was necessary to look for a way to strike using other approaches. The monster, feeling the threat from the inhabitants of the island, strongly headed closer to them. The order sounded immediately, to charge the second arrow at the same moment. The young man assured that he would hold back the monster with the goals to make Rihanna prepare magic. The warriors under the numbers of 10 and 11 had to launch the icy element, while the rest were preparing to lift the storm. In order to slow down or push the monster, the gullets lifted the fierce blizzard, mixing several elements. However, their goal was only one, to win time to prepare the arrow. Due to its extraordinary strength, the element withstood a powerful pressure. However, remained only a shield behind which real defense was hidden. However, the swirling whirlwind turned out to be too weak, and the terrible monster was increasingly approaching. The sage thoughtfully noted that the magic is powerless before such power of creature. A few instances ago, the monster that rushed to the sea suddenly froze on the spot. The element of the wind and the icy traps of the industries were grinding her movements, forcing it to solidify the water abyss motionlessly. There was confidence in the words of hell. Everything goes according to the plan, so it is worth continuing to freeze the water near the monster. Only in this way the beast will not be able to avoid the arrow. However, the monster quickly realized, even without the ability to move, it can strike the island not by the body, but flashes from the mouth. The young man, meanwhile, saw the scales gradually destroying the ice that restrained the beast. In order not to waste a minute, the monster had already charged his deadly ray, preparing to attack the island. At this point, the young man ordered the Golemamas to expand the protective shield immediately to prevent the beast to break through, or at least repel his devastating blow. It was no longer possible to stop the creation. Its preparation for a deadly blow was almost over. It was only necessary to expect a decisive moment. A little time passed, as the monster spread his mouth and released a powerful ray towards a small island. The shockwave of the explosion struck so much that the fortification of local residents barely withstanded large-scale destruction. Despite the efforts of the shield to restrain the blow, the lightning pierced the heads, and the answer remained impossible until the monster stops its crazy pressure. The realization that the ray will soon reach the lands hidden behind the walls of the fortress fell on the shoulders with a heavy burden. It was necessary to make even more effort. The ray did not go out for a long time. The monster put all his rage to crush the barrier and wipe the island from the face of the earth from which the fire was opened. Suddenly, a powerful explosive wave spread. It was a signal for a team that appeared another opportunity to release an arrow from its opponent. With the completion of the next phase of the battle, The protective shields of the golem flew into the piles, and the giant mechanism itself was slightly settled, exhausted by the considerable cost of magical power. The enemy was in no hurry to retreat. He dived out of water boldly, hoping to get the island so faster. Rian asked Alvin the question whether the ballista was ready, and the ORC confidently confirmed. At this time, the guy was inherently monitored the creature and thought whether she would be able to avoid arrow again. Having made another shot, he hopes that now, in such a small distance, the monster will no longer be able to simply evade a projectile. All the defenders kept their breath, watching the events, and hoped that the fresh arrow would kiss simply in the monster. Everything was planned. The arrow easily broke through the monster scales, because the young man asked the princess to make himself invisible. Due to this, the insidious monster did not see the threat and did not have time to evade. A joyful noise swept in the middle of the orcs, a well-blown stroke. But Elvin's loud cry instantly returned everyone to reality. No one was allowed to relax. A new projectile should be prepared immediately for the next attack. In addition, it turned out that the arrow was not tied with a simple rope, but woven from the web and steel rope. It is unrealistic to break away, even if the monster tried to dive and run into the water. When assessing the situation, the branch immediately ordered the 5th and 6th goals to attack. They were determined. The warriors, without hesitation, carried out the order and released the forces that gave the enemy to impress the enemy. The golettes deftly clasped the monster with strong eye, not even to move. But the enemy was not going to passively monitor their actions and did not intend to wait for the next attack without losing vigilance for a moment. The enemy began to get out of control, so the golemen were no longer able to remain stationary for a long time. Retreating, the monster destroyed the gear that controlled the ballast. That is why he was voting loudly to Alvin that their defense would not be retrained soon. The orc threw a team to the assistance to direct the ballista so that the arrow flew simply to her head. Such an accurate shot promised the fastest and most reliable victory. But the events gained unexpected turn. From under the scaly skin, the monster climbed strange creatures, which without hesitation rushed to everyone around, spraying the harmful fluid. Before the sight of the Gila Golemi, they suddenly began to lose power. Strange creatures moved between them and struck them. The young man was puzzled with a clip, without shaking what was happening. Subsequently, everyone witnessed the attack of marine pursuers on warriors. Little creatures attacked the golem, biting them so that they lose their ability to move. The giant creature, known as beetles, clung to the giants, hunting for vulnerable casualties, and, as it turned out, came across a real monster. A very little time passed, and a spooky scene was playing in his eyes. The creature literally stitched the #1 golem, disassembling it in parts. The order of Elvin flew. His team had to shelter little creatures from bows until the last goal falls. After overcoming the walls, the beetles overcame the way to the defensive fortress, while the monster was constantly exploring the chains that were held. Squeezing the chain even stronger, the insurance resolutely dealt with all the goals, rushing them against the wall and finally escaping. He was engulfed in a fierce anger. The annoyance was erupted, and the mind was overshadowed by the rage. As soon as the enemy was released, horns suddenly grew on his back, which he was amazed at all. Carefully examining everything around, he will understand that these horns are not at all like those from which the monster fired earlier. In a moment, a powerful glow began to break out of the horns, rapidly growing on the back of the monster and aiming at the island. The alarm with a hot fire was engulfed by Exiled, it seemed. About the attack would absorb all the defenders of the fortress. After recovering, the young man called on magic, lifting a protective dome around him, and loudly warned those who were nearby. It is necessary to hide immediately under the barrier, because the new attack was already rolled up on them. The heads of last forces tried to keep the shield, although their forces were already on the verge. Other defenders, forced to obey the order of the healer, hurried to hide under the protection of the dome in order to avoid injuries. Rihanna supported the boy in defense, although with his efforts restrained the onslaught of the enemy. Noticing the fatigue on her face, his friend made efforts to cheer her up so that he would not be designed, because now there was no place of pity. The time passed. Eventually, the attack subsided, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that the monster was finally overcome. In fact, everything happened completely differently. The creature simply decided to switch its attention to a new opponent. Rejecting the idea of using the rays, the monster this time moved to the attack, insanely waving his tail. The awareness will come late. It will not even have time to react. In addition, with the disappearance of the barrier, it became obvious that the monster is able to freeze the protective wall without interruption. The next moment was a powerful blow. The tail of the enemy from the scope threw in the area where the ballast stood, under the control of orcs. The wooden structure was shaken and began to collapse rapidly. Everything flew into the water, and no living soul was visible. An alarming tension prevailed inside the bunker. Each of the attendees was frightened by the sounds that came from outside, deaf rock-whizzing explosions and a spooky dull burst of night silence. The unconditional unknown and feeling of danger deprived of self-control, and thoughts were jumping fussy. What to expect next? It became almost impossible to keep calm in such a situation. Adults tirelessly reassured babies who could not restrain their tears. One boy with a voice asked if they would not have to leave their home again. His mother was gently promised that, along with others, the local healer would be their protection. And this time, the island is rescued from the monster. After a devastating attack, the monster protective wall fell, depriving the young man's chance to retreat quickly. Anxiety for his comrades has covered every cell of his consciousness, and he did not even think about his own safety. Nearlessly grabbed excessive power, the guy was stopped by Seville, for which he later thanked. Raising instantly assessed the situation. Time is short. Therefore, he immediately ordered the 6th and 7th Golets to defend all residents. Looking back, the young man noticed with horror. Everything around turned into ruins, and there was no living soul nearby. The detachment that had just been near him as if he had melted in the air, leaving neither shouting nor a groan. Panic covered Gala with her head. Not finding a way to calm down, he desperately called his brothers, hoping that at least someone would respond. But from the debris instead of familiar faces, only the monsters were hiding in the shadow of this monster. Ahead of the young man gathered a monster and terrible creature who had just destroyed the wall. Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, there was no hint of retreat or defeat in his heart. His imagination simply did not exist options, except for the undeniable victory. Recognizing that the chances of saving almost left, the young man rushed forward through the continuous attacks of pursuers. Calling lightning with magic, he cut his way through a flock of insidious creatures. The monsters did not disappear. Only a moment passed as the monsters rose again, rushing to the young man with a new fury. The feeling of impotence enveloped every cell of his body. The forces were rapidly melting. Activating the shield, the fence was able to repel the devastating blows of enemies, and at the same time covered the villages nearby. However, despite all efforts, creatures stubbornly pierced. Suddenly in the crowd a cry came. Kull was called to flee away. The voice, which immediately responded nearby, confirmed. Somewhere nearby, someone was still invisible. The girl suddenly appeared right before Tai, at the moment when the young man courageously defended his friend from the invasion of terrifying creatures. The weapon in the hands of the princess shone with a deadly skill. In one smooth movement, she dealt with all the monsters who dared to approach the young man. Extremely exhausted, the branch dropped to the ground. The gaze immediately recognized the traits of the rescue. Rihanna was in front of him. The joy was filled with the young man's heart, because everything is fine with her. The girl skillfully defended herself, armed only with ordinary agricultural tools. Meanwhile, Hill climbed to his feet and shouted to the princess. Without looking back, the princess firmly told the creatures that she would not allow them to attack the young man more, because she would do their best to protect him. Feeling true relief, the branch exclaimed how happy to see Rihanna unharmed. In response, the girl asked if everything was fine. The next moment in the air was the arrows that ruthlessly achieved the remains of the monster. The fence turned up, feeling the excitement because of the movements that began nearby. From the wreckage left over from the destroyed defensive wall, the wounded brothers of Gila were gradually being selected. The Needles, without hesitation, rushed to the rescue and saved them from the inevitable death under heavy stone blocks. Meanwhile, Varys sharply ordered not to stop the fire to provide the Gills cover from the far away and not let the enemy stand. The arrow was flew from the bows, and in the meantime, clay goals lifted massive stones, opening the path to soldiers armed with firearms for melee. The fierce whirlwinds broke into the attacks, driven by Alvin. The realization that this battle is not only for themselves, not only for the princess or the leader, forced them to stand to the end. At stake was the fate of the native island, and the usual peaceful life, so none of them even thought of escape. While the OUK reopened the fire, the Golets reinforced the attack by magic. The general approaching Gil apologized for late, but the young man only stated that he was glad to see everyone alive and again, with him. Already in the next moment the territory was again covered by a fiery stream that escaped from the open mouth of the monster. The golettes standing on the edge of the defensive wall were destroyed, opening the monster the way further forward. The creeping creature inevitably approached the inhabitants, preparing to finally put a point in a protracted confrontation. The huge monster did not quench. Every attack was rolled up one by one, leaving a feeling of helplessness. Nothing seems to be hearing this frantic pressure. The sage remarked that his strength was so powerful that even the greatest golem he broke out without any effort. The answer was not delayed. There was no other way out, except to resort to the plan, which still seemed too dangerous and risky to repeat. Realizing the great danger, the young man understood. There was no time for reflection. Leviathan sneaked too close. The princess did not hesitate for more than a minute, firmly grabbed the guy by the hand. The cause of this unexpected courage was not possible to figure out the young man. Suddenly, a mysterious glow broke out around the couple. The girl passed some of her forces to a guy, for whom it was obviously of great importance. Rihanna emphasized that, although she did not have a large stock of mana, she still thought that she needed a young man. She also begged to give a word that he would certainly win, for the sake of all who live on this island. A delicate but confident tone, Hill assured that he would make every effort to fulfill his promise. After all, not only a girl with a team, but also all inhabitants of Shelter, both adults and a toddler who sought to live. In the eyes of all present, the terrifying monster again began to prepare for the attack. It seemed that previous efforts did not exhaust him at all. A few tense moments passed, and now a fireball, having escaped from his mouth, rushed directly into the crowd that gathered near the walls of the fortress. The fight lasted tirelessly for a long time, so the young man dared to distract Leviathan to give a chance to carry out a rescue plan for the locals. Rushing to the opposite direction, he called the monster behind himself, prompting him to chase him. Doning his own forces for the sake of the young man, Rihanna gave him the power he was so lacking. Taking advantage of the newly laid lightning magic, the guy caused the monster rage, directing his anger only to man. The monster fiercely destroyed everything in his way, without paying the least attention to his own allies. Meanwhile, the fence, having saddled the giant spider, hurriedly urged the Terran to hesitate and rush to the daughter, and immediately unfolded the protective shield, preparing to repel any unexpected attack. The alarm was engulfed by the princess. She shouted to the young man that his comrades could only trust him and patiently wait for the right moment. Alvin, however, denied that he was not for him. He sought to support the young hero. The general cleverly pulled on the ballot, sharply ordered to cook it for the offensive. Carefully with his subordinates, he pulled the weapons through the blockages. But the arrow needed for the shot also remained buried under the debris. Ferris noted that the winch failed, so it would not work to pull the rope. In response, the orc with a call cast his gaze. Once he was selflessly risky for the sake of others, the true warrior Alvin simply has no right to stay away and carefully watch. The strength was no longer left, but the map still approached the orca, which was already helping the general to pull the rope, trying to charge the projectile. Everyone tensed to the limit, seeking as soon as possible to realize the plan. Meanwhile, the branch, managing a spider, did not stop distracting the enemy. The monster blocked the way to escape and went to the enemy's stones, but suddenly the gun kernels were cut from somewhere, attacking the monster. Turning, the young man noticed, from the only surviving ship which escaped due to the fact that they lured the monster to the island, the orcs opened fire and rushed to help the residents. At the moment when Leviathan went into his own rage, he was suddenly struck by Map and Elvin. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster was blinded for a moment, the team comes to the Tarrant from the hoot. It is time to confuse the enemy with its web. Using spider web, the clever spider instantly found himself on the other side of the abyss. The hand armed with sharp weapons flew up. Finally, the dreamy moment came. A special sign served as a kind of message for Funo, which followed the battle from afar, using the support of Rio. This designation was not the first time in the battle, but the beast seems to be completely accustomed to such a signal. The puppy, based on her token, helped the girl look patiently. As soon as she became convinced that the heels were alert, it moved on. She went to the full effort to ward Kale, breaking the cave hidden just under the den. The rest of the spiders rushed to the help of FROs. Together they managed to quickly cut everything they need to implement the previously planned plan. Hiding in hopelessness, Leviathan remained stationary until the earth under it suddenly began to fall apart. Despite the extraordinary power, The giant monster was defenseless when it was attacked from all sides. The huge body of the monster was shaken and began to fall down only because of its own mass. Meanwhile, the man discussed from feral, where she should be struck by Kyle to form a cavity between the surface and the soil. Leviathan's stream heads down, absorbing a dark abyss. The events unfold at frantic speed, and the strength slips through the fingers. Wounds do not give at least the slightest chance of resistance. Going to the very edge of the failure, the young man reported that they had taken care of a possible malfunction in advance. The cave was dug deep underground, and the enemies cunningly forced to go exactly where they thought. As soon as all the power struck on the support columns, which kept the trap, the plan was perfect. Then the young man pulled a weapon from the case, having previously hid the entrance to the cave with something mysterious and prepared for the offensive. In the hands of Gil glittered the most prominent work of maps, the mithril crust. Lifting the boulders high above himself, he was preparing to make a jump and activate the device. Suddenly, a sign flashed next to whether the guy wanted to start the leakage process. A huge monster, trapped, exhaled a new stream of flames in the direction of the guy. But because of his wounds, his strength was no longer glowing with his former power. The young man, without hesitation, lifted the shield and rushed down rapidly, heading just to the enemy. By full voice, he calls for the owner of the cave to put the pick. Immediately, a sign appears near her, a sign that the teams are accepted and the process of springs begins. The next moment collided. The young man was rapidly at the right point, and his kirka dropped with such a mighty power that the monster did not even have time to try to defend himself. Gathering all his strength, the young man sincerely believed that the Lord of the Cave was able to help him realize his ideas and win the desired victory. It was the last chance to put a point in the battle. The legend argued that the metal from which they were amazed with this unusual pick had the power to fade even to the gods. Therefore, in the face of such a weapon, supported by the unbreakable will of the young man, Leviathan inevitably had to yield. The entire men's team froze in anticipation, as if it was time to move. The anxiety covered the general. Even having done everything, he could no longer influence the fate of the young man. On the other hand, the pit that Leviathan fell was a vigilant look of Rihanna, Varys, and others captured every glare of the mysterious light emitted from the failure. Completely focusing on the lies that stood next to the spiders and helped to realize the second stage of the plan, the girl was in a hurry to remove the safe distance so that the shockwave would not affect her or the one she kept in the arms. The confidence of Gil was not lacked even for a moment. Kale's stroke came directly to the body of the enemy, which impressed with incredible strength. Neither guns nor shells were able to split this armor. Having reached the head of Leviathan, Gil struck a powerful blow. The body of the monster clogged and began to collapse from a devastating attack. The inevitable finale became obvious. The wounded monster could not stand the last decisive blow. It became the final signal of his death. Everyone who witnessed this horrific battle looked at the place where a gap was formed after a stroke on Leviathan. But when Jeriel, with all his strength, the snake of Murilova Kale, the pit expanded even more, striking the scale of even the most experienced soldiers. Squeezing his jaws from tension, Exiled, who pushed Leviathan with his strong Mitrilov Kyle, held on his body of monster. His blow broke out a giant snake. He was frozen, began to bend steeply, and thick scales were rapidly covered with cracks and flew into pieces. The cold sweat was at the head of Healy from tension. The jaws closed, their eyebrows came together in a decisive wrinkle. Efforts were made not to fall. The look focused on the death convulsions of Leviathan suggested that the blow came exactly to the target. The enemy was doomed. The goblins, which gathered at the very edge of the abyss, did not hide the delight. It seemed that it was about to get inside Leviathan. The joyful exclamations were torn the silence, because finally, the legendary snake was defeated. Leviathan, exhausted, stopped struggling and began to slowly immerse himself even deeper into the darkness of the failure. The plan was simple. When Leviathan collapses, the guy will be cleverly jumping out of his back and waving his sword, touching the stones. Already greeting himself with a triumph, he happily exclaimed about the long-awaited victory over Leviathan. However, the unexpected disturbance under his feet made the young man open his eyes and look down. Unexpectedly, Leviathan, who was considered to be defeated, raised his head sharply and rapped so loudly that the anger of his echo flew right into Leviathan. He, clicking on the stone from the last forces, under the pressure of the roar, lost his balance and only one cable now saved him from falling. The loud roar of the snake echoed in the walls of the cave, tearing out and spreading throughout the district. Passers-by who were accidentally on the street instinctively covered their ears, trying to somehow hide from a frantic roar. Varya aloud suggested that it is probably the same death screen. It was at this moment that Hill, separating from the stone surface, began to dive deeper into the abyss, heading to the monster. However, the danger did not frighten him. Protection on the spot. In a passionate surprise, the young man opened his mouth, realizing the cry of the monster penetrates even further into the bowels of the cave. Spreads the moon is unknown where. The exhausted Leviathan stopped his frantic cry and lowered to the bottom of the cave. The branch, ceasing to fall, now hung on a rope just over the victorious giant. At the same moment, the cave began to collapse from the terrible Reva, hearing a sinister roar. At this point, Varys noticed the danger and shouted that the cave was about to collapse. At the same moment, General L appealed to Terran, demanding that he immediately remove Hyla from a dangerous place. Suddenly, Princess Rihanna, who stood next to Varys, shuddered sharply and jumped. The fearless girl strongly pushed away from the earth, rushing directly into the cave to save the seal, which was overwhelmed by the collapse. The goblins who were crowded on the very edge called it, stunned by the way she, despite the danger, rushed to rescue. Jumping into the cave, Rian calls Terran loudly and extends his hand. The monster quickly captures her intention and releases the Princess Lipka a web. Grabbing of a thin thread, Rian takes off directly to the gill, which is in danger. As soon as the princess found herself next to Hela, her voice cut the silence of the caves. The young owner persistently ordered her to stay stronger to get out of this trap together. At this time, the young man was convincingly clutching into the rope, hanging his head down, and through his teeth barely sighted with pain. The realization that Rihanna was nearby will make him difficult to lift her head to her and a hoarse voice to flee until it is late, leaving him. Otherwise, she would have been waiting for the same death. The tears of despair flashed in the eyes of the Rin as soon as those words came. Not even wanting to imagine that the branches could die, she exclaimed that she would not leave him here. Despite the fact that the fragments could be buried by Rihanna, the young man was decisively picked up with one hand, threw his hand on her shoulder, supported firmly, and as he climbed, loudly exclaimed, "She made a promise." Rihanna's mouth has already matured another thought when suddenly the walls of the cave were rapidly protected and began to crumble, as if the element decided to erase everything around. The huge stone cliffs struck from above, flying straight to Rihanna and Hela, forcing both to shudder at unexpected horror. At the same moment, a huge creature wrapped in a gray haze emerged through a cloud of dust. His insightful look slid along Rana and Gili. Rihanna, noticing this monster, frozen with her eyes dilated, and the gill, exhausted with pain, only jumped her eyebrows. As the stones approached close, the fluffy creature suddenly grabbed both of them and, with force, pushing his feet from falling blocks, began to rise higher. After surprised, Rihanna wondered where he was carrying them. Both have no choice. They were riding on a wolf-shaped creature that rapidly rushed up, pushing through powerful paws. Trying not to slip and clutch firmly into the thick wool of a stranger, Rihanna still dared to find out his name. On their way, a giant boulder has suddenly grown. Not such that it is easy to pass, as the previous one. The fright engulfed people, shouting in the crowd, but the stranger urged everyone to keep calm. It was then that another such creature emerged from the shadow. The creation with a frantic force rushed to the boulder and crushed it with its body, forcing the stones to fly away. It is because of this bold act that the first managed to safely remove people from the cave. Holding on his feet only thanks to the support of Rian, the injured healer thanked the strangers who saved them from the inevitable death in the last moment. He was suffocated by excitement. Among the crowd of monsters, someone shared the news. The healer coped with a huge leviathan, and this is already a significant testimony to the appearance of heroes among ordinary people. Those mysterious strangers who pulled them out of the rubble were not someone, but two giant kobold. Kobold with a white muzzle returned to his brothers and negligently threw that he was not interested in treatment. The blond man, drawing the air, loudly stated that he was feeling the aroma of the majesty coming from the hill. The young man, having opened his eyes wide, trembled as soon as he realized what was the matter. The first kobold returned to Hikla and Rihanna, sincerely apologized for the misunderstanding, and confessed that he wanted to learn something with his brother. With weight in his voice, he wondered if the inhabitants of this island had a small box with a tiny kobold inside. It was at that moment Wales, General Alvin, and Map, feverishly looking for his leader and princess, ran out of the hill. Two kobold appeared before their eyes, and General Alvin has frozen in stunning. These creatures were already familiar to him from the past. Kobolds, seeing Alvin from Wallace who hurried to them, exclaimed joyfully, noting that they did not see them all eternity. One of the kobolds confessed that he had heard that the tribe of these goblins had long disappeared without a trace, so he did not say that one of them still survived in this world. In a conversation with Rihanna and Gay Cole, Wallace reported that both kobolds are called Ash and Hay Fayan, and they come from the Tiberius tribe. It was their owl Fireplace who appointed Lyle guards. Hearing that Wallace was familiar with their queen, the kobolds froze in surprise. Suddenly a baby Lel jumped on a kobold path, and Fangle was racing after her, trying in vain to stop it. Ash and Hyna were surprised. A white puppy, their Princess Layla, ran to the very border. To meet the noisy crowd that has accumulated in that place, Lil ran forward. Rihanna and Hyle immediately dropped his knees, trying to intercept her. Even Cobalt fell on his knees unexpectedly, bowing deeply. The girl froze with surprise, unable to understand what was happening. With their heads bowed in their heads, Cobalt was gladly confessed. The heart is rejoicing, seeing his princess alive and unharmed. Openly confessing to their own helpless to protect it, they, without hiding shame, made a sincere apology. The willingness to redeem guilt even with her own life made a passionate promise of their mouth. Rena and the rest of the warmth smiled at Lila. Finally the little one found relatives. The little princess quietly pushed and tilted her head, not hiding curiosity. General Al, focusing a shrewd look at Ash, he asked suspicion why they visited. Silence prevailed for a few minutes, before Ash finally decided to open. The guy honestly confessed. It would be foolish to lie. Leviathan attacked their boat, the ship went to the bottom, and the fate of the princess remained unknown. After that, they were drifting on the waves for a long time. For a long time they wandered the sea on the wreckage of their ship when unexpected salvation finally appeared. The rescuers were the pirates of the Orca from the Horde Corvus. They were picking up the Despair Wanders and brought here to their ship. The goblin jumped unexpectedly to them and turned to General Ayla loudly. He reported in a burning voice, "A boat is approaching the pirate ship." General Al, without delay, he turned to his trusted warrior and strictly ordered, without his personal signal to open fire strictly forbidden. Returning to Ash, I ask what all this concerns, because he was convinced that enmity prevailed between them. Calm, without any excitement, Ash will explain. To understand everything, you just need to meet with those pirates. According to him, the pirate ship that saved them was good damaged, so it would be a real danger to be delayed in the open sea. In addition, after a hostile shelling, there were no ammunition on the ship, so any subsequent fight would end with a disaster. With this request, Ash appealed to everyone on behalf of himself and Hein. Forgive these pirates. This unexpected proposal was barely sounded, as a shadow of dissatisfaction with General L flashed on the harsh face. Veri and Fudal froze with surprise, and Rien with Gale was lowered, thinking about hearing. After a while, when the pirate boat finally rolled, the crowd was already looking forward to their appearance. The puzzled Gale, based on the hand of Rien, could not utter a word of surprise for a moment, and then finally introduced himself to the head of the area. The long-haired pirate greeted, called Kisamo, a leader of the Horde of Corvus. He confessed that the battle with Leviathan stunned even them, but even more surprise caused him the news that the island of Inhumans was managed by man. The Sheila's gaze froze in the surprise at the giant Kamo Orca and his bulky associates, which stood a few meters above all present. The fence with effort swallowed saliva, thinking about how gigantic these pirates were, even against the backdrop of orcs. Meanwhile, the vigilant Camo finally noticed Albi that he was standing behind the back of the Gila. The pirate noted that he is quite large for Goblin. Only then did Camo come. Albi himself, the leader of the Belden clan. Sleeping, General L strongly stated that from now on, his name was Elvin. Having expressed his willingness to support the pirates, he warned, "Ancient images are not forgotten." He asked the captain if he was really ready to accept their help. The sword steel shone in Kamu's hand, as soon as the blade slipped out of the vagina. He noted with confidence in his voice, "It is quite appropriate that the Belden tribe is present now. Obviously, so is destined." His determination did not go unnoticed. The goblins were alert and, without delaying, took up their own weapons. Unexpectedly, who dropped the sword to the ground, solemnly saying, "The leader of the horde, Corvus, brings prayer for his brothers." His lips clasped in his rigid determination. His hand reached for a hat, which he started to shoot slowly. Camo dropped on his knees, humbly bowing his head. The hat was pressed to the chest, and full of determination said, "For the sake of saving his comrades will give his own life." Stunned and surprised, all around just a shock. Capirmo with dignity pleads guilty for beating his tribe. He asks to pay off his own life, and in return, at least allow people to repair the ship. The head of the head made it clear. That's where his path at the head of these orcs ended. The Fugal was confused with his commander, not believing what he saw, and Assistant Camo suddenly grasped the essence of the events, loudly exclaimed that everything should not be blamed for their leader. Posing over the shoulder of his captain, the orc exclaimed that the merchants had arranged everything, not them. Komomo turned sharply and ordered to silence. Captain Camel asked his subordinate with indignation whether he or she did not seek to humiliate him even more. The subordinate denied sharply, explaining that he could not even look at it. How does the captain die? Hearing about the merchants, Camel will be astonished and surprised, full of anxiety. The patience of General Elevan broke up. In a stubborn voice ordered to silence all present. Rien and Hale, who stood nearby in a hurry with the ears from such an exclamation. Captain Kako's dispute with the assistant immediately broke. Both frozen. Silence hung in the air, and that's when the keg shouted to Kako. Asked for the captain for unexpected intervention, he firmly stated that he needs to know all the details. He turned to Kamu to allow the assistant to speak. The captain stubbornly maintained silence, only clasping his teeth. The assistant immediately realized that he received permission to the word. In a passionate way, he said that Orc Claude at one time was not only a deputy captain, but also a real traitor. Waiting for the departure of the leader, he brazenly snatched a large part of their fleet. Assistant Camo considered Claude a munning from the beginning. The methods of their leaders seemed too soft, so, in his opinion, the Horde Corvus lacked true glory and dignity. Claude managed to bow to his side the vast majority of captain accomplices. Hardly rumor about these events came to the captain himself, he immediately began to stay away. But it was too late. Claude managed to disappear, leaving the flags everywhere that indicated their prey. Subsequently, the truth will open. In fact, not all of this was filled with Captain Camo himself, but Claude. In response to this confession, the assistant Captain Camo will confirm with fervent indignation, so it was. Finally, the silence broke Ash, saying that Leviathan originated in the middle of a fierce battle. After that, Claude's troops were destroyed, leaving no trace of their strength. The wrinkles headed by Gila became even deeper. With terrible confidence he recognized in those corpses floating in the water the soldiers of the Army of Clouds. Varys confirmed that it seems like this. Ash frowned, sighed, and recalled that it was the captain of Calm who then pulled them from the sea trap. The face of the captain, who Neil, was gloomy from the words of El. They say, all this seems ridiculous enough. After all, the crew led by the captain has always been known by pirate pranks and has never attacked other factions for no good reason. Suddenly angry with the words of Alvin, Captain Camus tapped his claws into the ground, leaving deep scratches on it. With a barely restrained rage, he wondered what is not so much, and what he changes. Hardly holding back the pain, clamping his teeth, quietly shaking, which could not distract all those attacks. So he failed to suppress the uprising that broke up through Claude. With despair in his voice, he exclaimed that it was because of this that he was ready to bear full responsibility for these events as a real head. Owing the herd, the hero has his eyebrows and lowers his eyes. Suddenly, voice is presented by Elvin. Squeezing the sword's hand, he confidently states that if the captain of the common is still capable of gathering his or her orcs, the house of their clan has certainly remained unharmed. Without taking his attention from the captain standing on his knees, Alvin was securely approached and slowly pulled his sword out of the vagina. A cold look spoke of an inevitable punishment. Camus would have to be responsible for his actions with his own life. Holding his breath, he asked coldly whether the captain had something to add before giving the last orders. Occurring the order, the captain obediently closed his eyes and said with a bitter smile that it would even be funny to die from the hand of such a warrior as Elwyn from Belden. As soon as Elwyn waved his sword, the audience shuddered with horror and rushed to restrain the general. Fagel rapidly jumped and shouted desperately to her father, but in vain. Alvin's sword was already relentlessly falling. Everyone, having frozen, monitored this moment, as if immersed in a dream in broad daylight. As a result, Alvin's sword never achieved the goal. The blade crashed into the ground just in front of Kamu, which looked at the weapon in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. Elvin, without spending time, turned to the captain and ordered him to raise his sword. Grasping his teeth, Al announced that he, Elvin, general of the tribe Belden, challenged the leader of the horde Corvus, Kanye. According to the ancient tradition, the opponents first crossed their blades, and then, retreating in different directions, froze opposite each other, waiting in hard waiting for the beginning of the duel. All around, the alerted sideways, watching the events carefully. The staggering was in the air. No one suggested that Ellen Com dared to organize a deadly match. Hayal, running on Rihanna's shoulder, also did not look from the stage. Reflections on the likelihood of victory of each of the rivals did not rest. Goblin General Alvin was famous for his incredible force, but his opponent, the leader of the orcs, had an obvious advantage over even an element, which gave him even more weight in this confrontation. Squeezing his teeth with pain, the last forces stretches the hand to at least impose a protective barrier on Elvin. There is almost no chance. But suddenly Rihanna intercepts his wrists, not allowing you to complete the plan. He turns to the girl frantically, surprised, and hopefully exclaimed, asking for something. Rihanna in response only silently shook her head. This gesture immediately made it clear. The intervention here is inappropriate. He had left to retreat and stop trying to help Al, choosing the role of just the viewer. The blade flashed in his hands when Kamu turned to Elvon, and desperately stated that he was paid for his own head for the death of the general's tribe. The blade in Kamu's hand flew to his face, and exploding his passionate oath, he promised. In this duel, General Elwyn would not only take his life. The general only smiled in response and stated loudly that he agreed to such conditions. Cocked confidently, Elvin assured that he does not think, so Kamu's head would fall soon. But the tension that prevailed between the two rivals was transmitted to all around. The alertness in the air thickened. Both are determined. There will be no concession here. Everyone is ready to stand for the last and, if they have to give life. A brief conversation turned into a busy lull in front of the storm. Both rivals rapidly accepted combat racks, preparing to entrust their fate to the sharpness of the blades. Their fingers squeezed the arms of the weapons, their muscles tensed. A moment, and like springs, both exploded with a fierce attack, frantically colliding in a deadly duel. The battle did not have time to begin, as Alvin waved and directed the axe of Kamu's captain. He reacted lightly, and, sitting down, skillfully evaded a rapid attack. The axe, turning in the air, almost returned to her master, and Kamu cleverly knocked her on the fly with an incomprehensible object. As soon as the equal, he finally intercepted his axe, Luck smiled at him. It's time to act. In a frantic jerk, he rushed to Alvin and struck the enemy in his hand. Such an unexpected attack forced Alvana to release a weapon from his hands. The axe flew to the side and stuck in the ground with a roar. Despite this, Alvin dumbly bounced from Kamiya. Only instantness. And he is preparing to answer. The opponents acted so rapidly that they barely had time to realize what had just happened. Spectators were also confused. Left with only one battle axe, Alvin focused even more. A second axe appeared in his hands. Tightly clamped in front of him, he was preparing to rush into a new attack. It was at that moment that Kamu again rushed into the attack, mutilating that no one had evaded his sword so far. Another weight of the blade, and Alvin skillfully retreats, avoiding a deadly stroke, although the blade still slides on the cheek, leaving a red scratch. A passionate sigh breaks out of Rihanna's mouth. The idea was delighted. The incredible speed of Captain Camus does not give any chance to predict his attack. Someone else emphasized that Mr. Camus is a true embodiment of incredible power. Watching the fierce battle of his father, Outfuel froze on the edge of the arena, exciting the cams and wrapping them to the breast. At this point, his father pulled the rope, lifting the second axe. The axis of the axe was stuck right behind the back of Captain Camus at that moment. The audience froze in the surprise when Alvin's real plan reached them. The calculations were perfect. The axe was to hit the stone from the back. The exclamation of indignation came. Such a craft even surprised him. Meanwhile, the blade was already flying around, and the Kama had to turn sharply, preparing for protection. At that moment, Il cunningly took the opportunity and rushed to the attack. Forced to bounce back, Alvin watched in surprise as Captain Kamu incredibly managed to intercept his axe that he flew in his back rapidly, and, without hesitation, threw his weapon directly in the direction of Alvin, who opened his eyes while still in a half-size state. With a mow of Kama's sword, he again drove to Alvin, challenging the challenge. It's time to choose what to protect. Only one blow will be able to repel, whether the axe of the general or the blade of the captain's sword. In response to the attack, Alvin sharply evaded the axe, instead allowed the enemy's sword to touch himself. The crowd kept a breath. A wave of astonishment flew around. Blood splashed all over, and Kamu was stuck in the spot without imagining what was happening. The captain's sword blade only sewn Alvin's forearm. Grasping his teeth, General grabbed Kamu by his hand with a wounded palm and whispered. He was trapped. Squeezing his hand even more, Alvin said with a smile that now the opponent would not be so easy to wave his sword. He suggested that the captain give up in a hoarse voice, but he suddenly grabbed him by the other hand. Unlike Alvin, Kama had a great advantage in size, which made it easier to determine what kind the opponent belongs to. However, Goblin now had to make even more effort. Kama convinced that a real sacrifice was not him at all, but Alvin himself, because it was he who put this intricate trap for him. Under the pressure of incredible strength, Alvin's legs crashed into the ground, leaving deep dents. After all on the enemy, the Kama warned, it is not necessary to allow the weakness to beat from the panther. Boldly throwing the phrase, the orc reminded that in the goblin's duel not to defeat such an enemy as he. A more powerful attack forced Alvin to clamp her teeth from tension. The captain did not lose his fighting, and threateningly exclaimed that he would inevitably break the enemy's hands. Almost the whole audience immediately spread his mouths, insanely supporting his favorite participants. Alvin was scratching and throwing a sharp remark. Those jokes are better to save for himself. Squeezing the hands of the enemy is increasingly stronger, the young man firmly emphasized. His words are fair for ordinary goblins, but now he is a legendary commander of these creatures. Suddenly a special mark broke out on his body. The wild roar swept around when the captain came together with the most gripped warrior of the Belden tribe. Goblin, lifting his hands high over his head, exploded by a victorious cry. This gesture instantly prompted a commander to rise above the ground. Alvin strongly threw him into the air, forcing the orca to shout in surprise. Stuck in a strange state of uncertainty, Kamu did not resist the delight, and asked in surprise how Alvin was able to turn it. However, in response, the general only grabbed the air with his hand, sharply grabbed his head for his head, and threatened. Instantly turning in the air, he was on top, ready for further action. The events were lightning. The audience did not even have time to understand what happened. The result of such rapid development was the death blow to the captain's head on the stone. The reason proved to be simple. Alvin cleverly grabbed his enemy behind his head and pressed her to the ground. In addition to his triumph, he immediately broke the saber of the captain. The victory of their commander was caused by a captured noise among the goblins. The whole crowd rushed in front of Alvin, filled with impatience to find out if Camium was killed. Alvin, comfortably resting on the ground, answered a predatory smile. To overthrow the leader of the orcs, it is not as easy as it seems. He gradually returned to consciousness, coughing up his blood. He confessed in a weak voice in the defeat in front of the captain. Without opening his eyes, he adopted his fate and ordered General Elvin to end it. Hearing these words, Elvin stood up and reached for the axe. He announced with the smile of the winner, "Now that he won, the life of Captain Camus belongs to him." Alvin solemnly stated that he did not intend to waste this invaluable gift in vain. These words stunned Camus so much that his eyes expanded with surprise. Turning his gaze from the opponent, Alvin solemnly lifted his axe and announced loudly, the match was completed. With sincere pride, he proclaimed the victory of his clan in the war against Corvus. Alvin's joyful hominal rolled up with the island, turning the celebration into a real feast. Rising to the wounded hill, Alvin was aware of his back and apologized to the rock, confessing that he did not restrain himself and began to behave not as it should. The branch did not reproach him, just smiling gently. This behavior, well, exactly like Alvin, he said with warmth in his voice. Having expressed his sincere gratitude for the act, the branch received a smile from the general. Rihanna brought Gila closer to the fallen Kama, and then the branch turned to the captain. The captain heard permission to stay on the island until the ship was repaired without hesitation. The guy noted that by the time the ship was on the move, Kai people will have time to organize. The curiosity made him ask if the captain could agree to it. In response, both the captain and his assistant were surprised at the young man. Lowering his head, Kami announced that he accepts the proposal of the HIL. Departed from the fallen rival, Alvin suddenly met his daughter, who was standing nearby, also with his head. She only quietly returned to her father. Suddenly, gathering all her strength, the girl cut her father's leg on the lower leg. He shouted at the painful pain on the spot. Alvin, not hiding surprise and indignation, asked what made her daughter strictly hit him. After answering, the girl fled on her father's shoulder, leaning down. He left her breasts, and, as if once again, reminded Alvin, she warned him not to ignite so much, and he again ignored her words. At the same time, Captain Kamu, gathering the last forces, stood up and straightened. Pointing to the hay sitting on the stone, Kamu turned to his subordinates loudly. Now, as long as they stay here, everyone is undoubtedly obeyed by the orders of the Gila. A powerful roar, like a thunder on the horizon, he came among the warriors. The crowd immediately threw himself at Gil, greeting him with sincere exclamations. So hundreds of hordes of the Corvus Horde were the roll of guests on the island, turning a quiet place into a real arena of celebrations. However, an unusual number of strangers sowed in the soul of Gil an uncontrollable anxiety. Together with Ash and Haina, who, obeying the will of their queen, went to Lilol to become the foster parents of little Lilol. Ash noted that Belden's tribe seems to have taken the command of Gil's. Therefore, they say, now it is not necessary to stay with the old names. It is time to call them new ones, because from now on they serve him. The young man agreed, noting that everything obtained from his own label would come from his own. What the result of the change in the name would be, the guy had no idea. The decisive seal of his own heart, Gil declared. He most seeks to protect Lila. He gave new names to his companions. Ash will now call Ashton and Haina Gaians. Both kobolds bowed their heads and solemnly swore on their own lives. Exhaled, the hero noted that Walls is now truly loaded with cases. Very answered a smile and confirmed what was said, because Wallace was wounded and prepared new places for guests. Suddenly, acute pain pierced the body and forced him to shudder. With a sincere admiration, Rihanna immediately rushed to him, while the young man dropped on the stone, grabbing his head. Squeezing tired, the guy hurried to reassure the girl, assuring that everything was fine with him and he was just lacking in strength. Despite his objection, Rihanna still put his palm on his forehead and exclaimed that he had a heat. Returning to Valis, Rihanna said that he would take Zella to the room and then asks Valis to take care of him. Goblin immediately agreed, assuring the girl that he could fully count on. The exhausted selection addressed Rihanna with the question of what she was doing, because everything is fine with him. The girl, with an unfortunate note in her voice, said, the selection was too overwhelmed. Suddenly, the girl hugged a confused young man, sincerely asking him. The surprise was shown on the boy's face. He asked what it means. He did not have time to recover as Rihanna had already picked him up and headed to the room to give him a rest. Outraged, the guy addressed the girl with the question of her action. Smiling, she replied that everything was fine and her strength to carry it. The new moon exclaimed, which meant completely different. Captain Kamu, who watched this, quietly giggled, covering his lips with the palm. After that, he gave all Valis levers to others, and he passed treatment and rested to regain his strength and restore his health. Meanwhile, goblins went down to the cave where Hill won Leviathan. Seeing the giant remains of the snake, the kids did not hold back the passionate exclamations. This monster was impressed by their giant size. One of the goblins cast his gaze on Valea and suggested that he bury Leviathan without unnecessary ceremonies. But unexpectedly, the map came to the snake, carefully cut off a piece of his body and, as if nothing special, began to eat meat with taste. Everyone around the surprise, watching this sight, Skyping a piece, the map happily jumped in place, and then, without holding back appetite, he reached for the next. Goblin's views were instantly falling on Tom. His capture by Levi fan meat was obvious. Valus whispered something under his nose, and then called the 10th and 11th goblins with a gesture. Subsequently, the icy air filled the cave. So tried to keep Leviathan fresh, because no one could imagine that the meat of the snake was suitable for food until the mop dared to taste it first. After completing their affairs, The goblins paid attention to the huge sea column they needed to pull out. Suddenly, someone's call came from behind. Goblins immediately turned, wary of surprise. Captain Kem's team was the first to offer their help, because they belonged to boats, and the marine craft, like real pirates, was easy for them. The Goblin Islandi gladly accepted this proposal and instructed the orcs to tie Gollum. In the soul, confidence is mature. Although the path to understanding would be thorny, the desire for the Belden tribe and the Corvus horde to leave the old images behind and finally learn to live in peace and harmony. As it turned out, the core of the industry remained unharmed, and all thanks to the Aracalcum that saved him so perfectly that the master had to return to this shell integrity. However, there was a much more important task ahead. Take care of your own recovery. Meanwhile, Rian sat side by side, stretching something gift and decorating her care with a gentle smile. Clumsily raising his hand, the fence tried to assure that it was feeling well and could handle the food itself. However, Ryan immediately denied. She insisted that a complete recovery was possible only if a full rest, and therefore no independence could be discussed. Rihanna handed him a spoon with food, gently ordered her mouth open. In the end, there was no strength. He humbly swallowed everything to a drop, wondering, "This girl is stubborn than you could think at first glance." Despite all the troubles, gratitude in the soul blossomed. The care she was enveloped warmed her heart. The medicines that were carefully prepared from the leaves of Yggdrasil were surprisingly effective and gave relief and speedy recovery. With a gentle smile directed to Rihanna, he asked her not to cut off and not to pace himself. A little more, and he would have enough mana to fully recover. Smiling, the girl assured, no one was forced to spend it next to him. Just the second such chance of fate may not give. Red up with embarrassment, Rihanna looked away and hesitated, mechanically twisting a strand of hair on her finger. Using it, she said that it is not difficult to treat someone for her at all, and she comes here not so often. When the girl finished feeding him and was about to go, the unexpected confession escaped from his mouth. Now he understood. It was not difficult for her. In his thoughts, he returned to one, not to feel idle at all while everyone is working. The boy's gaze slid to the wall where his favorite Kyle hung. Inside, an overwhelming desire to dig again. Meanwhile, the goblins went down to the cave, taking into digging. One of them, when he waved, regretted a friend that it is too hot here, lifting the pick for another blow. The interlocutor agreed, nodding. But it was only necessary to touch the stone, as the water suddenly splashed, floating the goblins, throwing to the side, stunningly looking around. Not only was it struck by the presence of water, both of them catch themselves for a surprise, because the local spaces are unlikely to promise such a find. One of the goblins exclaims with delight, "This is a real hot spring. Once upon a time, a Gila was sent to the Gila to God Ireland. It was there that he managed to save the ship that went to the bottom, and to overcome the formidable monster, Leviathan." Knowing the true price of friendship, the young man was in front of the worst enemy in his life. There was almost no chance of winning. A short, sharp call of Rihanna mounted the cave, turning to the gill. The young man answered the same moment, barely holding back the excitement, and holding his breath. He was interested in what happened. Rihanna said with a smile that this hot source is just incredible. As he was ashamed, the guy was in a reply, but he gladly agreed, and with inspiration shouted in response. Stretching in hot water, Rian shared that in her tribe, there was a similar hot spring. She bathed there every day, and sincerely confessed that she liked it. The Red Hill was forced to turn away, trying to hide embarrassment, and assured that he also understood it. Sticking into the water almost with her head, Rihanna's sight, and thought that he also led to this moment. It all started only a week ago. The constant lying in bed and the endless vacation were quite tired, so the desire to work out with the pick won. After attempted, he went into work, and with exhalation he was convinced. Everything is wonderful. The door to the room suddenly dissolved. At the same moment when the young man swung Kaoi, the piercing pain snorted him. The power left the body. He was slipped and proclaimed from flower. The guests who stepped on the threshold were frozen and stunning without moving. Rihanna carefully supported Galia, helping to return and comfortably rest on the bed. Holding the boy a little annoyed, she reminded again that she strictly ordered him not to get up and adhere to bed rest. In response, a clumsy apology addressed to the girl came. The harsh look of Captain Kamu pierced the guy when he asked strictly, unless he was taught that to offend girls was an unworthy business. It was only after these words that the young man finally noticed that Rihanna did not arrive. The surprise flashed on the face, because to meet the captain himself was a true rarity. Removing his hat, Coma Captain calmly explained Gila that he only passed and decided to visit him. Rihanna just introduced him and the Cobalt, who were now standing near the island. Leaning to Rihanna, he invisibly reminded her of an important detail. The girl immediately understood the hint and extended him a small object. Hardly touching his fingers, the guy immediately recognized the familiar thing. Straightening the found thing, the young man recognized his own clothes. He was happy to note that although the fabric was already a little worn, her look remained almost like a new one. With a gentle smile, Rihanna explained that these things were restored with the help of spider threads, so now they were even better than they were before. Continuing to carefully inspect the updates, the hero joyfully thanks Rana. Gathering with thoughts, Ashton finally broke silence, noting that this island was a real treasure trove of unexpected discoveries. Cobalt noted that despite the small size of the island on the surface, a real lace of tunnels rages underground, and the blacksmith's affair has reached a lot of heyday. Captain Camus, traveling many edges, confessed that he had never met Yggdrasil. Setting up on the bed, he noted that he could make this place even more comfortable for life, so he would be readily made any comments or offers of the captain. After agreeing to help, he noted that the Horde of Corvus would make every effort to embody the plan. The words that the local residents would be glad if he had accepted them by the residents of this island were unexpectedly heard. This confession caused genuine surprise in the eyes of the young man. The look immediately expanded from surprise. As a sign of respect for the captain and his team, sincere apologies for the unworthy behavior of the Belden tribe. The young man argued that there is no guilt in the comma, but even in such circumstances the path to reconciliation will be long and difficult. The circle expressed his agreement to accept Kamiya, while adding that she did not have to worry about the relationship, because the whole kind of Belden obeys only to him, a man. The young warrior suggested that the goblins would soon forget the old images. Kamiya gratefully bowed her head. Suddenly, the captain wondered how the ordinary mortal is the owner of the island, known for his kindness to the monster, managed to build such a powerful state on these lands. Turning a strand of hair, Jill noted that this story is still stretching from afar. The New Moon reported that he is originally from San Felice, and this island is part of the kingdom. Captain Camus seized the mystery of the origin of the hill. He already wanted to ask about it, and suddenly someone, anxiously exclaiming, reported to them, announced the danger. Exhausted with fast running, resting on the wall, trying to restore the breath. Intrigued, the fence immediately wondered what happened. The girl exclaimed excitedly, "The boiling water is streaming simply from the ground." Gathering his belongings, Gil moved with everyone to the cave, from where, as Ree mentioned, a hot spring made his way. They opened a small pond over which a light ghost was clubs. Admiring this painting, Rich involuntarily kept his breath. Valis returned to Gil, interested in his well-being. In response, the young man blossomed with a smile and assured that he feels great. Now he can walk on his own and even admire this incredible find. General L's gaze walked over his young man's shoulder, and a genuine joy was swearing in his voice. This is a healing hot spring that has already appealed to him. Even Goblin did not restrain the smile. The excitement stumbled in the eyes, and the palm clenched into his fist. From under his forehead, looking at her father, Leader stingled her hands, and noted that he was too tuned for the better. The girl suggested that it may just spill water into a cave, not an endless source. Goblin, who came across this source, told that they were digging in the ground, and suddenly a flow of water suddenly escaped from the depths, which still did not stop beating from the soil. The question will come about whether it happened to them before. Ree, which stubbornly could not believe in an inexhaustible source of water, will note, yes, this was the case, but then there was much less water. First of all, it is necessary to make sure that the water of the threat is... Such a decision will come to his mind. Suddenly the loud splash broke the silence. The water flew on all sides. The map, not thinking for a minute, jumped into a cool depth and took carefully to wash away the fatigue of the road. Alex immediately indignant. They say, it is unfair that Alice said, the water is pleasant, although it was he who was checking her temperature. Sitting near the water, the young man looked at the map. She wondered with interest in her whether there was a way to remove this water. Valis was frozen that it would have succeeded if the source was in the mountains, and it is extremely difficult to carry out the plan underground. Hill's shoulders dropped, His appearance became sad. In fact, it will not be easy. However, the maps suddenly illuminated the idea that could solve this difficult task. Without any hesitation, it was thought that the plan of rescue from the water was undoubtedly ripe, because Map immediately made things and rushed to his forge. An inspired card, a carefully drawn plan of further action appeared on the ground. It is only looking at the drawings that it becomes clear that the map seeks to use workshops to create mold and iron forms. The brothers Kamu, numb from surprise, watched as the branch made some miracles just with a whole mountain of iron. The impressed captain, without restraining, asked what was happening here and heard that it was only a normal inventory. After that, the goblins melted the iron and filled it with care in prepared forms. Everyone worked tirelessly. New iron pipes emerged from the stone castings. Meanwhile, the map focused on improving the hands of the 8th and 9th. Gil delighted. Gil noted how similar this bright ray to the magic of fire. A radiant flash from an improved hand instantly illuminated the space. Carefully watching the actions, the young man realized the beam fuses pipes, securely connecting them. So large-scale construction unfolded. Together, everyone began to realize the design of hot water from the cave directly to the surface. Thanks to the efforts of the map and his comrades, a unique device appeared that allows you to wisely dispose of water reserves, avoiding waste. In addition, now a giant pool sparkles on the surface. You can swim at any time without descending deeper. The thrust was strong, but Rihanna did not look out of her eyes. He only had to take Kalo. Her smile acquired ominous outlines. The young man had nothing left to decide. Life is more expensive than any work. A week later, the hot spring was finally taken to the surface. The fence, enthusiastically looking at the work, did not hide the grip. The pool came out just a giant. Calmly scratching your chin, you agreed with him, but immediately asked, "Where's the water?" When everyone, without holding back curiosity, roared near another empty bath, Wallace called the map. He sighed and wiped sweat from his forehead after hard work. The underground device, which operated the water pressure, received energy from the wind of Golem number 10. The order of Valis was heard, as the map signaled another goblin, and he immediately began to spin the heavy wheel, bringing the mechanism into motion. Immediately after the statue that could be found in the bath, and which surprisingly resembled the map, suddenly opened her mouth. All those present near her were waiting in anticipation. The internal tension was rushed in the air. The next moment, the map, unexpectedly for everyone, rushed to the grunt. Flying to her, the map hid behind the statue and struck it on the back. At the same moment, a whole stream of hot water escaped from the mouth of a stone figure, like a boil fountain. The hall immediately raised a joyful noise. A warmed wave of admiration, Hell clenched his fist, and exclamedly exclaimed that the map had coped with the task. It added quietly, "In his opinion, the idea of the statue leaves much to be desired." Swinging on the edge of the pool, he sighed enthusiastically, not looking down. The girl watched the water quickly arrived, and General Elvin leaned next to her daughter and shouted loudly that he was already okay to jump into this temptation. Behind his back, with a slight smile on his mouth, Captain Kamu was at his hand, waved his hand. He passes the honorary right to steal into the water. The words that the Belden tribe really deserves such honor and remained unleashed. He did not have time to add plan. From the rage who swept Alvarna after these words, his hands pushed Kamiya into the water, so rapidly that he did not even have time to realize what had happened. Just when he was in the water, the captain was annoyed in Elvin, what he was doing. However, he completely neglected him with words, and, ignoring an angry look, suggested that cheerful comrades should be relaxed in hot springs. With a mockery expression, Elvin suggested that he first wash well, saying that an orc that was lubricated into the water should not be recalled. Kamu was indignant at this, that he did not fall there, that Elvin pushed him. After washing after a hard day, the redevelopment goblins and orcs plunged into hot water, filling the space with joyful noise. Adults put their shoulders under a stream of boiling water, enjoying the pleasant warmth, and the baby, without holding back the grip, dumped violently into the water, accelerating and boldly jumping straight from the shore. Walking on cold stones, the Alwain was satisfied with, feeling the tension leaves the body. Kamium, who settled nearby, completely agreed with the words of the general, adding that healing water could dispel even the deepest fatigue. Valistan thanked Kamiya for his support. When the captain remains absolutely indifferent to the words of praise from Wallace, Alvin is curious to whom, suspecting that something is wrong, or praise caused dissatisfaction. After all, if you believe the general, everything is erected here. Only the result of heavy physical labor of strong orcs. Kamu throws a dissatisfied gaze towards the general, saying loudly that Alvin had offended the respected captain's figure with his inappropriate remark. Meanwhile, one of the assistants is not inclined to Alvana, and, swallowing words, advises to refrain from discussing the muscles of their leader. It is at this moment that Kama Captain jumps on a stone rapidly, accepts a heroic posture, and loudly calls on everyone to admire his slim and perfect physique. At the same time, Kobolds, returning to Lila, advise her not to pay attention to the captain's elaborates. Having taken with him a towel and a wooden bowl, the fence was also going to dive into the water. Noticing a considerable company in the pool, he predicted a fun day with a wide smile. In the meantime, the villages, faithfully by the owner, slid fun. The young man turned to his pet, wondering if he also wanted to put them in the water. At the same time, Elvin warned Fandel loudly so that she would not dare to dive in the bathroom. The girl agreed obediently, and in the next moment he was covered by an unexpected memory, from which the skin was covered with ants. Looking towards the reservoir, the young man noticed Fudsel, who turned to him and noticed that she thought he had appeared here first. At the same moment, it became clear to him. The pool was not divided into parts, so the monsters of both sexes are bathed together in the water. When swimming in the water around the map, a dark spot suddenly appeared. The goblins, who were nearby, began to ask what was happening to him. Killenly turned to Varys, asking why the baths were not divided for different groups. However, the young man only confused his eyes, or without understanding the meaning of the question. The hills Smolev, thinking that Varys did not realize his question at all. Silence lasted only a moment, until the young man, on the stone cover, was not heard, and someone's words turned to the Z was forced to shudder. Rihanna appeared on the threshold. She also decided to swim in hot springs. In her hands she kept a towel and a tadpole, and then suddenly offered to clean the back of the chair. The young man was naked in surprise, spreading his mouth as if he were struck by lightning. One part of the soul of Gila has incited him. Nothing wrong, swim with Rihanna, if the pools are common here. But the other side warned, he will have to divide the buyer, however. Is it not a sin to lose such a chance when he was at his fingertips? For a while he had an internal dispute until both of him finally agreed. It is worth joining Rihanna and swimming with her. The indignation fire broke out in the soul of the young man. Such dark thoughts had no right to even blink in his mind. With dissatisfaction, he dropped them away, as if catching on the fly of obsessive insects. An unexpected wave of anxiety made him hurry to get out of the pool. Rian was throwing his dizziness loudly, so he would come back here to swim otherwise, and so far he wants everyone to rest. Rihanna watched his misunderstanding at his rapid escape. Sprinkling at the seal, the guy with annoyance noted that Rihanna scared him well. The new moon added that his pet can safely go to the bath with someone else. He himself has absolutely no desire to swim in this place. Having scratched his head, the young man acknowledged that he really dreamed of swimming for a long time. However, he was worried that it would look as if he would tease Rihanna. Long thoughtful, will finally decide to go down to the cave and swim there alone. Only the seal in a hot spring will scrape this adventure. After reaching the sources, he stepped into the water in one disturbance, and in a moment, he plunged completely. He sat down, leaning his back against a cool stone, and sighing with pleasure, he said, "The local water is a real perfect miracle." The seal did not slow down, lively in a hot boil after. Looking back on the intricate mechanism, which now served the water outside, the guy noted with delight. And I could not think that they would be able to create such a miracle. Not hiding respect, he called the map a real genius, and expressed his sincere praise for his wonderful work. Suddenly behind the boy's back, Rihanna came out and said she had guessed his arrival. From the surprise, the young man broke from the place and plunged his head simply into the water. Red up with shame, the guy turned to Rihanna and wondered with surprise why she was here. The girl sincerely confessed that she simply could not leave him. With a light smile on his mouth, Rena apologized to him for the noisy of the rest of the company. She explained that everyone was so passionate and noisy because they have not seen a hot spring for a long time. The girl noted, immediately realized that he was seeking pleasure in silence. In a few minutes, Rihanna carefully wondered in the Gila, or not against him, if she would break his peace and make a company near the source. Very soon the girl was already enjoying the hot bath, and Heel, gleaming to the ears of shame, hastily turned away. The most fierce enemy of all he had to meet stood in front of him right now. The enemy is waiting for the enemy to face to retreat nowhere. Rihanna suddenly waved sideways and shouted, calling to look around. The young man shuddered and turned lightly, getting ready for something unexpected. Barely breathing, Rihanna pointed to the ore that shone around, as if the dawn in the night sky. To quench the excitement, the hero goes to his inventory and carefully views the content. Having made all his eyes, he unexpectedly realizes they spent too much iron to make pipes. Suddenly, Rihanna bowed her head, and her quiet voice broke the Heikel from his memories, returning to reality. The girl suddenly confessed that she had to share with him something extremely important. After these words, the fee was covered with cold sweat, the fear of his every opinion. Rihanna's words seemed too suspicious to the young man, because she chose the moment when they were left alone to share something important. In the head, the idea that a technical side of 10 is also a seal. This discovery frightened him until cold trembling. Rihanna was tingling and noticeably worried, tried to find the right words. Finally confessed. It is difficult for her to understand the feelings of goblins from her tribe. With regret on her face, the girl appealed to Jill with apologies, emphasizing that Captain Camus, together with his comrades, sincerely regret the events that took place. However, despite all these flaws, the home of her clan will remain only in memories, and any help is now beyond their capabilities. A light smile illuminated the girl's face. She noticed how they work together now, taste dinner and rise in a hot spring, despite all the former misunderstandings. This thought filled Soriano with joy. On her sincere words, the guy felt unnoticed for himself too, tilted his head and smiling. He explained to the girl that apologies are pointless, because the past is always difficult to let go. He promised to ask if she wanted to bring her tribe to a new level. Immediately feeling the answer in the air, the young man said that all is well. He then advised Rana to pay attention to the island, the area where goblins, mucus, cave spiders, kobolds, and a couple of inalienable people. Smiling, Rena suddenly leaned her back against the new moon, and this unexpected gesture instantly led him out of half-thread. Sincere gratitude for healing burst into it, filling the heart with warmth. Suddenly, the young man stood sharply, even harder with a blush. Looking around, he had already opened his mouth to ask what the girl was doing, and the words were stuck in her throat. Her figure was sleeping peacefully, leaning on his back, as if the world around had stopped for this short rest. The surprised look slid on the sleeping girl. A moment, and in memory comes. Rihanna spent a lot of mana. But despite the fatigue, she did not allow herself to rest and tirelessly worked. Turning away from Rihanna, his gaze went forward. She stopped on the stone ceiling of the cave, mentally expressed gratitude for everything she did, although those warm words did not reach her. Suddenly, the girl's eyelids barely shuddered. She opened her eyes and got up sharply. She became sorry for the apology to Hill, explaining that she was just fainted. Stunned, Hill inadvertently retreated from the stranger and hastily grabbed his hand. Meanwhile, the fifth legs remained in the source until the water was finally boiling. It is a little time, perhaps due to the healing action of a hot spring, although the reason for Gil was of particular importance. The forces returned to him, and he reappeared. Squeezing Kayla firmly, the young man swung his absence of pain in the body. Tears of joy were shimmering on the face. It was finally possible to dig again. Rihanna and Fangal appeared at the door, both glowing with happy smiles. However, Fangal never realized how you can cry for such a trifle. When he entered the house, Coma Captain greeted Keela with recovery. The young man turned to him, gladly greeting the captain. With his eyes and lightly waving his finger behind his back, a tricky winked Keela, hinting that he wanted to spill over a few words alone. Once outside, Kamu admired the landscape, which opened from the top of the hill. With sincere enthusiasm, he noted how beautiful the local panorama seems. Kama stretched out a list, they say. It is a gift in honor of his recovery. Hill was surprised to take a scroll and unfolded it. Not just a note opened before the young man's eyes, it was Porty's plan itself. Interested in whether Kamu really made a list on his own, the captain has proudly confessed. He prepared this scheme at the request of Wallace. It was he who wondered whether to realistically arrange a port here, so Kamu developed a detailed plan. The captain added to his words that he heard. In the future, the fence plans to trade with the outside world. However, the young man had no ships at all. With annoyance, the fence answered. All the vessels that were, they disassembled on the boards. Captain Com, looking at his ship, which was hiding near the island, confidently pointed to him and reported that he was ready to pass hill. Surprise, the young man asked if he really was. The captain confirmed his words, promising to return the ship, but emphasized that he would have to restore the damaged bottom that punched Leviathan. Another significant argument in favor of the construction of the port. Interested in the meaning of the triangle, applied to the port scheme, asks what it means. Camus confesses that he was fascinated with the case, played a little with the drawing, and decorated the port plan of the port. The triangle marked everything that could not be built. Thinking, the young man ran his chin on his chin. He admitted that the scheme of this port was not inferior to the real royal harbor. Com quickly realized that the young man recognized the royal raft, so he wondered if he had grown in the kingdom. Barely noticeable, the ironic smile rode on the lips of the interlocutor, and he confirmed the assumption of the captain. Gil revealed a secret. He is the 17th prince of the kingdom of San Palace. Due to his complete failure, he was expelled from home. After these confessions, Rana became easier to share a painful past. Com sincerely apologized for his inappropriate question. Hardly noticing the suspicion of the captain, the young man hurried to raise his hand to assure his pure intentions. An explanation came from his mouth. He only knows that this island was considered abandoned and forgotten by the whole kingdom, so no extraneous views should not be expected here. There is nothing to worry about. Turning away from the captain, she will say thanks for the gift with a smile, and then add that he now goes to discuss the further plan of action with the Whaleson card. Camus only nod. Silent consent is simple and unambiguous. The captain's gaze frozen in silence, escorting Gil, who was slowly moving. The young man once suggested that his idea was not too liked. Then they came to work. The bricks went into place, obediently obey the skill and the charming power of the construction. The captain, stunned by what he saw, approached you and kept his breath, opened his eyes wide with surprise. Elvin clapped him friendly on his shoulder and laughed, not hiding the admiration, and then he said loudly that their leader was a real strongman. Watching how giant cliffs are easily exposed to his movements, Camus could not be surprised. How could the sign of the cave winner give a person such a force? The time passed, and most of the cases were completed. The capture of Captain Camus did not know the boundaries. Amazed by the skill of the young man, he was fond of loud, incredible work. This is what the perfect harbor, which Jill, see. The Gila's gaze turned to the captain. Only the port basis is able to lay. The next step, further control of the entire port farm, was suggested to entrust the captain of Kamiya. He struck his finger in his surprise, not believing that such an honor fell out to him. Behind the comm, Wallace shouted loudly that everything would be as best possible, and he would definitely cope. Rihanna smiled warmly and wished the captain good luck, while Alvin only got dissatisfied. Suddenly, Captain looked back in their direction, not hiding his surprise. Returning to Heil, Cum hit himself with his fist in his chest and stated that he was accepting the young man's proposal and ready to become his reliable support. He assured that it would inevitably evoke this amazing port city. With a smile, the Hill announced that these charming guards, it was he who distinguished them, will help for the captain. The young man returned to the lives of all whom Leviathan once destroyed, from the 1st to the 7th. Easily exclaiming that he was glad to see the revived, he urged the time not to waste. The moment has come to business. The stone for the construction of the port remained plenty, so the decision to go to the cave and began to start excavations quite logical. Deepening in the subsoil of the earth, he did not notice how a fang of quietly stole behind. She was betrayed endlessly, declaring that the healing finally returned to the caves. She was interested in why the young man did not work as a mithril Kyle, but ordinary. For zeal at this moment, simple Kyla fully met the need, no other needed. Suddenly warning words were heard. It is too dangerous for Leo, so you should not move on. In Haynes, Ashton was closely overseeing the small Lila. The embarrassed Gil hurried to apologize to Ashton and asked to take Lila from this place. With a smile on his mouth, Fugel approached Gaines, who decided to stay, and asked if he would now make a company in digging. Kobold confidently lifted the crust, announcing that he's seeking to try himself in digging. The girl laughed cheerfully and wondered at Heinz, which crust should be taken instead of the sword. Hill, who stood a little away, shouted Fugel, advising to cool down a bit. Returning to Ashton, who watched in silence, the young man asked him not to be offended by a Fugel, because she is still a child. In parallel, Fangel shared his knowledge of Heinz. Kobold addressed her with a question about Kyle. The girl exclamedly exclaimed that that's exactly how it should be acting. Pointing to the shimmering spots behind the stone, she explained that these signs testify. There is something interesting there. With unexpected surprise, he will observe the skilled movements of Kobold. Due to his silky physique, Hein has easily overcome the task, and the first got the finish line. The excitement of the competition, the mushroom decided to measure the forces with Kobold. Which of them would produce more ore? The victory sought so fervently that the stones flew on all sides. A satisfied smile illuminated his face, and Kalo confidently lay on his shoulder. It was time to do your favorite business. In the calm silence of the young man's mind filled special joy, because for him digging of the earth was always a real admiration. Taking advantage of the moment when the second kobold was passionate about the case, Lila cleverly pulled on the shoulder of Ashtan. Kobold, politely apologizing to Hill and reminding that he should return to his work, quickly moved away. Meanwhile, Lila was unexpectedly alert. Warnly jumped on the ground and immediately cried on some stone, as if something unusual attracted her attention. On a pile of stones, which remained after hard work, Haynes and Fooley rested, taking their breath. Kobold, laughing with pleasure, noted that digging was much more interesting than he imagined. Foley gladly picked up this opinion, exclaiming that many ore can always be found here. Unexpectedly, Heinz, armed with Kyle, dug something and called Hill loudly. Having proclaimed that he had come across Lily on the find, he attracted the attention of the whole group. All immediately grabbed and the views returned to the side from where his voice came from. But suddenly, the exclamation of Gaines came from the opposite end of the cave. He had no idea what it was. At the same moment, Foucault, breaking out of place, shouted Liel annoyed, so that she would not think to go there. The discovery of Gaines and Lila was a mysterious device, absolutely incomprehensible to both of them. Gaines suggested that he probably was a puffy chest. Lila exclaimed with confidence that it was a coffin rather than a chest. With a heavy heart, Gaines noted that this finding does not herald anything good. The gaze dropped down, where there was a strange stone at the legs. Cobalt picked up the find in his paws and explained that such a device falls out of that device. The hobby was obvious. It is something unknown. Immediately turning to Heinz, he asked to convey to him the find. The plate near the bizarre stone glowed information. It was a magical transportation, capable of instantly transferred to other similar artifacts. The distance of movement was determined by the massiveness of the stone itself. Studying the transfer stone, he thoughtfully stroked his chin, wondering how this artifact allows you to move to another person. Suddenly he turned to the Gill loudly. The girl exactly came across something interesting. Looking closely at the found device, the girl noticed a hole that surprisingly resembled the shape of a stone that had a fence in his hands. With sincere interest, she expressed the idea to insert the stone in this recess. In response to the girl's request, the fence carefully inserted the transfer stone into the designated nest. The mineral sat, as if created for this recess, exactly in shape and size. A moment, and the stone flashed with a bright light, pouring everything around a magical glow. The present were frozen, stunned by what they saw. As a result, nothing wrong happened. Only the mechanism in which the stone was placed shone quietly with light. Carefully examining the illuminated floor of this capsule, she wondered where the passage was leading. Ashton answered the girl who would not recommend them to go there, even if this capsule was really transferred to another stone. The discussion of the find seized everyone so much that everyone turned away from the capsules. Foley thoughtfully scratched her head and suggested sending a Gallum there. The idea supported Gain. At the same time, he noted that the halo could not work in the place. None of the audience paid attention to the card. Overlooking the capsule, he noted that it is time to think more thoroughly. The young man turned around at this moment, and suddenly witnessed Maddie instantly disappeared from his eyes, using the capsule to move. Lining up into a tense silence, all present did not hold back the exclamation. The scene struck even the most baptized. Seeing the map disappeared, Gil did not waste a second and rushed to the teleporting capsule. With a feverish exclamation, he stated that he was following the card, strictly ordered to remain in place. Gain was not hesitating afterwards, shouting that Hill would stop and did not do so. The sudden flashing of the stone blinded the audience, and as soon as they broke out of place to rush to rescue the map, the heavenly lightning hit them right in them. As a result, the whole company was in a completely unfamiliar place. Sleeping and with annoyance, fully asked where they were brought. In response, he heard only uncertain murmur, "They say he was not known." And having addressed Alila with the hope of finding out if she saw the map, she came across only a confused look. No tips. Having taken a few steps, he returned to the capsule and carefully took up space. Having cast his eyes over his shoulder, he said that the first would look around, because nothing threatening is noticeable. And then he instructed Sela to call the Valis. Hardly the guy led her to the capsule like Loyal, cheerfully barking, rushing and jumping inside. Fula joined them instantly. She ran briskly and said loudly that she also went with them in search of the map. Soon, 2 huge kobolds came to them. Guards, designed to protect Princess Lila. Their physique immediately reminded of the strength and courage inherent in the personal guards of the princess. Fangol tried to stop them, warning that they would not fit into the capsule, but it was too late. The clamped Aston questioned Gaines with the proposal to follow, and he immediately made the decision. Deciding to get out of the capsule upside down, I felt surprise as stuck. The purple squeezed, and the fugal exclaimed. It was pressed. Gil tried to calm the Lila, which simply burst out of indignation. But it was at this moment that the capsule was suddenly activated. As the space changed around, all of them flew from the teleport capsules. Not having time to get rid of, they roam me on the floor, shouting surprised and confused cries. One of them painfully hit the surface, and Lila, landing on his head, suddenly began to bark loudly. The gaze came up. A giant hall filled with shelves, generously filled with books, spread around. The young man stood carefully, and a surprise flashed on his face. He said enthusiastically that he had not yet seen anything like this. Fangol approached the bookcase, looking carefully at each volume. The girl, watching him, noted that there are many books impressive here, and then specified. Are they really on this island? Looking back through the fence, the guy was nervously swallowing saliva. It seems to him that they are on the island. The area is reminiscent of where he first came across gullets. The multi-story library that appeared before his eyes seemed to him creepy and mysterious. Looking around, Gaines turned to Gil and reported that the map they went on this journey. Kobold noted that the map needs help. Hearing this, Gil immediately gathered and ordered Hines to immediately carry it into the map. The kobold spent a young man between the rows of bookshelves, where some have already turned into ruins, and the volumes were chaotically scattered under his feet. When Hines finally brought him to the map, the boy's gaze fell on a bloody puddle. It was there that the card was lying, filled with fresh blood. Without hesitation, he rushed to the map, grabbed him by his shoulders, and began to shake him, worriedly finding out what had happened and who caused him harm. Turning the map to the other side, he noticed the blood that a thin trickle was flowing from the boy's nose. Lowering the look, a book with colorful women's images on the floor. Just considered it by the map. The young man made a shame and sharply slammed the book, murmuring that it should be forgotten faster. Putting the reading, he took to treat the card at the same time. Only now did the map return to the map. It dropped to the floor, scratching the nape of the head thoughtfully. On the other hand, a restrained advice came back, because everyone was a lot of worrying about him. The map shook, got to his feet instantly, and worriedly began to look around. Lowering his gaze, the map noticed on the floor an ancient book covered with mysterious symbols. The caveman lifted her, carefully examined the pages, and then a gesture called the map to follow. Without thinking for a long time, the map threw a book just back to where he came from. Looking back, the guy noticed. The seal returned not himself, but accompanied by a whole flock of assistants. Surprised by contacting a pet, the young man wondered if he convened all his comrades. At the same moment, an old book was in the hands of Wallace, which he immediately lifted from the ground. He exclaimed in a loud voice, which came across a real treasure. Going to Goblin, Valise leaned over the book found. Having carefully studied it, it is disappointed to mutate, which, unfortunately, does not recognize the language written by this folio. It was quietly added that he was not able to read a single word. Suddenly, Captain Kem appeared behind, and squeezing his fist with grip, exclaimed that this adventure was simply incredible. The captain seized literally everything. A mysterious teleportation device, a giant library, and the remains of an unknown civilization that were dozing under the ground of this island. Kamiya has a real pleasure in such an adventure. Insouciantly stepping from foot to foot, he suggested exploring the library. It was immediately supported. They decided to split into search groups. He warned everyone to be careful. They could hide in these walls. Divided into 3 teams, Everyone began to explore the library expansionally. Interesting views slid along rows with books. Meanwhile, while Heel was looking at the brilliant armor, Fungal was beating near the shelf, trying to get an interesting book. It just touched it, as Rian enthusiastically pulled out a volume of himself. Opening this book, Rihanna immediately called Gila, interested in the drawings she saw there. Considering the image, the Gila was amazed. Every detail on it spoke about the artist's skill. Rihanna agreed with her, enthusiastically noting that the picture was really incredibly beautiful. Leaning over the book, the guy suggested that this city may have existed here long before, because he had already come across such structures on the island. Fully fascinated by what she saw, Rian hurried closer, and her interested look stopped on a mountain that stood in the middle. The girl, stretching her hand, pointed up the mountain, which stood over all other structures in the picture, and said with delight, "This mountain like a double of their island." Suspicious, fully noted that this vertex was significantly different in size from the one they knew at home. Rihanna laughed, noting that their island has a much more friendly look. Looking back, he suddenly noticed in the same place the seal that looked up. Gil with his comrades approached Sinel. The young man froze on the spot. Looked. In a moment, the question came. What really happened? The views of all involuntarily rose after these leaking in the same direction. At the top of the promotion, a majestic statue of a woman with a scepter in her hand was flavored. Rihanna, fascinated by what was seen, exclaimed that the monument of amazing beauty, and assumed that it was probably the image of the goddess. He was fascinated by what he saw. The gaze was still sliding on the statues. Gel explained that the ancient inhabitants of these lands worshipped this goddess, whose image was now frozen in the stone before them. Slowly exploring the space between huge bookshelves, travelers moved on. The fence could not remember any mention of these ruins, even in the chronicles of his own kingdom, so he inadvertently wondered. Perhaps this place had never been made to any person. On the way back, several magical stones and cores from the fragments of the local golem managed to extract, after which everyone gathered together again. However, despite the efforts, no information about these ruins has been found. Filled with a thirst for knowledge, Valis did not resist the temptation to bring about a dozen books with them. They barely fit into luggage. Perhaps it is among these volumes that the important discoveries that the partner hopes so much. Valis himself did not hide doubts about his own success. Suddenly, the mushroom creature was alert and glanced sharply on the stone wall. The girl swung Kale silently and struck in all his strength in a solid surface. The expressive sound suggested that some room was hiding behind the wall. Feeling this, Fugal immediately turned to 11, reporting the hidden passage behind the wall. Looking back in search of at least some passage, they did not notice anything suspicious. The impatient Flip was squeezed in her hands and almost begged her to start digging. No magical energy was felt around the magic energy, but the light was unmistakably suggested that the perfect place was hidden behind this wall. A decisive gesture of the young man pointed out Fuli where to dig, promising to protect her witchcraft if trouble happened. On his sign, Fugal Swan, flashed with determination, the girl swung and from all over the scope of Kale into the wall. The whole stroke was so powerful that the stone obstacle cracked and crumbled after one single effort. Taines exclaimed, admiring Fangal's accuracy. Satisfied, laughed quietly, and moved slowly to the hole in the wall, which she had just punched. Looking into the hidden room, her admiration has changed instantly to the surprise and frozen confusion. Suddenly, the girl fell from the place and rushed to that room. He moved rapidly, and he, surprisingly, froze on the threshold. As soon as he fell on the find that the Fugal swayed, his face illuminated his smile. He sincerely congratulated her on success. In the very center of the room stood a small pedestal, on which 3 mysterious objects sparkled. When Follow took one in her hands, she did not restrain her and exclaimed, "These stones are real reincarnation keys, and at least 3 of them are stored here. Ever since they explored that mysterious place and found the rocks, every dawn, as soon as the sun looked because of the sea rocks, Funal woke up. Sleepy, she got up on the bed, trying to gather thoughts and restore the clarity of the mind. Going down from the second tier of the bed, where she shared the night with Rihanna, the girl quietly stepped on the floor. Meanwhile, Rihanna, wrapped in a blanket, still slept firmly, soaping in light dreams. Going down, Fandel took the meeting lively. She cleverly wove in the braid, and then threw her vest on her shoulders, preparing for a new day. Hardly prepared, she broke up and went into the depths of the caves. The stairs vigorously called Golem number 15. None of the residents of the community was concerned with excavations as a function. Its perseverance had no equal. Every day, even before dawn, when the hostel slept in a peaceful sleep, her path was already going to the mine. Fulcho remained the longest until the sun hid behind the horizon, and came at dawn by one of the first. Every morning, Hela saw. Fulcho had already worked well. The mountains of extracted ore were eloquently testified how much time she spent underground. After scratching his head, the man ordered Galoma, who accompanied Fandela, to bring the girl from there and to spend into the fresh air. The excitement for her exhausted appearance did not give him rest. The rude touch of the golem, who suddenly grabbed the fang of, caused her deep annoyance. She was distracted from important things. In addition, this giant simply engaged in self-medication, and without understanding what Fangal wanted. It takes a little time, and the whole company is going to the forest again at a long-standing familiar table. Suddenly, one of the attendees is asking, "Is this mysterious stone being able to turn a common monster into a different order?" Rihanna, present among the guests, confirmed. Thanks to this stone, she really managed to change. Everyone gathered near the table. Kellis, Kobolda, Map, Wallace, Kamu, Elwyn, and Fagula, as well as Lila, Terran, and villages. Rihanna's words jumped Kamo by surprise. The boy's eyes slid on the stones with a sincere surprise. Until now, he could not even imagine that Rihanna saw not real. Meanwhile, Feudal explained to the captain. Their princess was once a regular Goblinka. Not by the stunning beauty that everyone admires now. Kobold, widely staring, did not resist and wondered if it was true. The captain was surprised for the second time when the news came to his ears that Rihanna was a princess. Without holding back, he also asked if it was really the case. Surprising his eyebrows, Kamu confessed that he once sincerely believed that Rihanna was an elven princess, who escaped with Gibal from her native land. His words were so jumped by others that Rihanna and Gil almost rested the drink and blushed to his ears. He'll resent the captain with a question that it all means. The new moon, having discouraged, recalled that he had already explained. Everything is not at all as it seems. Smiling with the obvious pleasure, he noted that Rihanna and Hill's reaction to what was said to what he was pleased. Cooking, the guy still remained rosy, but hurried to translate the conversation into another channel, noting that he did not expect to immediately come across 3 stones at all. The young man assured that one of these stones Fangal, who was sitting at the table at this moment, would inevitably be given. The care has not yet released her, but the boy's words, they say, this stone was intended to her, because it was because of her find that they were here, filled her heart with warm gratitude. Having thought for a moment, his gaze slid to Valis, and the quiet voice said, "I will give the second jewelry to you, if you have nothing." Valis, who was silently sitting at the table, shuddered against the unexpected words. To a great surprise, he was given a whole stone. The shaft insisted that it was a waste of expense, because in her opinion for evolution, there is a much worthy candidate. The extended hand instantly opened a clear sign on the palm, which did not go unnoticed for anyone. The answer did not slow down. He insisted on this, because otherwise he could not do, especially given that his magician, King Mark, was not engaged in anything important. Hearing about the sign of the Chaklin king who owned Valis, Kama broke to his feet and exclaimed that it was the most powerful of all the famous signs. Ashton nodded, adding loudly, "They say, the seal is really extremely powerful, and opens a lot of opportunities when learning to use it properly." Unexpectedly, Elfine's general broke silence and turned to Vales. Surrounding the nape of the nape, he noted that the age of the whale is already young, so it was time to use a stone of change and reborn in a young body. Hearing that Vales had already turned, Fulanil asked if he was dying. Rihanna picked up these words, exclaiming that she did not want to lose weight. Sighing with regret, he noted that his years have long been an end. The words of Elvin, Rihanna, and Fusea have markedly shaken the determination of Whale, so suddenly he spoke that despite his respectful age, he still seeks to bring them a mark. Gathering his hand in a strong fist, Valis turned to Hill, illuminated with a smile, and strongly asked for permission to use a stone to get evolution and regain his youth. As a result, 2 stone owners received new owners, but the third remained without the owner. No one even swallowed his eye, as if the desire to change or develop simply did not exist. Cobalt rejected the stone, noting that their labels are still useful, so there is no need for evolution. Valis came closer, trying to reassure you, and asked to show his own label. He was interested in seeing it. The captain tightened the glove slowly, declaring that his palm has a scar. Exposing his hand, he demonstrated this sign to all present. Wallace did not restrain surprise, shouting, and nearby, someone muttered in surprise that he had never met such signs before. Valis told the young man, "It is not just a label, but a sign of a sea dragon capable of conquering the water element." He also reported rumors, as if only new Chuites should use this special mark. The surprise reflected on his face as soon as he realized. This label turns into a creature, a real monster. He was in a hurry, pulled the glove on his palm and asked them to allow them to speak. He assured that he did not seek to use this label, despite all the changes and development that have taken place. General Alvin turned to Kama with surprise, not understanding why he refuses to use the label. From the details of the mascot, Elvin concluded that a commander could well become an exemplary sailor. Rejecting seriously said, he wisely added that Alpha and jokes were great. Pressing his palm to the forehead, Kamu theatrically exclaimed about the disgusting slippery scales of monsters. Such a transformation did not attach it at all. It was embarrassed. The branch decided to no longer insist that the captain evolved. So, having reached unanimous consent, they decided to carry out both evolutions immediately, just on the same lawn where they just drank tea. In the heart of the playground, the impatient fangs have already frozen in anticipation, and all others are located on the side, keeping at a safe distance. Grabbing of her chainring, Fangle was barely audible that she was a little nervous. Returning to Rihanna, who was standing nearby, the girl asked for advice, because Rihanna had already experienced it before and knows how to act. The princess immediately gathered with thoughts and advised Fuli to focus on true desires, who she dreams of getting the most. Rihanna cheered his heart with all her heart, squeezing his fists, and sincerely wished him success. Listening to the advice of Raina, Fennel balanced emotions, focused, closed her eyes, and thought deeply. What she really wants and who she wanted to become, a stone of change. In the memory of the function, a sense of constant security has emerged. Someone always stood on her rest. Whether the branch was guarded by her, whether the father supported, whether Rihanna was constantly caught up, there was definitely one who protected her from trouble. In her head, the idea was steadily turning. They will once leave alone, defenseless before the world. Suddenly, Fangle stretched his hands and stretched the stone. That unexpectedly flashed bright light, climbing into the air. Fandel convinced herself that the blood flows in the veins, so weakness is not for her, and strength should protect against any troubles. When the stone finally stirred its supernatural forces, such a frantic wind broke out that everyone was thrown around like light leaves. A moment of silence was frozen in space, and the breath, full of surprise, met what Fubil turned into. Shocked kobolds spread their mouths, not to say a word, and Captain Kamu only whispered quietly with confusion, "It cannot be." In an instant, the guy turned away and covered his eyes with a hand mappa, not to meet a look with Fugal. The smile illuminated his face when he asked Rien to do everything right. But without hesitation, she agreed and carefully took a white dress. Waking up with the updated, Foucault opened her eyes with surprise and made a surprise sound. Looking back and soaring herself, she noticed that her arms and legs became longer. Due to the evolution of the foot, they have now proven to be completely barefoot. The surprise flashed in the eyes of Fugal. She scratched the nape. The joy filled it, because the stone of change really happened. Now the figure of the girl was slim and height, and the appearance became even more attractive. Long arms and legs harmoniously emphasized a new beauty. Rihanna came closer and carefully dressed the dress on Fangle. The princess, holding her breath, wondered if I would like to see her girlfriend her new outfit. S.A., who stretched and turned into a real mirror, was called for help. When Fango looked at her reflection, the surprise opened her eyes wide, suddenly rushed to meet Rien, happily hugged her and exclaimed her about her victory. From now on, and she climbed to a new level. Rien in response, the warmth of the mushroom creature, sincerely greeting it with evolution. Going to her daughter, Alvin subconsciously began to study her carefully. With his hands crossed on his chest, he finally summed up. Everything happened as best. Her daughter grew up and became more clever. However, regarding physical strength, the father doubted. Fuddle replied to this that she is completely concerned about the muscles, but the magic. Remembering how valuable she was magic, Fandel suddenly revived and was looking forward to whether she could already use her spells. After looking at Fangal, the master reassured the girl. It is not necessary to worry about magic, because in it clearly shimmering mana flows. All you have to do is master the spells. The joyful wave passed through the Feng when she felt for the first time. Magic is obeyed. With delight examining her own hands, the girl noticed. The shade of her skin remained unchanged. This was so different from what happened to the princess. But at first, Fangal did not attach significant importance. Suddenly, the girl struck how different the shades of their skin were. And this thought prompted to turn to Ryan. Fangal also did not hold back his curiosity, and asked why the princess now has a human likeness. But only Fangal started a conversation, as Ryan jumped sharply, and he caught her gaze, overflowing with surprise. The Reina's eyes were hidden under the eyelashes. The cheeks burned with a blush. She stopped. She confessed that she did not understand the causes of this phenomenon. She suggested that everyone's evolution is special. Hill, holding his hand on his chin, thoughtfully agreed. Perhaps that is what it is. After the evolution of the mushroom is understood, Vale steps to the group, squeezing her stone change in his hand. With a smile on his mouth, he says, "Perhaps a new likeness is waiting for it after turning the mushroom." Rianne, without hiding joy, supports Wallace with loud exclamations and reminds, "It is time to act." At the same moment, the stone flashed with bright light, covering the glow together, and Wallace, which compressed the artifact in his hand. When the amazing spectacle faded, the views of all involuntarily turned to Wallace, overflowing with astonishment. Fonzel, rested in her hands, strictly asked what happened. As soon as the dust was settled, the Valis carefully felt himself from head to heels. He was silent for a long time, and then finally said, "Something strange happened," because nothing happened to him. The hands of Valis reached for themselves unrestrained, looking for at least the smallest signs of transformation, as if they wanted to make sure that he had remained the same. On the other hand, Kama, looking carefully at him, did not keep the question. Why, after all, everything left as it was? Suddenly Vale froze, as if dug, and the horror flashed on his face. The unknown anxiety stirred the whole body. With his left hand he unconsciously released a stick that he flew to the floor with a roar. Friends looked around. Their voices dropped in a single surprise. What happened?